Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Bridget Wayman, Chairman of Wiltshire Council. I'd like to welcome members and the public to this meeting on the 25th of February 2025. I move on to apologies. I've received apologies from Howard Greenman, Catherine McDermid, Christopher Newbury, Antonio Piazza, Jonathan Seed, Tim Trimble, Robert Ewell, Tom Rounds, Kelvin Nash, and I gather that Councillor Matthew Dean will be here at about 12 o'clock, and Councillor Mel Jacob will be leaving it at about 12:30. So if members are aware of any other apologies, can you indicate by raising your hand? No, none? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 2, minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th of October 2024 and the extraordinary meeting held... Oh, sorry, Brian, did you want to...
Chairman, thank you. Yeah, just a question on the minutes, please, of the October meeting. I did ask a question around the Harlem gyratory in the A338, and the Cabinet member was due to come back to the area board with a report on that. We've had 2 area boards since then and no report. So can I ask, please, for an update ASAP? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we also have the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 9th of January. All those minutes are held on pages 7 to 60 of your summons, both be confirmed and signed as true and correct records. May I have a seconder, please?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Clure seconded. Are there any objections to the minutes being approved by assent of the meeting? And Councillor Dalton, your comments are noted. No, okay, so the minutes are therefore approved. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. In a moment, I will ask members if they have any disclosable interest to declare to the meeting. Where a member has a disclosable pecuniary interest, they are required to leave the room during discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation. If a member has another type of disclosable interest, they would need to withdraw from the meeting in their capacity as a councillor during discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation, but would not be required to leave the room. For the avoidance of doubt, members are not required to withdraw if they are also members of city, town and parish councils in Wiltshire, should that be relevant during the meeting. For the avoidance of doubt and to save time, I would refer the public to each member's register of interest to indicate if they are also a member of such a council. I will now ask, do members have any declarations of disclosable interest to make? Councillor Dalton and Councillor Charleston. Councillor Dalton.
Chairman, thank you. Yes, a pecuniary interest, I guess. I rent a council garage under the HRA. So usually I have to leave the meeting, but however, I do have a dispensation to remain in the meeting, but not vote on it. And also I'm a member of the City Council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Charleston.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The same as Brian, I have a disclosable pecuniary interest as I also rent a garage, but I've been granted a dispensation to stay in the room, but not participate or vote.
Councillor Ian Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. My declaration is in relation to item 13. I'm an employee of DEFRA, and as the motion is about farming, I have been informed by the monitoring officer that I can stay in the room and there is no conflict. However, my employer feels there may be a conflict with my terms of employment, so I won't take part in that debate or vote.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. No other declarations? Okay, let's move on to announcements by the chairman. I have to announce the deaths of former members. Since the last meeting of council, we have been informed of the deaths of former members of the council, Bill Douglas and Tom James, who passed away on the 3rd of February and the 11th of February, respectively. Councillor Douglas was the member for Chippenham, Hardens in England from 2009 to 2021. He also previously served on North Wiltshire District Council and was a long-standing member of Chippenham Town Council. The funeral will be at 2 p.m. on the 6th of March at the West Wilts Crematorium. Councillor James represented Trowbridge Adcroft on Wiltshire Council from 2009 to 2013. He was also previously a member on Wiltshire County Council and West Wiltshire District Council, as well as serving as Mayor of Trowbridge Town Council, and was awarded the MBE for services to local government. The funeral will be held at 10 a.m. on the 10th of March, also at West Wilts Crematorium. On behalf of the Council, I would like to pass on our condolences to the families of Councillor Douglas and Councillor James, and in particular to thank them for their dedicated service to the people of Wiltshire. Oh, Councillor Kirk, would you like to say something?
Am I on? Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. As members will be aware, Tom James was the councillor for Trowbridge Adcroft. He was actually responsible for the asset transfer of the Wiltshire Council houses into what is now become Selwood. And later in his life, he was instrumental with the Hope Nature project, which those in Trowbridge will certainly be aware of. We really got on like a house on fire, although we were two different political spectrums. Tom James was a Liberal Democrat, heavily involved in sort of talking about Europe and things like that. I was a Conservative member, but really his advice and his service to the community was beyond question. And he was always someone I could go to for advice if I was unsure of something or things that had happened in the past in my ward. And I'm very sad for the fact he's gone now, and I think it's a great loss to Trowbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kirk. Okay, moving on, I'd like to advise people of the death of the former Lord Lieutenant of Wiltshire. The death of Lieutenant General Sir Maurice Johnston, KCB, CVO, OBE, was announced on the 10th of November 2024, aged 95. Sir Maurice was Her Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of Wiltshire for 8 years between 1996 and 2004. He served in the British Army from 1949 to 1982 and was appointed Deputy Chief of the Defence Staff 1981 to 82. After retirement from the Army, he had an active career in business. In Wiltshire, he supported various schools and voluntary organisations. So on behalf of the Council, I would pass on our sympathies and condolences to his family and friends. Okay, moving on, there should be a list of Chairman's engagements on the screen, and they will be included in the minutes. But I want to draw particular attention to the Wessex and Reserve Forces and Cadets Association Lord Lieutenant Awards presentation evening. Peter White, who is our enforcement officer at Wiltshire Council, received the Chief of General Staff's commendation for his 30 years service with the Wiltshire Army Cadets Force, where he serves as Colonel and Commandant. So I'd just like to read you out the commendation because I think it's very, very impressive. So Colonel Peter White has served in the Wiltshire ACF for over 30 years, joining shortly after completing 4 years in the regular army. He has progressed through the ranks of Wiltshire ACF, serving 10 years as the county training officer, notable for his innovation and execution of training, before he was appointed as the Deputy Commandant for Wiltshire ACF in 2020. a driving force behind the delivery of no less than 10 residential camps for approximately 300 cadets and over 80 cadet force adult volunteers each year. Each camp has been hugely successful. Despite relinquishing the role of the county training officer, he stepped up in 2021 to deliver a COVID-19 safe residential camp for 142 cadets, Wiltshire being one of the few counties across the UK to do so. Peter has led numerous expeditions across the UK and abroad, his last involving mountain climbing in Morocco, delivering events to Arnhem, organised county fundraising events and successfully trained cadets for a series of regional and national competitions. The Wiltshire ACF's Platinum Jubilee celebrations that he masterminded were immensely successful and will be remembered by cadets and adults alike. As a trainer, his preparation of cadets for instructor and promotion course has reaped dividends, and similarly, the success of adult instructors on their advanced instructor course is such that the Wiltshire ACF has achieved a 100% pass rate and numerous top student awards across the Southwest. Peter is passionate about the ACF, and his success is due to a great deal of patience, imagination, diligence, and relentless hard work. He gives a great deal of his own time to the ACF, is hugely modest, and simply delivers a fantastic service. In September 2024, Peter was selected to be the Commandant of the Wiltshire ACF and had then just taken up that appointment. Peter exemplifies the very best of a cadet force adult volunteer. He sets an outstanding example and role model, and has changed many lives for the better. For his selfless commitment and service to Wiltshire ACF, Peter has been awarded the Chief of the General Staff's Commendation. And Peter is sitting over there. Peter, would you stand up? Thank you. I've had the pleasure of working with Peter when I was the Cabinet Member for Highways and goodness knows what else, trying to stop fly tipping, and he's also highly valued in Wiltshire Council. Okay, so I think also on the New Year's honours list, on the screen there should be a list of residents honoured in the recent New Year's honours list. So I would like to extend congratulations to all those who have been honoured. They are DVCO to Dame Commander of the Victorian Order, to Dame Sarah Troughton, who's the Lord Lieutenant for Wiltshire. CBEs to Dr. Peter Thompson, OBE to Mr. Peter Clegg, Mrs. Carol Gould, Mr. Richard Livesey, and Dr. Petra Oyston. And MBEs to Miss Lara Ward-Ongley, Mrs. Rachel Yates, and the BEM to Mr. Michael Perrin. And that's that. That's a goodly crop. I think there's a councillor survey. Members will have received a survey regarding planning for the induction and training programme following the elections on the 1st of May. It is requested that as many as possible complete this to help ensure that the programme is as useful as possible for new and returning members. And my last announcement is on the agenda, and members will have seen the circulation that the Gypsy and Traveller Site DPD is to be deferred in order to further consider the plan and points raised by local communities. So I therefore note that item 12 will be deferred to an appropriate future meeting. Petitions update, as shown on pages 61 to 64 of your summons. 3 petitions have been formally received by the Council since the last ordinary meeting of the Council. I would therefore ask that Council notes the update on petitions in the report on page 61 of the agenda. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Clure. We don't have a recorded vote in this, so all those in favour, please say aye. Any of those against, please say nay. And any abstentions? Okay, so that's all passed, all approved. Thank you. Agenda item 5, public participation. At this point, I'd like to explain how public participation will work for this meeting. Members of the public who have registered to make a statement will be called upon to speak for up to 3 minutes each. I remind speakers that any statements must relate to the item of the agenda they are speaking to, and that once their statement is concluded, they may not speak further on the item. I will remind speakers to remain on topic. Questions. We have also received several questions for this meeting, which are included in the agenda supplement. Usually where these relate to a specific agenda item, these would be taken under the relevant item, with the remaining questions being received here. But as this is likely to be a lengthy meeting, I will give members of the public the option of asking their questions or reading their statement under this agenda item. The statement should remain on topic to the agenda item they relate to, and any statements taken under this item will count towards the total statements for the agenda item they relate to. So I will take a number of questions and statements now. Looking at my sheet, I believe with questions P2404 and 05 from Caroline Ramsey, she is not here. And next on my list is for P2508, Annabelle Sanderson. Do you have a supplementary, or do you want to read your statement?
I have a supplementary question, thank you, and it won't take 3 minutes. Thank you very much for the answer to my original question. Could you confirm at what stage had the A350 project reached prior to last July? For example, had all permissions been granted? Had funding been allocated? And was the timeline for construction being met? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, what I would like to do in response to your question is actually just take you through the chronology that I was made aware of in January of this year. And we had an update as we went into the new year from the then head of major projects, Stephen Wilson, who has subsequently left the council. So in terms of its chronology, the full business case for the A350 phase 4-5, as it's called, dualling scheme, was submitted and approved in early 2024. And as soon as that approval was going to be made available and the funding for the scheme was confirmed, we as a local authority were pressing ahead with the main site works. We had at that point already identified a local contractor, and I mean a very local contractor based in Marshfield, who were procured to complete the works. We were initially anticipating full business case approval in early 2024, but that did not happen. And as such, as we moved through the election into the beginning of this year, we were unable to press forward with the project. I think it's fair to say that the full business case was on the desk of the previous Transport Secretary, Mark Harper, for a number of months. But had the general election not been called when it was in July, we would have anticipated that decision being made, but because of election purdah, they were unable to do so. But I'm very clear that the business case was submitted in early 2024, and we as a local authority were unable to complete various seasonal advance works during 24, which actually will now help to de-risk the main construction period. We were in contact with the DfT constantly after the election through into the new year, and we're regularly pressing them for information regarding the update on the full business case approval. As we know, there was a change of government in July of last year, and the new Secretary of State commissioned an internal review of the DfT's capital spend portfolio. And we know one of the consequences of that was the cancellation of the Stonehenge Tunnel. There was some concern that this project, the phase 4 and 5 dualling, would be cancelled, but we are obviously very happy and very satisfied that the full approval has been given. But I think it's fair to say that all of the business case submission, all of the work that had been taking place with our senior officers, with the DFT civil servants, was during 2024, and maybe not as described elsewhere in the media, that it only happened subsequent to the general election.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. I believe Margaret Wilmot, who asked a question, is not attending, but Colin Gale, who has asked questions numbers 10 and 11, is here. Colin, do you have a supplementary? And could you speak right up to the microphone, please? It's very difficult to hear.
Can you hear me okay? My name's Colin Gale. I represent Russell Parish Council. My questions were on flooding and drainage in Russell. Thank you for the response. I'm not sure why the response is covering the maintenance of the ditch, as this element was covered in the response on the 15th of October, where it was identified that the regrading of the ditch had now been completed. The response is then considered to be misleading, as it states the lane was inspected on the 20th of February, where the ditch at the western headwall was found to be functioning well with no work required. And there was a picture provided in the response. I inspected the ditch over the weekend and took further pictures, which I have provided. If you compare the latest picture to the third picture in my question, you will note that the area under the lintel is now fully exposed where it has all been dug out. Clearly on the 20th of February, when the headwall was inspected, there was a need to clearance and it was dug out. Therefore, the only reason that work may not be required immediately is because it was dug out at the time. However, you will note from the picture there is an absence of the sign of a drainage pipe under the lintel, probably because it's broken. The drainage pipe from the other drain is clearly visible. It will only be a matter of time before the soil around the lintel collapses again if the headwall is not rebuilt and the water flow will be stopped again. That's the first supplementary. I've got one supplementary to the second question as well. The response identified the need to conduct a survey to determine the outfall levels. This is against the River Avon at Russell Bridge, but does not give any commitment to do the survey. The response does not answer the original question, as it does not give a commitment to complete the excavation of the ditch to fully expose the headwall to allow the drain water to flow into the river before next winter.
Councillor Holder.
Thank you. As ever, Colin, thank you for your very detailed and technical questions. I would say on one of the questions, I think it's probably a bit too operational to give you a specific answer here in full council. I have spoken to the Director of Highways this morning, and thank you very much for handing in your supplementary question ahead of raising it here. I have raised it with the Director of Highways. She has committed this morning to make sure that she gives you personally a technical answer to that to the second question. With regards to the survey, we will programme a survey as requested as soon as we can, because the additional investment that we've made in our drainage exploration has allowed us to do more as part of our prevention programme, which is one of our core priorities. We cannot commit at this stage to further work until we understand what the issue is. So we need to diagnose the issue. But officers will be in touch. And as I've said, I have raised it with the Director of Highways, who ultimately looks after the drainage team. And I will make sure that you get a response as soon as we have diagnosed the issue and have worked out how to rectify it.
Thank you very much. With regards to what the actual issue is, I already dug out most of the ditch that goes from the headwall to the river, but I just didn't complete it, so the headwall was fully exposed and it just needs excavating completely.
Well, thank you for that, and we might decide to ask you to become a member of our volunteer drainage team, Colin, if you're digging out ditches and exposing the headwalls. But no, seriously, I appreciate what you've done. As I say, we've had the photographs. I've shared it with the Director of Highways, and she's over there nodding her head. As soon as we've been out there explored it, diagnosed what the issue is. We will then be able to determine what we need to do to rectify it. And you have my guarantee, we will be in touch directly with you to explain how we're going to resolve this issue for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Oatway, did you have a...
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for that support there. Mr Gale is one of my parishioners. Thank you for meeting me on the ground recently, to which you saw some of the issues. Thank you to the Director for her support locally as well. There are significant problems with water in the Vale of Pewsey.
Councillor Oatway, I'm sorry, we don't usually, in fact, we don't have any debate on this or any questions from members
Madam
either.
Chair, I'm just saying thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for saying thank you. Let's move on. Agenda item 7, Treasury Management Strategy. I call upon Councillor Nick Botterill, as Cabinet Member with the responsibility for finance, to introduce this item. The report is at pages 65 to 104 of your summons. Councillor Botterill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the keen aficionados of financial management will be aware that this is the same report which was considered by Cabinet earlier this month, and it sets out the plan covering Treasury functions for the coming year. I'm always a little sad, really, I think it's the best way of describing it, that this subject seems to generate so little interest from most members, because of course it is very important. It is actually at the heart of what we do and how we operate. We're going to hear in the next agenda item about Wiltshire Council's finances and the fact that they're in a good, sound position. Key component, of course, of that is provided by top-notch Treasury management functions. Council manages literally hundreds of millions of pounds in both directions, cash flows in and cash flows out. And these have to be managed so that every surplus pound is prudently invested, and every pound that is borrowed that borrowing is done at the right time, and also, very importantly, at the right cost. And that's also all the money that is required to meet our daily expenditures is available day by day and in the right quantities. That's management of our liquidity. No small feat, really, to get all these things to work and work well at the same time. There's a lot of complexity and there's a lot of potential for errors. And thinking of analogies, I've come up with this one. Treasury management is really, both at the same time, the glue which unites the capital and revenue functions, as well as the lubricant. And I realise glues and lubricants are mutually exclusive, but it is a lubricant as well, because it keeps the liquidity flowing and makes sure that we are able to meet our obligations on a day-to-day basis. There's one aspect that I just would like to highlight, and that is that at some stage in the not too distant future, we are going to have to consider taking out additional borrowing. And since, of course, the last series of loans, or the last loan, was entered into some years ago, we managed to use our internal borrowings, or rather, we borrowed internally by using the liquidity that we've got from the monies available, but we can't envisage doing that for too much longer. We've got an agreed capital programme. Not all of that is funded externally by government grants. Some of that will come from direct borrowing, or the need to borrow, and we won't be able to do that from our internal resources. Interest rates have risen since when we last borrowed. Interest rates were very low. And we took advantage of that and did a very good deal, because a lot of the money we borrowed, which of course we didn't need immediately, it was possible to put it on deposit at higher rates than we were paying to borrow it. I'm not saying we speculate in that way. We only take out borrowings when we absolutely need to do so, but it was the case that interest rates were very low. Of course, that's not the case now. And, you know, the prediction is that the interest rates are going to come down. They've come off the peaks, but the latest intelligence is that we are not going to see the fall in interest rates at the pace that was expected. And, you know, we'll can have our views on the reasons for that, but I would suggest that the higher inflation that's been generated by this government, by its policies, has led to that. And plus, of course, so it's not only the fact that we'll need money to invest in our capital programme. Also, we've got the effect of the high needs block deficit, which is eating away at the spare cash that the council has in its system. So our liquidity has been denuded by the high needs block. So there's clearly an advantage to prolonging the time when we need to take out that loan as long as possible, and we will be doing that. Look, I think this is an area of competence that I have no hesitation in praising, but I would just stress finally that vigilance, visibility, common sense are all required and we need to continue to apply those to ensure that our Treasury management function remains at the core of all we do, and that it is a Rolls-Royce system. And that's what I'm saying to you today. We've got to keep it that way. We have a good story, but we've just, you know, we've got to be vigilant. That's probably all I need to say on it.
Thank you, Councillor Botterill. Are you moving the recommendations on page 65 and 66?
Yes, but I won't read them out if that's all right. They're on the screen.
Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Clure. Okay, thank you. So group leaders, Councillor Clure.
Thank you, Chair. I won't add a great deal to what Nick has said. As he points out, good Treasury management is absolutely critical to the effective, efficient running of a council. What I see here suggests to me that that's what we have. We have good Treasury management and that we have a good control and a good understanding of both borrowing and the best use of the liquidity, the money we have. Borrowing from a council perspective, there are many councils who put themselves into deep trouble over borrowing. It's important, I think, when we as a council look at our borrowing figures to differentiate between debt that is underpinned by assets, by particularly the acquisition of housing, and debt that isn't. This is one of the areas in which we can make sure that we're doing that. And again, I take assurance that our debt is comparatively low, and the bulk of the debt that we are incurring is to do with debt underpinned by those assets, which means that it is debt that is secured with real tangible things, and also because it's delivering the kind of affordable housing we are looking at, we're wanting, it is providing social benefit as well. So all in all, I think this report gives me assurance that the council is delivering appropriately when it comes to Treasury management and looking after our money.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Whenever we talk about Treasury management, I hearken back to the great days of Philip Whitehead, Cabinet Member for Finance, Leader of the Council, and what a great time we had talking about Treasury management, Philip. How those times have changed, perhaps. But what hasn't changed, of course, is the absolutely critical nature of our Treasury management operation. We can come up with all sorts of very interesting analogies. The lubricant didn't quite work for me, Nick, but nonetheless, I got the point you were making. But it's certainly the absolute engine room in terms of ensuring that we have sound and effective finances. And this may happen quite a lot through the course of the day. I just want to thank the finance team, Lizzie and her colleagues, and her predecessors as well, of course, that have played such a significant role in ensuring we are where we are. I note Nick's point about some of the headwinds that we face in terms of the very hard to judge issues around interest rates. And I'm also very aware, because we must all be very aware, and we may come back to this in the main debate, in terms of the threat, the challenge in terms of the high needs block that is coming at us sooner rather than later. And I think it's also important, and again, we may come back to this in the debate proper in terms of the budget, the issue of Stone Circle and the loans to Stone Circle. And I take Richard Kluwer's point absolutely in terms of securing against assets. I'm not convinced, particularly in terms of the development company, what those assets are, but maybe we'll get onto that at a later stage. So I'm very happy to support the recommendation. It is absolutely critical, whoever's running this council, that our Treasury management is absolutely spot on, and I'm sure that we'll be keen to support this motion this morning. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thorne. Councillor Ernie Clark. Thank you. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Very happy to support what seems to be a common sense and really rational proposals in A to J on pages 66, 65, 66. I don't think there's anybody who would oppose that. I'm happy to support it, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. I will now open this item for debate. So any member wishing to speak, can you please press the button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers? Don't all rush at once. I have nobody on my list. So in that case, I will, obviously, I don't know whether Councillor Botterill has any comments before we move to the vote.
No.
Okay, thank you. In accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. So please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for the motion, against the motion, or if you are abstaining from the motion. You have 20 seconds. How are we doing? Oh, right. I think a number of cabinet members may not have logged on, but I don't think it's going to affect the vote. So if we could log Councillor Mays on. I'm not sure that this is, are we all right? Okay, let's move on. So agenda item 8, budget 2025-26 and the medium-term financial strategy for 25-26 to 27-28. So before I ask the leader to introduce this item, I will draw attention to the items and papers circulated in connection with Council's consideration of this item. Firstly, the items listed on the summons front sheet as items 8A to F. 8A is an addendum report to the budget following release of details of the updated local government finance settlement on pages 105 to 108. 8B is a budget to 2025-26 and the medium-term financial strategy 2025-26 to 27-28. This is the report of the Chief Executive and other officers and the accompanying budget papers approved by Cabinet on the 4th of February 2025. It's on pages 109 to 284. 8C, extract of the minutes of Cabinet meeting held on the 4th of February 25, pages 285 to 288. 8D, notes from the budget briefings with trade union representatives and representatives of non-domestic ratepayers, pages 289 to 292. 8E is the report of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee meeting held on the 28th of January 2025, pages 293 to 300. 8F, proposed amendments to the budget. One is Amendment A from Councillor John Hubbard on free swimming, pages 301 to 302. And the second one is Amendment B, Councillor John Hubbard on reablement services, pages 303 to 304. And 8G, report of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee meeting held on the 13th of February 2025. That's in the agenda supplement. I will now explain how I intend to chair the debate. As is convention for our budget meetings, I will be extending discretion to initial speeches from group leaders being longer than the usual limit of 5 minutes. I will first call upon Councillor Richard Cluer, Leader of the Council, to move the proposed budget and medium-term financial strategy. Once seconded, he will then present his budget speech. And the recommendations are within the Cabinet Budget Report at pages 110 to 111. I will then invite Councillor Graham Wright, Chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee, to comment on the proposed budget and present the report of the Scrutiny Committee held on the 28th of January. He may choose to use the opportunity to also present the report of the Scrutiny meeting held on the 13th of February 2025. At that point, I will receive any public statements or questions relating to the budget, and I will allow Councillor Cluer to respond briefly to statements if appropriate. I will then invite each group leader in turn to respond to the proposed budget. I will then invite presentation of any amendments to be moved by group leaders. I have not received notification of any such amendments at this time. But if an amendment is moved without notice, there may need to be an adjournment to allow statutory officers to advise whether it is a valid amendment. If an amendment is valid, I will check with if the mover of the budget motion wishes to accept the amendment, and I will then invite comments from all group leaders on the amendment. The amendment will then be debated. Councillor Cluer, as mover of the original motion, will have right of reply at the close of debate of the amendment, preceded by the mover of any amendment. Assuming no amendments from group leaders, I will open the debate to all members. I intend to first call Councillor Hubbard to move tabled Amendment A, where I will seek comment from group leaders and then debate the amendment. The same process will be followed for Amendment B. So once all the amendments have been dealt with, we will continue with debate on the budget motion. And all votes on the budget will be recorded votes. So thank you for allowing me to, I'm sure it's all as clear as mud to everybody, but we will now begin this item. So I therefore call upon Councillor Richard Cluer to make his budget speech and to present and move the budget proposals.
Thank you, Chair. Following your strict rules, I will move the budget first, so I move the proposals as listed.
Seconded by Councillor Bottle.
Right, thank you. Well, we're almost at the end of 4 years of this council term, and Wiltshire Council is in good shape. I only wish the same could be said of the wider world of local and national government. Today, we will set the final budget of this council term. But before we come to that, I wanted to look back at some of the wider events that have shaped local government in Wiltshire this year. The local government agenda across England is dominated by the idea of devolution. There are significant elements in that plan that I'm not sure so much devolve power down to councils or to people, but rather into the hands of the mayor. Now, personally, I'm opposed to the concept of a mayor in large rural areas, but government have been absolutely clear we're all going to have mayors whether we want them or not. This council put forward a proposal to government for the creation of a strategic mayoral authority in Wessex, comprising Wiltshire, Somerset, Dorset, and Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Frustratingly, government chose not to take that proposal forward as part of the priority programme for devolution. Apparently, they ran out of money. And that means we're going to be waiting at least 2 years longer before we see guaranteed funding flowing into the southwest. The guaranteed funding, they say, will come with mayors. 2 more years of spending time and effort bidding for funding with no guarantee we'll get more investment in our infrastructure and transport. And at the same time, in much of the country, the idea of local government reorganisation has ignited a really difficult struggle between district councils, who've all been told that they're going to be abolished, and county councils, who've also all been told they're going to be abolished, over the footprint of new large unitary authorities. And I'm really pleased that in Wiltshire, we've already been through this process. So instead of focusing on the arguments that are erupting all around us, we can concentrate on service delivery. Although we do need to be cognizant of the fact that government has also said that small, financially failing unitary councils will need to merge with neighbours. They've not defined what that means yet, but it could be a challenge for Swindon, and it may impact on Wiltshire in future years. And finally, government have revised the National Planning Policy Framework, creating a Frankenstein's monster of a system, which has increased Wiltshire's housing targets by an eye-watering 84%, whilst at the same time putting all the power into the hands of developers to get more and more planning permissions without actually being compelled to build any more houses. How any government could have looked at the evidence and the need to increase house building the country faces, and yet decided that an even worse 5-year land supply metric is the solution is completely beyond my comprehension. I think it's also worth reflecting on the changing global picture. When we set the first budget of this administration, we were still emerging from the shadow of COVID. The shadow of war was being cast over Ukraine. Now we have peace proposals that I think are as bad as any appeasement of the 1930s. The world is increasingly uncertain, and the impacts of that will echo in Wiltshire one way or another. We've welcomed many Ukrainians fleeing the war in Ukraine to Wiltshire. We also now host many Afghan families here because they helped our soldiers when serving in Afghanistan, and as a result, put their own lives and those of their families at risk. We don't know what other global challenges the coming years will bring, but we have to stand ready to adapt to them. So, as we approach the end of this council term, I think it's a good time to look back at what we've achieved. We've seen some important changes. We have a new chief executive, alongside changes to our corporate leadership team, and that's seen some of our homegrown talent rise to new positions. And I think it's great to see that we've developed such competent staff and leadership inside Wiltshire Council. And I think it's a great endorsement of the management and work of our corporate leadership team and the One Council ethos. So I want to take this opportunity to thank both Lucy and the corporate leadership team, all our directors, our heads of service and staff, not only for the work they do, but for the huge achievements they've delivered. In providing the standards of services that we do, in providing the standards of services that we do, alongside the efficient, open, honest, and firm control of our financial position. Thank you all. I couldn't have asked for a better group of staff to deliver on the challenging expectations of our business plan and a challenging world. At this point, I'd also like to thank my administration, current and former, for all their efforts over the last 4 years. As Cabinet will doubtless attest, I can be a hard taskmaster at times, especially when you get to a local plan or an LTP4. I expect a great deal from them, and they have risen to the challenge. Supported by portfolio holders, we've worked together alongside our officers to deliver on every front for Wiltshire Council. I'd also like to thank my wider group for their trust and support, and I should acknowledge and thank Graham Wright and our excellent scrutiny committees, their chairs, for all their work reviewing our delivery and holding the Council to account, especially on the financial front, with Pip, Gavin and the Financial Planning Task Group. It's a thankless job and they do it very well. Right, let's get on to the more political bits. This Conservative administration was elected on our manifesto. Now, as I said last year, I am more than a little old-fashioned. I believe that politicians should stand on a manifesto they can actually deliver. One that is funded and viable. In 2021, we had clear commitments, and we have delivered on all of them. It's a manifesto translated into our business plan and the ethos behind it that has underpinned the excellent performance of this Council. Under the continued sound and effective financial management of Wiltshire Conservatives, Wiltshire Council has had a hugely successful last 4 years, bucking the trend of local government as a whole. We've been rated as outstanding by Ofsted for Children's Services, received the top rating for our special educational needs SEND review, and a good CQC rating. The best performing council in the Southwest, if not the country. No other council has higher results, unless they've been published in the last 2 days. We have increased council reserves, ensuring we're able to deal with potential future emergencies while boosting our spending on highways resurfacing, pothole repairs, flooding, fly tipping, gully cleaning, enforcement, and many other areas. All of this has been done at a time when so many other councils have been reducing their services and using their reserves to fund day-to-day spending. Many are now on the edge of bankruptcy, requiring exceptional financial support from government just to keep going. Basically selling assets and borrowing money to fund day-to-day expenditure. No council or household can operate like that for long. Wiltshire Conservatives have avoided that through a combination of measures. We focused on the long term, looking to identify problems in advance and take early action to deal with them before they become a financial hole too big to plug. We have focused relentlessly on prevention. Preventing problems from arising leads to a better quality of life for our more vulnerable residents and is more efficient. And finally, we've avoided populist schemes and made sure that everything we do is not only cost effective, but also improves services and delivery for Wiltshire's residents. So as a result, we haven't closed any of our libraries or leisure centres. Instead, we've invested in them, boosting usage. We've increased our recycling rates, cracked down on fly tipping, and invested in preventative highways maintenance and flooding schemes, while significantly increasing our expenditure on pothole repairs and maintaining our drainage systems, tripling the number of gully tankers out there. I know that sounds minor, but my goodness, residents raise gullies a lot. Now, I don't want to pretend that we're perfect. There is always more that a council can do. But we are significantly improving services in Wiltshire, as shown by the external evidence. And if we're re-elected, we will continue this work, running one of the most effective councils and efficient councils in the country, as confirmed by the recent Empower report. We will control our finances, solve our own problems without waiting for government bailouts that will never come. And so what does that delivery actually mean in reality? I gave a long list last year. I'll settle for the edited highlights. And I'll start by saying it again, and I don't think we can say it too many times. Outstanding children's services, top grade SEND, good CQC. We've reduced fly tipping by 40% with our zero tolerance approach to enforcement. And this same approach is now being taken with all kinds of areas of enforcement, including planning, trading standards, and flight posting. We've seen the state of repair of our roads improve, while most of the country saw theirs get worse. Now, I don't want to pretend our roads are perfect, but we have evidence-based plans to improve them and evidence that they are working. A combination of bobcats, velocity patches, and our extra investment in highways, which the Lib Dems voted against in last year's budget, is delivering better, faster, long-lasting repairs. We've launched the Wiltshire Mark. Now, Zoe and I did most of our Christmas shopping from Mark members this year. Buying great produce from Wiltshire makers made it a much more enjoyable experience. Although I should warn you all, Polychoc's white caramel buttons are extremely addictive, and I don't dare try their salted caramel now. We're developing a tourism strategy alongside our Explore Wiltshire and Events Wiltshire apps and the cultural strategy. The Wiltshire Towns programme has seen our town centres shape their own narratives, putting on events and improving street scene, even if I don't always share Trowbridge Town Council's taste in benches. The success of this is shown by shop vacancy rates, which are lower in our towns than in the southwest and national averages, alongside footfall and spend figures which are higher than the southwest and national averages. That Towns programme is working and delivering. We're on track to deliver 1,000 new council houses. 368 are already built. Some of those fall outside the 1,000, but I'm including them because they're the ones we've built. And 418 are in the pipeline. And all the new housing we're building now is to a zero carbon standard, making them much cheaper for tenants to heat and light. Our local plan is with the inspectorate. And if approved, will see us finally regain a degree of control over development in Wiltshire, despite the massive 84% increase in housing targets from government. We've reduced Wiltshire Council's carbon emissions by 90%, while saving almost £3 million a year in revenue costs at the same time. We've delivered the new Silverwood SEND school and are continuing to ensure we have suitable provision to support young people with learning disabilities across the county. And not only have we supported and expanded our reablement programme, keeping people healthy and mobile in their own homes after coming out of hospital, but this year we're adding in the Home First programme from the Integrated Care Board to ensure our support for vulnerable people as they leave hospital is even better. I could go on for hours and hours. I'm sure you'll be delighted I won't. So, setting a council budget in the face of ever-increasing demand for social care is always challenging. This year, however, there's been an additional challenge. Now, I know some of you will groan, but I normally build a quote from a historical figure into my budget speech in Latin. This year, I've put my own rather rusty Latin grammar to the test to come up with my own quote to sum up the position that the Labour government's put us in. Ego gratias ago tibi multos, Rachela ex rationem, which roughly translates to, thanks a bunch, Rachel from accounts. Now, government had assured us that the local government settlement this year would be essentially flat. So we prepared a budget on that basis. And then on the 13th of December, we found out that government were actually cutting £6.2 million of our funding. That's about 90% of the non-social care grant that we get. That came from 3 grants. The Rural Services Delivery Grant, 4.5 million, the Services Grant, 400,000, and the Minimum Funding Guarantee at 1.3 million. Now, that money has apparently been sent to more deserving councils. The government came up with a wonderful wheeze to channel it away from non-Labour voting areas in the south to primarily Labour voting metropolitan boroughs. They're using deprivation as a proxy for need. If anyone knows what that means, do let me know. I mean, honestly, even in Yes Minister, you wouldn't make that up. In Wiltshire, we use hard data. We assess need on the basis of actual need. That's why we're financially solvent and central government is drowning in ever-increasing debt. But it doesn't end there. We were assured that the council's extra costs from the employer's national insurance increase would be fully covered. Somehow, however, Westminster forgot that the housing revenue account and public health were actually employed by the council. You couldn't make it up. Meaning that we've actually had to cover another 750,000 of national insurance costs from council taxpayers. Thanks indeed, Rachel. So that left us facing a shortfall of £7 million. It really didn't make for the best Christmas break. Because of the strong position we're in, we've been able not only to balance the budget, but to do so without needing to put council tax up to the maximum level permitted. So instead of standing here proposing a council tax increase of 4.99, as most councils across the country are, I am delighted to be here proposing a rise of just 4.5%. Now it's not a huge difference, it doesn't sound like much. But in a world where pensioners are under strain with the removal of the winter fuel allowance, where water bills are rising by an average of £126 next year, where energy bills are forecast to increase by 6.4% in the coming year, our residents are feeling the pinch. I've been knocking on doors over the last year, and I have heard time and time again about the reality of the difficulties people are facing. On average, wages only increased by 4.3% last year. Benefits are rising by 4.1% this year, as are pensions. And recent studies are showing that the poorest households are paying an increasing share of their income on council tax. We have got to limit that as much as we can. For many people, managing their finances is becoming increasingly difficult. And we should keep that in mind as we set today's budget. For us as a council to take any more tax than is absolutely necessary would simply be wrong. Before the Chancellor intervened, I'd expected to be standing here with asking for a council tax increase of only 3%. The effective loss of £7 million in government funding and the extra taxation sadly made that impossible. £7 million, it's about 2% on council tax. But however, through a lot of hard work, we've been able to find an extra 1.7 million in efficiencies. That means we don't need the full 2%, we just need the 1.5 to take it to 4.5 in total. And we are doing this without spending our reserves, without borrowing to achieve it. Now, borrowing to balance the council's budget is technically illegal, but the sector is, as a whole is now under so much strain that it's becoming increasingly common. There's a new wheeze, 30 councils have applied for and been given it this year, exceptional financial support. That's permission to sell assets or borrow money to balance your books. For some, like Somerset, they're getting EFS for the second year running. Now, when the exceptional becomes annual, you know something's badly wrong with the way our councils run. And so why have I mentioned this? Well, why did it matter? Well, it highlights the fundamental difference between the way Wiltshire Conservatives run the council and the way the Liberal Democrats run Somerset and Labour run Swindon. If you don't come up with ways to balance your budget using the resources you have in hand, you just compound the problem in future years. By borrowing to fund day-to-day services, not only do you still have the same financial gap to deal with next year, the same problem, but you've then got the extra cost of that debt interest to pay as well, or the permanently lost income if you sold assets. Councils cannot stick their heads in the sand and hope someone will save them. They have to be willing to take difficult decisions, to invest in prevention and control spending, to keep budgets under control. Wiltshire Conservatives have always been willing to do that, unlike the Liberal Democrats. Somerset are putting council tax up by 7.5% and still demanding 63 million of EFS this year. They used, 37 million from their reserves last year and 37 million of EFS and haven't come close to fixing their problems. Labour in Swindon want 14.7 million of EFS and their budget gap grows to 25 million next year before miraculously disappearing after their election. I wonder why. In Wiltshire, we have the integrity to take those difficult decisions, to do the hard work, to keep our finances in check, in stark contrast to those around us. So what does this budget deliver? Well, it's balanced for this year with no use of reserves. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? That's what you'd expect. Now, in the MTFS, there's a projected gap of £937,000 in year 3. Compare that to Somerset's budget gap of 198 million. Just take those numbers in. Conservative Wiltshire has to find savings of 937,000 in 3 years' time. Lib Dem Somerset has to find savings of 198 million. Our gap in year 2 is a little higher at 4 million. And that doesn't mean we don't have any plans for closing that. AI has now got to a point of effectiveness where we think it will start delivering some meaningful savings from a council perspective. And work is going on at the moment. Officers are looking at how to translate that into specific savings. But until we've got that specific detail, I'm not going to see that put into a budget. We know that savings can be achieved, but I want the specifics before we crystallise those into savings that we are willing to put down inside the budget. I am entirely confident that we'll be able to balance next year's budget, and that will turn year 3 of our MTFS into one showing a surplus of about 3 million. Surplus of 3 million, 198 million gap to find. What do you want? Now, I'm going to caveat all that by pointing out 2 risks that are beyond our control. Firstly, there is a risk that government will continue its assault on rural England by changing the business rate retention scheme. They already take about 64% of our business rates to give to other poorer councils, and that could be increased. We are working really hard through the County Council network to get government to understand that delivering services in rural areas is expensive, and they've got to stop penalising us just because they don't understand rural life. And the other risk is the high needs deficit. We've discussed this at length in Cabinet and in previous budgets. It's the gap between the actual cost of education for young people with SEND and the funding that government provides. Government is supposed to fund all education, and yet it's sloping its shoulders and has done for many years now and passed that excess on to councils. Now, in fairness to them, the new government has pledged that it will sort out, not only resolve the issue this year of the gap, the SEND gap, the deficit gap, but also sort out the artificial deficits that councils are carrying on their books. I await the decisions on that with a degree of hope and a fair degree of cynical nervousness. We'll see what comes out of it, but they have promised. Inside this budget, I'll give you the highlights. I'll let Nick run through some of the details in a minute. But we have added into the base budget an extra £1 million of drainage works a year to fix small-scale drainage problems on our highways network. We've also added to the base budget continued extra funding for pothole repairs, gully cleaning, fly tipping enforcement, white lining of roads, and other items that we first funded through our business plan priority reserve. And that comes on top of an additional 10 million this year for preventative highways repairs. The total investment in highways this year and next total £22 million, almost half as much again as our government grant for maintaining roads. We're providing the extra funding needed to maintain our social care provision, both for adults and children. We're reopening City Hall in Salisbury as promised, and I will be clear, Councillor Sample played no part in this, despite his claims. We are providing an extra 10% funding to our arts organisations and museums. Inflation has placed huge pressures on their budgets, and I am delighted we can play our part in ensuring we have a wide range of cultural offers in Wiltshire. Far too many music and entertainment venues and arts venues are closing all around us as other councils cut funding. We continue to invest. Through careful management, we've extended the Towns programme by an extra year. There will be a challenge in next year's budget to find funding to continue the programme in an evolved form, and we need to understand exactly what government's going to do before we can, again, crystallise that. But supporting our town centres, yeah, one's a city and some are villages, I know, to put on events, to give people a reason to visit them that isn't just about shopping is really important. It is a huge priority for me, and the evidence shows it is working in our towns. Not only are we investing in renovating our leisure centres, making them more attractive to use, increasing membership, but we're also on track to deliver the brand new Trowbridge Leisure Centre opposite County Hall. Again, I should point out that despite their election leaflet claims, the Lib Dems had no part in delivering this. And before I finish, having just mentioned them, I thought I'd turn to the opposition here in Wiltshire. Now, in the run-up to an election, I would have hoped to finally see the fabled alternative Lib Dem budget for Wiltshire today. You know, the one they first promised, I don't know, Philip, what was it, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? I forget. They've been promising forever. Instead, I gather it's been postponed again until July, or unless they're about to reveal it, who knows. I'm starting to wonder if it should be renamed the Unicorn Budget. Perhaps if they'd actually turned up to the last Cabinet meeting and quarterly reporting, they'd have had some ideas. But as it was, all the scrutiny and challenge there was left to Graham Wright as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Management. Now, all in all, it might be just as well the Lib Dems don't have budget plans. Last year, they voted against the 10 million increase to highways funding in the budget. And now they're claiming in their literature that only they would invest in more roads. Abject nonsense. To say it's incoherent politics is putting things mildly. It shows at best an extremely flexible relationship with reality and truth. It is overwhelmingly clear that only one party has the competence to keep control of Wiltshire's finances. We know from the Lib Dem performance in Somerset and from their budget amendments in recent years in Wiltshire where their plans would lead. I've already explained the situation, the sorry, sad situation in Somerset. Fiscal chaos. Now, here in Wiltshire, their budget amendments since 2021 would have resulted in the Towns Fund not delivering any of its projects. No Explore Wiltshire, no events, no Wiltshire Mark. And their proposals altogether would now have used £18.5 million of our reserves. We'd be on the same track to financial ruin. Probably best they haven't got any more amendments today. It'd only make that number higher. That is what the Lib Dem approach delivers. And on the other hand, we have a guide as to what Lib Dems would do if they were actually in control in Wiltshire in a couple of our towns and city. So in Trowbridge, they've increased the parish precept by what? 80% in the last 4 years, and are drowning in debt. And in Salisbury, if anything, it is even worse. Yeah, it's a rainbow coalition, but they've increased their precept by 84%. They're closing public toilets and instead investing in an ice cream van and a mobile bar, which apparently is going to fix the financial problems. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, to quote Mark, you just couldn't make that up. Vote yellow, get chaos. So, to sum up, in politics, it is very trendy to offer change without any idea how to deliver it, to make undeliverable promises to the electorate. Wiltshire Conservatives will never do that. We have delivered on everything, all the changes we promised in our last manifesto. And we will deliver on everything we commit to in the manifesto we are finalising now. We will never make unfunded promises, but only straightforward commitments. We have a clear vision for Wiltshire and have shown we can deliver it. We've demonstrated over the last 4 years what competent Conservative administration looks like in Wiltshire. We're not just telling you we've delivered. We have data measured by external bodies to prove in area after area that we have kept our promises and delivered. We've bucked the trend when so many other councils are failing, chasing crackpot ideas rather than our approach of evidence-based policy. We've controlled our costs, invested in services, and year on year are making things better. Now, if we want to keep Wiltshire on this track, to invest and not cut, to make lives and our environment better and not accept managed decline, to build new facilities and not sell existing ones just to stay afloat, it is critical in this May we keep Wiltshire in safe Conservative hands. I commend this budget to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Clure. Councillor Graham Wright, Chairman of Overview and Scrutiny Management, to comment and present the reports of his committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. I sure you'll be pleased with this. Each select committee reviewed their budget areas at informal online meetings. The Financial Planning Task Group reviewed its budget on the 24th of January, bringing its report to Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee. On the 28th of January, the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee reviewed the budget in depth with the benefit of the Financial Planning Task Group's report, all the questions submitted by selected committee members, and detailed answers provided by officers and Cabinet. On the 13th of February, Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee also reviewed the budget amendments submitted for scrutiny by Councillor John Hubbard. Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee submitted reports to both debates on Cabinet and to full Council. They are included in today's agenda papers. May I just make a few thanks and then I shall complete my statement. Right. Thanks to all select committee members who submitted questions. They were really valuable this year. Excellent, robust scrutiny. Thanks to officers and the Cabinet for their positive engagement. Thanks to Councillor Hubbard for bringing his proposals to OSMC. Thanks to the Financial Planning Task Group for the detailed work through the year, especially Pip and Vice Chair. Thank you very much indeed. As ever, we will consider any tweaks to the budget scrutiny process for review under the next council, but feedback this year, as always, has been very positive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We don't have any public participation on this agenda item, so I'll move on to group leaders, and obviously Councillor Clure has presented the budget, so I'm not going to go to you for any more. Councillor Ian Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Richard for his speech, which I listened to with, as I think we all did, or most of us did, or some of us did, with great interest. And I have to say, for a valedictory speech, it was an excellent speech, Richard, so thank you very much indeed for that. I'd also like to thank a number of people, as Graham has done so. Again, without sounding like an old record, the officers, who I think have played an absolutely critical and central role in the financial management of the council, indeed over many years, but particularly while I've been a member of the council. And I'd like to thank, I'll get on to some of the staff more directly in a moment. I'd like to thank the council taxpayers of Wiltshire. Nobody's mentioned those particular people yet, for the fact that they provide the support that they do, and in the vast majority of cases, so willingly pay their council tax. And I have to say, you know, there are things that I disagreed with in terms of Richard's speech. It would be very odd if I didn't, but there were some things that I agreed with. And one of the things I agreed with is that we don't want to pay more taxes unless we absolutely have to. When I spoke to my wife, and my wife Liz is a great sounding board in terms of policy and issue and politics, and I said to her, look, we're thinking, and we were putting forward some amendments. Perhaps there might have been an amendment. I'm looking to the chairman of the Financial Planning Task Force. There may well have been a very strong argument for increasing the council tax, principally to find the resources to put more money into our reserves, given the challenges that we will face over the coming months and years. And she said to me, I don't want to pay any more tax. Why should I pay any more tax? And I think that she was right. And I always do what my wife tells me anyway, so that seems to be like a suitable and sensible policy. Let me just touch on some of the points that Richard made in his speech, if I may, Chairman. He talked, and I won't go on at length, you'll be pleased to hear, he talked about the devolution, and I think given the huge effort that so many people put in to that particular process, and I would include Richard in that, given the overtime that we all learned from our evening meeting here a few weeks ago, it was, I think, crushingly disappointing that the government didn't come forward and allow us to come forward. And again, I always make this point at this point in the debate around, or the discussion around devolution, and that is that the door must always be open to Swindon to be part of the solution. It always seemed to me to be extraordinary that they wouldn't be, but ultimately it has to be their choice and it has to be their position. Richard talked about the housing targets. I agree. Agreeing again. I think those figures the government have come up with are complete and utter bonkers, and we must do whatever we can, which is probably very limited in terms of the resistance that we need to play in. And I listened very carefully. This is maybe where we start to disagree with each other, Richard. Praise for the administration. I've tried my best as leader of the Liberal Democrats and the leader of the opposition to be constructive throughout my time as leader, but it's also part of my role to be a critical friend and to be a critic. And I have to say, in terms of the Cabinet and the management of so many of the politics and the processes that we face, if you wanted an example of the Cabinet in crisis, the Cabinet in shambles mode, then you direct yourself to the debate that we're not having now about the gypsies and travellers. I have to say, this council's inability to listen to residents, to understand the concerns of residents, to act on those concerns, and the fact that we waited to the 11th hour to pull the report, I think is an absolute disgrace. I also have to say that, and I know we have our disagreements, Councillor Bottle and I, the fact that our 5-year housing supply is down to barely 2 years. You can blame everybody else. You can blame everybody else. One has to take, frankly, and you're the one in this case, some degree of responsibility. I'm not going to interrupt you, so I would request that you don't interrupt me, if that's okay. We're going to come on to this a little bit later in the debate. The shambles that is Stone Circle. And I want to be very clear here that anything I say about Stone Circle, anything I say will be based on the public knowledge, the information that's available to the public. I won't be sharing anything that's been discussed as part of part 2 at the various shareholders' meetings, and I make that absolutely clear. And of course, we touched on, we'll come on to this in terms of the housing revenue account, the extraordinary failure to deliver the number of houses that you promised in terms of the council housing building programme. Failure upon failure. I'm happy to agree whether it's successes, but I think we have to be very honest where there have been failures as well. Let me come on to one of Richard's favourite pieces, the shocking, awful Liberal Democrats in Somerset. I've met many of them. I don't think they're shocking and terrible. What is very interesting, of course, is that they've been in control of that council since 2022. Just about 3 years. I can't quite remember who was in control of Somerset Council for 13 years. Somebody might like to help me out. I don't know. It could be the Conservatives, possibly. Yes, of course it was the Conservatives. And let's be clear, in terms of the amalgamation, the creation of the Unitary Council, of course, the vast majority over that period, the district councils were Conservative controlled as well. And I have to say, I've got some news of just a few days ago. Former Conservative councillor on Somerset Council, a chap called Councillor Ashton, has now joined the Liberal Democrats. And what did he say? Former Conservative joined the Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats have demonstrated they are up to the challenge of running Somerset. So if anybody should know, it should be him. And you may want to laugh. The smile might be wiped off your face on the 1st of May, frankly, Richard. But nonetheless, he seems to be confident in what they're doing. And my understanding is that one of the key problems that occurred in Somerset was the amount of reserves. So I'm very much in favour of maintaining reserves. The amount of reserves the Tories used to prop up their adult social care programme. That's a lesson perhaps you guys have learned. It certainly wasn't a lesson the Tories learned at the time. And of course, if you wanted, thank you, Paul. If you wanted examples, of course, of crashing disaster in Tory-controlled councils, you only have to look at Croydon, who borrowed to the nth degree and crashed. You have to look at Woking. You have to look at the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead. The list is actually quite considerable. Let me just touch on the issue of amendments, and then I'll get on to my wider speech. In terms of amendments, our intention at every stage over the last 8 years was to try and do something positive and helpful for some of the most marginalised people in our community, whether it be people with learning disabilities, whether it be the elderly through the lunch clubs, whether it be the blue badge holders. We tried to do something about the tourist industry in terms of retaining the funding for Visit Wiltshire, because I have to say the alternative, Richard, that you referred to earlier, as far as I can see, has been a complete and utter disaster. So let me just turn to the wider debate, and if I may, the wider discussion, and just say 2 or 3 things. Firstly, I think some of you may remember when I was here last year, I sat in enemy territory. I think I sat again next to my friend Philip Whitehead, if I remember rightly. I arrived in a wheelchair. I was on day release from the high security stockade at the RUH. And I have to say, from the wheelchair to a Zimmer frame to a walking stick, I literally, and this is genuinely the case, had to learn to walk again. For a period of several days, I think 9 or 10 days, my wife tells me, I was in an induced coma in the intensive care unit. And it literally was touch and go as to whether I would be here at the budget meeting last year and certainly here today. And the reason I mention all of that, because I'm actually quite a private, this might surprise some people, quite a private person in terms of my personal life and the things that particularly matter to me. But the reason I mention it is that there were 2 key lessons. There were many lessons, as you can imagine, sitting in the bed watching Antiques Roadshow 12 hours a day, but nonetheless. But there were 2 absolutely key lessons that I learned. One, this will be no great surprise to anybody, the absolutely central importance of public service and the extraordinary support and love and commitment that the staff at the hospital gave me. And of course, applying that to Wiltshire Council, how absolutely critical every single member of staff here is at Wiltshire Council in terms of playing their part in relation to changing people's lives for the positive. And when you're with a group of professional staff 24 hours a day, in my case in Bath for 7 months, you get to understand bluntly, the money pays the bills, but this is not about money. This is about tremendous commitment that people have to other people. And that's something that we have here at Wiltshire Council, and that's absolutely something that we need to continue and foster and encourage at every single opportunity. And the second thing that I learned, if I needed to be told, was that almost on a daily basis, you face another ghastly challenge. You face another situation where you have to make a decision and genuinely that could affect your life. And you get into a mode where you face those decisions, you take them on, you take on those challenges, and you do the very best you can with what you've got. And again, in terms of leadership of this council, my judgment is that it's critical that we face the challenges, we face up to the challenges, we don't duck them, we get on with them, and we do the very best we possibly can. Back to our amendments. I was told off at the Lib Dem group meeting earlier because I was going to suggest to this meeting that it was Albert Einstein that said that insanity essentially is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. But I'm told it's Rosa May Brown. Credit to Rosa May, but she is absolutely right. And frankly, the level of insanity of bringing more amendments before this particular meeting seemed to fit the bill perfectly. I've kind of been there, done it, got the T-shirt. The T-shirt's all ripped at the back with the number of knife blows that were inflicted time and time again. I'm not going to do that. That's not, incidentally, a criticism of John and his amendments, because I've got no doubt at all that, and I know for a fact, that his amendments are meant with absolutely crystal clear intention and goodwill, and I absolutely respect him for his amendments, and we'll come on to the debate. We'll come on to the debate in terms of the amendments in due course. So our position is clear. If we win on the first of May. I'm going to stop at this point because when I've said this before, lots of Tories have laughed at me. Not many people are laughing at me now, are they? There was, to be fair, a vague grin from Councillor Whitehead, but I put that to one side. It spoils my story somewhat. But anyway, if we win on the 1st of May, we will have access, which you have, which we've never had, to thousands and thousands of hours of staff time applicable to developing a budget, a full-time team of paid members of cabinet, of portfolio holders. We'll come on to those individuals in due course. I'm looking forward to that debate. And there will be a Liberal Democrat budget at the July council meeting with a new business plan. We'll call it a council plan. I think business is exactly the wrong word for what we're trying to achieve here. Let me just move on. I've spent, this might come as an extraordinary surprise to people, quite a lot of time in devices recently. I love devices, phone's going off. And I have a habit of bumping into people in devices. So we bumped into each other in the coffee shop. I met Device's most eligible estate agent as he was marching across the marketplace. And I also met somebody else who, of course, Councillor Wallace, of course, as we were, again, everybody meets in the marketplace. It's one of those places that I'm getting to know extremely well. And I just want to say this, because it really touched me when we spoke. I was heading in, you were heading out. And I mean this genuinely, the good people that sit in this chamber on all sides, that came into this chamber and continue to sit in this chamber to do the very best they can for the communities they serve. And I think that however tribal we become, however political speakers want to make the debate, I'm very, very aware of the talents and skills that all of us have. And I think there's a huge challenge, which I think this administration has missed, to be much more inclusive, much less tribal, to use the talents that we have right across the board of people that have given their time, given their energy for no reward. We effectively ask pretty much for no reward. And I just want to say thank you for that. I don't get many opportunities, Chair, so thank you for allowing me to say that. I thought you might try and interrupt me at that point, but you haven't, so thank you very much for that. But I have to say what makes me sad are the reports that we've been hearing. It's a shame that Councillor Piazza isn't here. One of the golden boys, I thought, when he was first elected, sorry? Well, I couldn't possibly comment on that, could I? But one of the golden boys, as far as I could tell, of Trowbridge politics, who bowed out, that's my understanding anyway, maybe Phil disagrees, but bowed out with what could only be described as a series of rocket attacks on the administration. Now, I have my views about Councillor Piazza, which I'm not going to go into. I think my colleagues in Trowbridge might have similar views, but that's not the point, because it's not about the messenger in this particular instance, it's about the message. And I have to say, folks, say again? I love a bit of audience participation. The only thing I'd say is if people interrupt, it just makes my speech even longer. So, and I have got something very lovely to say to you about your motion coming up a little bit later, so hang on there.
Can you stick to the agenda item in question, please?
I beg your pardon.
That would be quite helpful.
So
We're talking about the budget.
That in terms of the financial well-being of this council, I think one of the key lessons across local government is that people feel that they can criticise, feel that they can comment. And I think it's actually part of the organism of Wiltshire Council that people should be able to express their views. And what worries me, and I've heard this not just from your friend or ex-friend, Councillor Piazza, but also from others across the chamber, how things like the SRA arrangements, special responsibility allowances, are used to bully people, to encourage them to take a particular... I've heard it, don't tell me rubbish. I've heard it from members who sit opposite.
This is
in
nothing
this
to do with the
chamber.
budget, Councillor.
It absolutely is.
Well, it doesn't appear to be. Well, can you get to the point?
Absolutely is. So it worries me from a financial perspective, because if we want to ensure that the policies of this council and its financial policies are effectively monitored and scrutinised, it's critical that everybody feels free to express their views. And I don't think that's the case for a lot of your colleagues across the chamber. And I could have left that. I could have left it, but I wasn't going to leave it because it's true, and quite a lot of you know that to be the case. Again, if you keep interrupting, I can't make any progress. I can't finish, which is what you would want me to do. So I think it's really important that people are, this is why I made the point at the beginning of the meeting, or the beginning of the debate. It's really important that people are free and open to express their concerns when matters of this are discussed. And I just want to finish this section of my speech anyway, by saying, just reflecting back, and Richard was reflecting back over the last 4 years, so that seems to be acceptable, Madam Chairman. So I think the first cabinet meeting that I attended after Richard was elected leader, and we'll come on to questions at cabinet in a little bit. But I remember Richard saying, hopefully he won't deny it was said in public directly to me, look, we won, we're in charge. And it seemed to me that set the scene. It set the scene for this type of approach that Richard, unfortunately, and his colleagues seem to deploy in terms of running this council. Let me just turn now, if I may, sticking with the budget. Oh, no, I will, don't worry. And sticking with Richard's interesting comments about our towns and parishes and city council. Now, I'm a huge advocate and supporter of our city, our towns, our parishes. And so I'm not very happy when Richard and others start attacking the work of the councillors on those administrations. And I have to say, with all due respect, there's a degree of hypocrisy here. If you look at the increases, and boy, there have been big old increases. I'm thinking of Salisbury under the Tories, for heaven's sake. But if you look at the increases, what do we see? We see, one, the fact that they're not covered at all, Richard, when it comes to their employers' NI. Not at all. They have to, as we have to here, absorb all of those additional costs in terms of salary increases, which people expect quite rightly. But the other thing that I find extraordinary, which is just a bit hypocritical, is it's been the policy of this council, I think quite rightly, over X number of years, to push the responsibility for delivering services, grounds maintenance and so forth, to the city, to the towns, and so forth. And therefore, to then criticise. No, Wiltshire's been desperately keen to push it out year after year after year. Therefore, to criticise those bodies putting up their precepts to cover the cost of those additional services, I think is extraordinarily lame. Let me bring you to my favourite part of Wiltshire, which of course is the beautiful historic town of Caen. If any of you may be aware, we invented oxygen. No, sorry, we discovered oxygen. That's the right way around. Well, I think we invented it. We're that important. And I want to take you to a place called Finamore Gardens, which is a very nice little community on the edge of town, and it has a very nice play area. Well, it had a very nice play area. Small playground, 3 items of play equipment. 2 items now surrounded by that awful looking red and white fencing that Wiltshire put around things that don't work. Now, as the local member, I think, this isn't working. The residents aren't very happy. The kids can't play. Very bad news. I'll go to Wiltshire Council and say, please, would you fix it is owned by Wiltshire Council, incidentally. Will you fix the play equipment for the children in my ward? And what do I hear in response? No. It's going to be taken over by the town council so they can pay to have it fixed. And then, of course, the next thing is the administration will criticise Carn Town Council for putting up the precept to pay for something that Wiltshire should have done themselves long before it was handed over. It's a bit like, frankly, would you buy a second-hand car from Wiltshire Council? I'm not sure I would at the moment, quite frankly. Maybe I will on the 2nd of May. We'll see what happens. And let me just touch on a couple of other things, if I may. Yes, let's stay in the beautiful historic town of Carn and move to Priestley Grove, which actually has a rather lovely ring to it, actually. But Priestley Grove is the scene. I think scene is exactly the right word. Almost, I'm not going to say crime scene, but almost the scene, certainly, of Stone Circle Development's first housing adventure. A site that was opened months and months and months ago, which continues to be utterly unfinished. A site that I'm told on very good authority, and rather unfortunately for them, the original contractor published the value of the development that they saw they were building out, which according to the advice, professional advice I've had, was almost twice as much as you'd expect to pay in a commercial environment. That worries me. Aside from the appalling experience of my residents, month after month after month, looking at a unfinished, not even near finished, unfinished building site, from a reputational point of view, it's been a disgrace. I can't say anything else other than that. I think from a commercial activity, it's been a disaster. And let me be very clear, I'm only talking about Stone Circle Development. I'm not talking about the property company, but I think that we've got to a point with Stone Circle that we need an inquiry in public to fully understand what on earth is going on. I'm respecting absolutely what I've heard in part 2 without referring to it in public. I hope you'll appreciate that and understand that. But based purely on what I know, and any of us could Google if we want to now, actually, for those who are getting particularly bored at the back, you could take a look at the... thanks, John. Well, you're not at the front, but I take your point. If you take a look at the balance sheet at Companies House, you'll see why broadly, one of the concerns, one of the significant concerns I have about the viability of that business. So I think we've got to a time when we have to act, and frankly, we must act for the benefit of this council as well as the council taxpayers that support us and help us. I'm just going to touch on some other areas, the £15 million worth of so-called savings. I think I'd call them cuts. 1.4 million around learning disability, mental health working, and a phrase I find quite frightening, actually, working with the market in an outcome-focused way. I've no idea what that means, but it sounds to me like cutting services to people with learning disabilities. I'm looking at 1.835 million in relation to strength-based reviews around learning disability. Again, that sounds like professional speak for cutting. There must be savings that are in the savings column. And I have to say, there's something very cynical about the fact that we're proposing, or you're proposing, not to increase the council tax up to the maximum level this year, but I think I'm right in saying you're intending to do so next year. I think I'm also right in saying that car park charges aren't going up this year, but I've got a feeling they're going up next year. I don't quite know, well, that's what it says in the papers. I'm not quite sure what's happening this year, but maybe somebody would like to tell me whether it's something to do with the election. Let me finish. So where does this leave us? Well, I have to say, we didn't, I can stand here as long as you like, folks. We didn't barrack or jeer or behave like children when we listened to Richard's speech. We respected his speech. And I'm hopeful we'll do exactly the same to everybody else. So you don't need to behave other than as gentlemen and ladies, frankly, in this debate, if I may be so bold as to say. Two other things that concern me, and I think we've touched on them already to some extent. One is the ferocious bill that's coming down the track in terms of the high needs block, and everybody tells me the government will sort it. Wouldn't be so sure they will. We're talking about, and somebody will correct me, 'cause people are correcting me all the time now, we're talking about tens and tens and tens of billions of pounds that if that figure appeared on our books, our balance sheet would wipe us out completely. And of course, we can't ignore the ongoing exponential pressures of adult social care, which saw us drop into an £8 million deficit in July. We caught up, I say we collectively and corporately caught up, but that's not going to go away. That's going to stay with us and come back time and time again. So I'm not sure. I feel that the finances, although much better than many other local authorities, I wouldn't disagree with that, are in potentially a pretty fragile state if some of these headwinds hit us sooner rather than later. So I'm going to finish. Silence. I might go on. Silence. We have an administration who I think are rather complacent on the money. I think things are more challenging than they would like, and certainly Richard would like to say this morning. That's, I think, the reality. The failure of Stone Circle, I think, just underlines the complete lack of entrepreneurial ability in local government, but that's not a criticism I'd have for Wiltshire particularly. I think it applies across the industry. You guys are losing members, i.e. council members, on almost a weekly basis now. And again, I say this, and you can have a go, using the SRA system to enforce your authority, I think is not right. It's not right. So we have an administration, and I'm happy to tell you who's told me within your group. We have an administration that's tired, I think tired, rather like the Tory government was until July. I think is out of ideas. Frankly, I don't think the 1st of May can come soon enough. Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Thorne. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm sure you'll all be pleased to see that I've got no notes, so this isn't going to go on for very long. Seriously, can I thank the officers of Wiltshire Council for the work they put into the budget and coming up with all the figures, because I think whichever side of the house, or if you're in the middle of the house, without that, we would really be, well, in a mess. So thank you very much for all that. It's interesting sitting here, having heard what the Leader of the Council has said, what the Leader of the Opposition has said. I'm not going to repeat any of it because we've all got our views, and unfortunately it's probably quite polarised, but that seems to be the way politics works, even at council level. There's a couple of amendments coming up from an independent councillor, so I hope everybody will give it a fair hearing. One thing I am quite amused to hear is that after 4 years of going for the absolute maximum budget, we're suddenly 0.5% under, which I think is 20-25p a week, something like that. And it seems odd. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that it is election year, but it seems a little bit strange. And as I say, Councillor Hubbard's got a couple of amendments that he's going to put forward, which I think make a lot of sense. Undoubtedly, to one side of the chamber, it won't make any sense, and to the other side, it may or may not. But that is the life we're stuck with, isn't it? I look forward to the debate between the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives, and perhaps with Labour coming up as well. And let's have a nice, short afternoon. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
I'm just looking at my bit of paper and it's got less than half of one side. So I have got tickets booked for the London Palladium tomorrow night, but it seems that the theatre started today, didn't it, here? And my entertainment started today. And it's that time of year, isn't it? Once a year, this budget setting meeting comes along and we have this theatre, don't we? I do want to thank the Leader for managing a very challenging 4 years, and your staff and everybody who works for Wiltshire Council. You know, we can have our political differences, but you've got to give credit where credit's due. You know, you can sling insults and slogans, but you've got to give credit where credit's due. I could just say, I'm going to support what's on the agenda, and that could be it. But I hope you just let me just say a few things. There's one thing that we do disagree with politically, and that's the way we deliver services to the residents in the public of Wiltshire. When I first came here, 1989, Wiltshire County Council used to deliver services. Now we don't, do we? We commission it through somebody else. And we have this horrible line which nobody understands in our budget process called contract inflation. Try explaining that to a member of the public. They don't understand it. It's what we pay contractors for doing the same thing again, that they get an uplift. Not doing any additional work, they're doing the same thing. Contract inflation. The good news is, last year it was 17 million. This year it's down to 13. So I suppose that's, you know, a positive move. But as long as we continue that model, we will always be paying millions of pounds to companies, shareholders. God forbid it ever gets to the staff who deliver the services. That's the model we work. I do want to mention potholes. I always do. We've got some extra money from the government for pothole repairs. And I want to congratulate the county, particularly the last 6 months, the additional work we've done to try and keep up with that backlog and forever repeating pothole repair program. There was a grand announcement, I think it was a month or so ago, that we'd done 15,000 potholes. You know, well done. What we didn't say is that 60 to 70% of those repairs were repairs of a repair of a repair of a repair. And what I would plead with you is someone who's worked in the private sector all my life, I know a little bit about contract prices. Let's just pay a little bit more to get the repair done properly. What do we do? You've all seen it. The lorry, the kit, the plant comes along, 20 potholes in the street. They've got a ticket to repair 2. And that's all they're going to do. Don't matter if you plead with them, if you sign their ticket, that's all they're going to do. And instead of cutting a square, preparing the base, priming the edges, rolling the repair in just to get that twice or 3 times as long repair, it's the same old thing. A shovel off the back of the truck into a puddle of water and pat it down. 2 weeks later, bit of rain, bit of frost, it's all out again and we're paying again. The contractors love it. They love the way we repair potholes because they get paid again and again and again for the same potholes. For a few minutes longer, we could make those repairs last 10 times longer. Let's please seriously look at it, please. I just want to mention, you know, we declared a climate emergency, I don't know how many years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago. There's a couple of schemes, refurbishment schemes, one in the Market Square, it was a few years ago, where we purchased our products from China, did nothing to help our carbon footprint, probably killed 3 polar bears in the transportation. We've got better. We've now had Fisherton Street refurbishment. Where did we buy the products from? Ireland. It's a bit closer, the carbon footprint's smaller. Can I make a plea to please support local companies, local manufacturers, and buy British products, please? Just a couple of other small issues. There is, Richard talked about looking back, and I just want to look back until the budget. We were all there. It was our first budget, February 22, where the only way we could survive is if we presented a package of savings on our staff's terms and conditions. You all remember it? Many of us opposed it. Many of us thought it was not right morally. Here we are 3 years later. We haven't made those savings. We've gone through a process where we've had a long-standing dispute. We've had loss of income. We've had marches and protests through some of our towns. And we've achieved nothing, only a guilty verdict in the Crown Court, where we, Wiltshire Council, had a damning verdict of intimidating and bullying our staff. Guilty verdict. And then we've hung on with a so-called appeal, which finally has been resolved. And I want to pay credit to our new Chief Executive, who took post last August and has done the right thing, resolved the dispute, withdrawn the scandalous fire and rehire notices, and finally, I think it was last week, we've settled the compensation we owe to those employees that we sent the bullying and intimidating emails to. Thank you to the new Chief Executive for doing that. The question is, how much has it cost us? Apart from the damaging reputation to us as an employer, are we going to reassure our staff that that activity, that way of treating them is over? Because we've still got this guilty verdict. There's no appeal. It will be whether. You can't withdraw it. You can forget it, but it's still on our record. How are we going to reinsure our staff that we are a caring, responsible employer? How much has it cost? What lessons have we learned? And I suppose finally, who will take responsibility for it? Whose head will roll? Somebody must take responsibility for it. We don't go through all that scandalous activity without someone authorising it. I hope at some stage somebody will ask the question to get the true cost of that scandalous period. To move on, I didn't want to talk about Salisbury City Council, but the leader likes to mock them and laugh at them. They are a parish council. And the mobile bar and the ice cream van, yes, they will make money. They will make money. I hope I might be standing here next year or later this year and be able to tell you that they've made money. Let's look at what the Conservative group on that Salisbury City Council have done for us. Infighting, 4 by-elections, 1 parish poll, 5 leaders, 1 defection, 1 thrown out of the party, and a cost of £120,000 of unbudgeted spending. That's the other side of that little gestural thing about buying an ice cream van and hiring a mobile bar. Put it into context. The City Council are a small parish council who are doing what the residents are asking them and demanding they do. Well done with your budget presentation, Richard, and my group will certainly be voting for it. Thank you.
Crikey. Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Almost as long as Councillor Thorne, but I don't think I've ever heard you speak for so long. I don't think I've had no notice of amendments from group leaders, so I just confirm if there is a wish to move on, If group leaders are proposing any amendments, please just wave your arms about, and they aren't. Okay, thank you. So now we move on to the tabled amendments, and we come to Amendment A, which I call upon Councillor Hubbard to move Amendment A on free swimming.
No, I'm on. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, do you want me to just move first or speak to it first? I so move and seek a seconder.
I second.
Okay, Councillor Hubbard, you may now speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if you would indulge me just to exercise my constitutional right to respond to one of the comments by the Leader of the Opposition during that speech in terms of I'm not insane. I've always thought the role of the opposition is to oppose, is to offer an alternative, and is to say to the people of Wiltshire, there's a different way. Obviously, you think just not doing so is fine, but I just want to clarify today, I'm not doing what I'm told by my wife, I'm doing what I'm told by my conscience. So, Chair, members of the Council, you'll be delighted to hear it's only on 2 sides of A4 and it's double-spaced. I rise today to propose a simple, affordable and impactful amendment, one that would bring back free swimming for children and young people during school holidays at all council-run pools. This is a policy Wiltshire used to have. It was scrapped, not because it wasn't working, not because it wasn't popular, but because of short-term cost cutting. Yet we know, and the evidence shows, that this small investment pays off many times over in health, well-being and access to sport for young people. The cost, just £2.03 per year for a Band D household. That's 4 pence per week. I ask colleagues, what else can you buy for 4 pence a week that has such a positive impact on children's lives? We all want young people to be active, healthy and safe in the water. We all recognise that in a county with so many rivers, lakes and canals, water safety is essential. Yet for many families, even a small charge for swimming adds up, especially during the school holidays when childcare costs are already high. We have the leisure centres, we have the capacity, and we have the opportunity to make this happen right now. This amendment does not require cuts to other services. It would be covered by a tiny 0.115 increase in council tax. 0.115%, well within the government's cap. Now, I understand. Nobody likes raising council tax. I don't like it either. But let's be clear. This is an investment in public health. This is an investment in young people. This is an investment in Wiltshire's future. For less than the cost of a cup of coffee per year, not that we can get one here now, of course, but for less than the cost of a cup of coffee per year, we can remove a financial barrier that currently prevents some children from enjoying an activity that is good for their health and one that could one day save their life. Now, I know that some of my colleagues may be under pressure to vote against this. They may be under pressure to maintain that 5% or 0.5% cut, in council tax, and it seems that pressure is across the chamber today. But I say to you, this is not about party politics. It is about making the right choice for Wiltshire's children. Other councils, including Conservative-run councils, already do this. We did it in Wiltshire before, and we can do it again. So today, vote with your conscience. Vote for Wiltshire's children. And a special plea targeted directly for the leader, using terminology he will understand, and my apologies if I don't get the pronunciation quite correct. Pureri ne tante. Let the children swim.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. As the first group leader to speak and mover of the motion, I will ask Councillor Cluer to confirm in his response whether he wishes to accept the amendment as a friendly amendment before hearing from other group leaders.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I'm not willing to accept it as a friendly amendment, and I will explain why. I take many of the points you're making, John, but swimming is already taught as part of the national curriculum to all children. It's a requirement that they're taught to swim. So this isn't the difference between children being able to swim and not being able to swim. That happens through their education. We take an evidence-based approach to everything that we do. And we know that there are some families who need support, who need assistance, and we've got programs to do that. We've got the fuel program, we've got the household support fund, and the way we use that. But the evidence, and I'll let Ian, as Cabinet Member, go through some of the detail when he talks to this, but the evidence from when we had free swimming is it was mostly being used by people who were going to be swimming anyway, that it wasn't something that was providing that additional benefit. And I've had a lot of conversations on the doorstep, and I had one recently with a retired woman who lives on a pension, was very frustrated that that pension, state pension alone, that was now being taxed. I do not see why we should be asking her to pay more council tax so that middle-class parents are able to go swimming. We have got the support where we need it. We've got the support in place for those children, those families who need that assistance with activities of whatever the kind of activity they look at. Some of our area boards, I think Pusey has been working on providing that assistance in swimming because it's been identified as a need there. In other areas, the fuel programme provides support in different ways. So I don't think the evidence stacks up that this is the preventative measure that you pitch it as, I'm afraid. And I do think it is really important. I'll come back to the point I made in my speech. We should tax people as much as we have to, not as much as we want to. So no, I won't be accepting this as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. John, I wasn't accusing you of you being insane, and you know that full well. The insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, coming up with the same outcome. I completely empathise and sympathise with your amendment. There's a free vote amongst the Liberal Democrat group, so your wise and thoughtful and persuasive comments may well have an impact on many of my colleagues. I have to say, forgive the phrase, if I thought there was a snowball's hell in chance in hell of this council supporting your position, then I might take a different view. But again, we're playing, this isn't my problem with amendments from the Liberal Democrats, fantasy politics. I cannot see any point in bringing forward amendments to budgets and so forth, given that we know what the outcome is going to be. Life is, frankly, for me in particular, to some extent, far too short. So I absolutely respect your position. We'll see how the vote goes. I won't be voting for the amendment, quite frankly, for the very reasons I've just set out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ernie Clark. Nothing? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Happy to support, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Okay, I will now move to debate on Amendment A. So all those who wish to speak in relation to it, to this amendment only, please press your activation button now. And first on my list is Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling.
Thank you, Chair. I commend Councillor John Hubbard on bothering to bring this proposal forward. So far, we've heard the reason why. Apparently, others chose not to bother with amendments, and nor did they seem to bother with the actual scrutiny process in all of this. His amendment deserves consideration against the evidence, so I'll try and run through some of that. Starting with the need. Free swimming for all, he argues that free swimming for all will deliver significant benefits and refers to a decline in physical activity levels of children, particularly those from low-income backgrounds. Later in the same scrutiny meeting we were at the other day, our third quarter corporate scorecard reported actually an upward trend in our children's physical activity, a 9% increase. Our 56.7% was in fact significantly higher than the England average of 47%, which and also put us on track to achieve our 60% target. I accept we need to be difficult, we need to be careful with Sport England sampling and the timeframes, etc. But it is very clear to me that that data does not support Councillor Hubbard's claimed need in this area. Swimming is indeed a life skill. All young people should have the opportunity to stay active. Councillor Hubbard also suggests that free swimming would provide structure and reduce isolation. We actually introduced free swimming in 2009. It was part of a government-funded programme for children under 16. 207 councils took part, and actually for over 60s, 288 councils took part. Actually, 140 other councils did not, because they forecasted a significant loss in revenue. However, after the start of that, 18 months later, government ended the programme because they had done their evaluation, and what they determined was that it was not providing best value for money. Apparently, the great majority, 73% of those aged 16 and under, were swimming already and would have paid to swim anyway. We ceased free swimming for under 16s in March 2020. It was actually when our centres had to close for COVID. It wasn't a particular savings measure. Let's turn therefore to what are we doing to raise children's activity levels and continue the momentum upwards. And in particular, to help those low-income families in this. Our junior zone membership is free swimming, includes free swimming for 3 to 15-year-olds. Currently, there are 692 members. Under 3s swim for free at all our pools, so I don't have any data on that. Swimming lesson membership includes free swimming during public sessions. Around 12,000 children attend this 50 weeks of the year programme. Intensive swimming lessons are available in school holidays. 1,143 took part in 2023. Low-income families get a 30% discount on any leisure membership, including swimming lesson membership and intensive swimming lessons, with if they qualify in one of 11 criteria, such as being on universal credit or having disability. 203 schools use our pools to teach Key Stage 1 or Key Stage 2. That's 5,648 pupils each week. We charge the schools to use our pools, but the swimming is free to their pupils. Let's look beyond swimming, because the point overall is to raise activity. If the objective is to raise those activity levels to those facing barriers to participation, we need to look beyond our 16 pools. And here's a flavour of what we're doing. I don't have the time to go into the full list. Our weekly doorstep sports club sessions go to the heart of communities with higher levels of inequality and inactivity. In fact, we actually took a whole gang of children from Trowbridge 3 weeks ago to Bath Rugby, where they had a wonderful day at no cost to them. Our Ability Sports and Get Out Active programmes deliver weekly disability sports programme benefits children and adults with physical and learning difficulties, and that also includes subsidised access to one-to-one swimming lessons. This Girl Can delivers female-only physical activity sessions. Richard mentioned earlier our Fuel programme. It provides activities for children in receipt of benefits, related preschool meals, and other marginalised groups in the 3 main holidays. Last year, 2,147 children participated, nearly a third of them residing in a Quintile 1 area and 705
Can you wind
with
up now,
SEND.
please, Councillor Blair Pilling?
Jump to the end, if I may. This amendment would not benefit the cohorts Councillor Hubbard professes to be aiming at. We're already supporting them with a comprehensive, effective and sustainable range of programmes and pricing structures. I would suggest that we're best to leave the £1.288 million that he wants to take in our taxpayers' pockets.
Thank you, Councillor Blair Pilling. Councillor Paul Sample.
Chairman, when I was for a short time leader of Salisbury District Council, one of those local councils that was abolished under local government reorganisation in the hope that we could, in Wiltshire Council, be more efficient and much better at providing services across the county as a whole rather than individually, we were absolutely clear that swimming was an important part of the delivery of the district councils. And it won't surprise you to know that under Liberal Democrat, Labour administration, we as a council felt that it was appropriate that we would provide subsidised swimming or free swimming, in fact, to children during the school holidays. And we did so for lots of reasons, and we picked up the cost of it. And we also did it for over 60s as well. That was part of the offer which we as a council thought was essential. Of course, now here we are, getting on for 16 years later, and this issue has been introduced by John, and I pay tribute to him. I'm going to support the motion. I think it's the right thing to do. I do question the financial cost. It's got very much the look of a choose a figure and, you know, waggle it about a bit and see if you can add in a bit more and make it look more impossible financially. But as he's pointed out, it's less than a cup of coffee for an average house in Wiltshire. Of course, I come from a generation where my children learned to swim, not in the local swimming pool because we live too far away to make it viable. My children learned to swim in the sea during the summer holidays, and they learned to swim in some of Wiltshire's rivers. And of course, now, 14 years after the Conservatives first won power, you know, back in whenever it was, 2010, 2011, we have got rivers in Wiltshire where you would be a fool to let your children swim. They are full of sewage, of what has been allowed, that has allowed the water companies to discharge sewage throughout our county, and they are in many places, not everywhere, but in many places unfit for our children to swim. Of course I'm going to support John, and I urge everyone else in the room to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. Councillor Edward Kirk.
Thank you, John, for bringing this to the council. I do have a couple of problems with it, though. I mean, when my children learnt to swim, they had to go to a pool in Bradford-on-Avon, and that was part of a Trowbridge swimming club. I had to put them in the car, drive them over there. A lot of hassle, cost, parking, etc. And I know some Trowbridge residents now, well, actually someone who works with me, they take their children to the Westbury pool. So Trowbridge at the moment, I'm unsure of the capacity available, and I'd like your reassurance that it can work in practice. It's also this whole thing of areas subsidising something for a smaller group. So those who, like I've just said, don't have access to the swimming pools, it's too far away. I would prefer it to be more targeted, I must admit, and I align with the feeling that, you know, we should help those who can't get access to it. So I just hope you can sort of consider that. You may be able to persuade me to change my mind. I'm quite open to the idea of it, but I just don't see how it works with those two issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirk. Councillor Mike Sankey.
Thank you, Chair. I love the cup of coffee analogy. I've tried it in the past with residents, and I've gone to speak to them about certain raises for council tax. And invariably the response is, well, it's not just one extra cup of coffee though, is it? Because the Police and Crime Commissioner wants his coffee, the Town Council wants theirs, Wiltshire Council, so on and so forth. And we've got the situation now in Melksham, where Melksham residents are probably paying for 100 cups of coffee a month, but not getting to drink any of them. But having said that, I did think, no, it's a good motion, so I'm going to persevere. So I did go out and speak to some residents, and I did use the analogy. One of the residents was one of Councillor Thorne's constituents, actually, so I must apologise for that, Ian, but I am married to her. But no, on a serious note, the others I spoke to, I explained, told them what the motion was about, and most of them actually said, do you know what, that is one cup of coffee we wouldn't actually begrudge paying for, because it could actually save somebody's life. So I'm going to support the amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Another councillor, you're doing as your wife tells you, are you? Councillor Caroline Corbyn.
Thank you, Chair. I support John's motion. I believe Richard Clare is wrong, that the school do it for one term. So at a maximum, a child gets 6 lessons. And although they are very quick at learning and they are very good at adapting, 6 lessons gives them the fundamental basis for swimming. So to be able to access the pool for free at any time is important.
Thank you. Councillor Jerry Kunkler.
Thank you, Chair. I did say this at the Overview and Scrutiny meeting to John. Tribute to you for putting a motion forward. Since 2009, the formation of this council, I was absolutely gobsmacked. The opposition haven't come forward with any amendments at all. First time ever. I knew when John was the leader of the Liberal Democrats at the time, he would come here and be very robust. The spirit of what you're putting forward, John, is right, but we've invested heavily in leisure in this county over the last 10 years. I was a portfolio for leisure for a long time. We did have free swimming a few years ago. The problem was, because of the amount of, that was kids that could afford it, those that couldn't afford it, and all those that had the money, there was such a crowd, by the time we got to the end of the session, a lot of the children couldn't get in to do it. Now, I think that we should try to get towards the hard-to-reach children. And explanatory to that, in Pewsey, through area board funding, we could look for the hard-to-reach, identify the financial hardship children, and we can get them the finance to go to those swimming lessons and swimming, rather than making it a free-for-all and letting everybody do it. So, in the spirit of it, it's good, but over the years, I mean, you've got a brand new centre and swimming pool in Melksham now, and you're going to get, under the Conservative administration, a brilliant leisure centre in Trowbridge, thanks to the Conservative team, and you're going to get a brand new swimming pool there as well. And all this investment does cost money, and promoting health and well-being across the whole county, not only in just swimming, in other sports. We are all inclusive, and I just say, we've used the area board funding to get done. I think it's 22 we had in hardship. Then they can go and swim peacefully. They don't need to know, but well done, John, for putting your motion, but unfortunately, I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Jack Oakley.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is probably the second time I've spoken in this chamber. I normally used to speak to 200 students in a hall. So I'm a bit shaky speaking to a load of adults, and I don't know why. But Councillor Hubbard, I have worked with you for many years now with young people, and I have huge respect for the work you do for young people. However, I've just heard you say you don't like raising council taxes, yet on the 6th of Jan, you seconded a proposal at Melksham Town Council to increase that council tax by 25%. You did. And today, yes, it's only a small increase, but we're looking at increasing the council tax on Wiltshire Council. Do you like increasing council taxes, or is it just something that you're happy to do as a hobby? Yes. Having heard Councillor Blair Pilling and knowing that actually as part of the national curriculum, all Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2 students do receive swimming, this isn't about them learning to swim. This is about finding an activity over summer holidays, and therefore I don't see why or see this amendment improving their lives. Let's keep the proposed increase at the 4.5% and let's not up it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oakley. Councillor Laura Mays.
Excuse me. Thank you, John. I thought very hard about this, as you can imagine. I'm a keen swimmer. I'm also obviously the Cabinet Member for Children's Services and a great champion for children. And you have in the past come up with very sensible budget amendments, which in contrast to what Councillor Thorne is saying, we have approved through this council over many years. And I also really wanted to find out what the benefits were of having free swimming when we did have it in place. I'm a very keen swimmer. I have two very active boys, now no longer boys, but men. And swimming was a really important part of our summer holidays and school holidays. But what I really found out was, and I've been questioning our education team, learning to swim is part of the national curriculum, and I've got it here. Every child should be taught to swim competently, confidently and proficiently over a distance of at least 25 metres. They should use a range of strokes efficiently, and they should perform safe self-rescue in different water-based situations. So I'm confident that Wiltshire's children are being taught to swim, and that is free and in schools, and that's very important. I think the point that Jack raised about it being an activity for school holidays is also very important. And I think the work that Ian has referred to, the many activities that we lay on for children, particularly the fuel programme and other programmes, again makes me feel confident that as a council, we are providing the activities that young people need. And so therefore, I won't be supporting this amendment because I don't believe it will reach the children that you and I know need it. What will happen is it will benefit families who are swimming anyway. And I think what's important is that we target anything that we do for our young people to ensure we reach the right people. So I'm afraid I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McLennan.
Thank you, Chair. I seconded the motion because John's mate wasn't here, but I'm happy to second it. I sense that the feeling is that this is not going to go well for amendments, as amendments tend not to go well here, although that may change come May. But what I picked up on in the debate is, A, that there is a sense that we want to help children swim. Three things that struck me. One, Richard Kluwer referred to middle-class children and subsidising them. I agree with him. Two, Ian Blair Pilling said that we are trying to help children in getting more leisure, and I agree with him. You've done a lot of work, Ian. And Laura Mays just touched on the very sentence that, for me, sums up what John was trying to probably achieve. And that is that there are people, there are children that don't get what we would like them to have, and we may teach them to swim, but they never swim again because their parents can't afford to let them swim. So there are a section of people that are deprived, that may get some help, that will never materialise. And as Paul, I was thinking Paul, and should I call you Paul? But of course I should. Paul, been a long time. Paul and I served on Salisbury District Council a long time ago, and we built the leisure centre there while I was a councillor under the Labour and Liberal partnership. And I was the last chairman, so if we ever bring a Salisbury District back, I'm your man to open it up again. I took the flag down, I can put it back up. But the final thing is, as Paul said, I forgot what he did say now. Sewage in the rivers, that's the one. The children that didn't be able to couldn't afford swimming, used to swim in the rivers. They can't do that now. It's dangerous, thanks to Tory government and all the sewage that goes in the rivers. So what I say to you is, you're not going to let this amendment through, I can feel it. But what I say to you, Ian Blair Pilling, listening to Laura, listening to Paul, listening to yourself and what you're trying to do, look at those, that 30% discount probably doesn't do it for those on universal benefits where their parents haven't got any cash. So 90% is probably not enough. For the few you're talking about, and you can do the analysis yourself when this is gone, have a look to see if you can help those children. It would help Laura sleep better at night. It would help me sleep better at night. And I think it would help everybody sleep better at night. So I'll leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Trigg.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat lots of things that have already been said. I think we all recognise how valuable it is for young people to be safe in water and able to swim. I do have a question we might take back to Children's Select Committee, though, is that how many of the children who are taught swimming in schools actually finish that as a completed able to swim? Because I'm not sure we've actually got that detail, would be interested to know. I am going to support this. I do believe having any kind of additional activity has a cost benefit as well as a health benefit to us overall, for all of us in our communities. But I think I hope we also recognise in this chamber that there are lots and lots of families that are just on that edge. They are not within the benefit system, but they are really struggling to deal with finances on a day-to-day basis. And if we're not careful, they get shut out of lots of activity as well. And this is an activity that, for me, has both a health benefit and a cost benefit to us as a community, which is why I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Ross Henning.
Thank you, Chairman. My first knee-jerk reaction to this was, yes, of course I'm going to support John, because any support investment in young people, in my mind, is great. It's wonderful. Of course we need to do it, especially the way that youth funding has been devastated, not only in this council, but across the country over the last 10 years. So that was my first reaction. But you know, amongst our own group, I started to waver, listening to Ian and all the things that are put in place to support young people in leisure centres and beyond. That's all very good. I learned to swim in my grandparents' living room with my stomach on a chair doing the old breaststroke before I was allowed to go into a pool, so I learned to swim. But then after I'd learned to swim, I went to swim in the river in Chippenham. I'd spent many hours swimming there around the weir and up around the Sea Cadets, and there were occasions where overflow drains did empty into the river, and I don't want to go into that, but and it's a lot worse now than it was then. And I hear you, Mike, too. You know, I will have to support this motion because I do feel that yes, children are taught in school, but beyond that, they need to practice as well, and they need to have joy in swimming, and some of that is done in rivers, and some of that is done in leisure centres for those that can afford it. So overall, I feel I have to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Cave.
Thank you, Chair. On the matter of Councillor Hubbard's amendments, I want to start by acknowledging that they are well intended. I've wrestled with this issue. My concern is straightforward. Will this result in poorer families subsidising more well-off families to swim? If yes, then that's a matter we really need to address. I appreciate the sentiment behind this proposal, but as many have noted, it doesn't seem to achieve the impact you quite rightly want to. If this was more targeted through, say, area boards or something like that, I think I'd be much more comfortable supporting it. I also agree with Councillor Sankey's remarks about every organisation always seems to claim it's only a cup of coffee. Well, that cup of coffee does add up. So you have to think about the cumulative impact of our residents. However, credit must be given where it is due. Councillor Hubbard, you have come and presented an idea with a clear vision. That's more than can be said for the Lib Dems who haven't bothered to show even how they'll spend even 1% of this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. Amazingly, Councillor Sample gave me the answer I wanted. He was the only person who's spoken, not from a town. Right? My kids haven't got a swimming pool. I didn't see the transport bill within the sums. They can't get to the swimming pool if you give them free swimming. You are just giving free swimming to those who can get to a swimming pool. When the school gives swimming lessons, the coach turns up, they all get taken together. We haven't got a swimming pool. Trowbridge has got a swimming pool. Other places have got a swimming pool. You've got one coming now. We haven't got a swimming pool. Rural speakers, rural councillors sat here, can't get poor kids to the swimming pool. There's one car, there's no public transport, they're stuck in the village, they play football, they run round, they go in the woods. We can't get to the swimming pool. So this is very one-sided towards town-based children and not to poor rural children that we look after. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Holder.
Thank you, Chair. I've come to this genuinely without really an opinion, John, and I do share some of the sentiments that you've brought forward. And I do think there is some merit in, after this debate, having conversations with the excellent leisure team at this council to find out what they can do through their existing provision to satisfy the sentiments of your amendment. I am aware that there is some activity going on across all of the leisure facilities, and I apologise for the corporate speak, that there will be shortly piloting free access to all of our leisure facilities, not just swimming, for a target cohort using the principles of proportionate universalism. Now, I don't really know what that means. But I think what it means is making sure there is provision to all of our leisure facilities, possibly including swimming, whatever their circumstances. I think we need to understand a bit more the point that Councillor Whitehead made about the ability for people to access the facilities. However, on balance, John, I will not be supporting this amendment. And my reason for that is this. You know, Councillor Sankey talked about another cup of coffee, etc., etc. Somebody else spoke about the issues of our families who are really close to going into poverty and not being able to afford the increase in taxes, whether it's from the council tax, whether it's from the Police and Crime Commissioner. Today we've heard that our energy prices cap is going to go up by 6.4% from April. That is going to force a significant number of our residents into fuel poverty. I listened to an interview this morning on the way in from the Chief Executive of the Citizens Advice Bureau. She is urging that to be reviewed, and I cannot in all good conscience support an increase in the council tax that we are proposing to raise. We've already been made to increase it more than we wanted to by the central government funding cuts. And in all conscience, John, I cannot agree to an amendment that will further increase the burden of tax, whatever its source, upon our community. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor David Weigel.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just wanted to nail a couple of the arguments that have been used against this motion. And first of all, 2 Cabinet members have said that learning to swim is on the national curriculum and therefore kids learn to swim. Well, that wasn't the experience of my kids. I'd like to know, was any councillor in the chamber who's had children at a state school in the 21st century who've actually learned to swim from nothing all the way to being able to swim well in a state system? Well, fine, a few may have done, but ours had the same experience that yours had. It was like 1 term in year 3, and that was it. And actually what they did was the same as Councillor Kirk's children. They went to the Bradford-on-Avon Swimming Club, where some fantastic volunteers, over a period of about a year, helped them to learn to swim, voluntary sector rather than at school. So I don't think, just because it's on the national curriculum, it happens. It's on the national curriculum that all kids should understand politics. So where did that go? Secondly, I've heard it also said this is going to benefit middle-class kids because they will take advantage of it while the ones in real need won't. I think that does a disservice to our officers who are really good at targeting things. If you look at the fuel programme that takes place in the summer, they are able to find the right kids and get the right kids referred. So I think in this situation, they would better reach out through social media and all kinds of other means to get the right kids to take advantage of it. So I've moved from abstaining because while I agree with levying the maximum council tax rise, given the needs we have to serve as a council, I wasn't sure this was the right priority. But given that I haven't heard anything to dissuade me from believing it is a really good priority for the very small amount of money it costs, I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Alford.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be long. It was just to say I heard a few people today mention how difficult it's been for residents of Trowbridge to get swimming, and they've had to take their children to Westbury, Bradford and Avon. I thought it was an opportunity perhaps to just say how fortunate we are that we've managed the council so well. We're getting a new leisure centre in Trowbridge. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speakers. So, Councillor Hubbard, as mover of Amendment A, do you have any final comments before the leader closes debate on this item?
Thank you, Chair. If you'll indulge me, I'd just like to respond to a few of the comments that have been made, because I think actually on the whole it's been a very constructive and positive debate, and I thank members for that. And I think on the whole that there's been some key issues raised. I would like to make one matter of factual correction right at the very beginning. Councillor Bear-Pilling, I'd like to draw your attention to the minutes of the meeting of this council on the 17th of May 2011, when I put this amendment for the very first time to this council, because the funding was actually being withdrawn that year, not 2020. And I refer you to Amendment 4, which is on page 11 of those minutes, and the response of the then Cabinet member, Councillor Stuart Wheeler, who explained that free swimming had been a government-funded scheme. Unfortunately, when considered against other council priorities and the financial pressures on the council, continuation of the scheme could not be funded by the council. So it wasn't 2020 this ended. It was I think it was actually 2010, and it was one of the first things to come about as a result of the ever-popular coalition. But just to respond to a few of the other points that have been made, lots of people have talked about funding middle-class people swimming. Yes, it would do. I'm sorry, I can't argue that. But at the same time, our council tax funds our library service. Middle-class people borrow books. Our council tax funds our road repairs. Middle-class people drive cars. The whole concept of taxation is actually to make sure that key and important services are available to everybody in our community. The point of this is, do we consider giving this opportunity to children to be a key point? And as one of the councillors raised, I'm sorry I can't remember which, there are an awful lot of people who are really living on the edge financially. And to put it into context, for a young person to go swimming once a week in each of our school holidays throughout the year, it would cost that family £64 at the current published rates for our swimming facilities. So it does make a difference. Councillor, you made a point about asking the poorest to pay. Just a reminder, of course, we base all our figures on Band D council tax properties. Okay. If you're actually talking about somebody living in a Band A property with council tax relief, the poorest of the poor in our community, they'd actually be being asked to pay 10 pence a year towards this facility. Okay, I'm not sure that's even a grain of coffee in today's prices. I can't allow Councillor Oatley your comments to go by without riposte. I was, of course, supporting the rise of 25% at Melksham Town Council because that's what the responsible financial officer was telling us we had to do to comply with legislation. He, of course, has since resigned because councillors won't take his advice. So you can read into that as it will, but I was wanting to stick with what we were being told was a legal requirement of the council to do. Philip, through you, Chair. I still remember Councillor Britton telling me off. I can't be responsible for the fact that we don't have enough leisure centres in this county. That might be a matter you want to bring up with the administration. As for school children learning to swim, yes, the requirement is that they can swim 25 metres at the end of Key Stage 2. The reality, of course, is many can't. The reality is that there just isn't all of what's meant to happen under the national curriculum that does happen under the national curriculum, and I'm sure we all could cite many, many examples. So I thank the council for its debate. I know I'm not going to win. Somebody said to me before we started, you know you've not got a cat and mouse chance of getting this through today, don't you? I know, but it raises attention. It brings it to the public mind. And of course, many of the amendments that I do remember moving when I was sat in Councillor Thorne's seat in the past, later came in a year or two later as part of the administration's budget, because they know good ideas when they see them, and they were more than happy to use them. And it wouldn't surprise me, should this administration still be in power, to see something of this ilk coming in within the next 18 months.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Clure, as mover of the original motion, do you have any final comments on Amendment A before we move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly. Just a couple of observations. I don't think, Councillor Sample, it's fair to suggest that officers are providing figures by wiggling things about. That isn't the way that our officers behave. They pull together very serious estimates of what costs would be, in this case, the impact of lost income based on some evidence that we have from when this was actually being carried out. So I really think that that's not an appropriate way to be talking about the estimates being made from officers. I mean, back to the point, I think you can see, John, there's sympathy for what you're putting forward. The problem is it's universal and not targeted. And if we're going to be doing things on an evidence basis, particularly when there's already universal provision, and let's not think that free swimming would teach children to swim. If children can swim, then yeah, they probably go and attend free swimming. If they haven't learned to swim through Key Stage, through the national curriculum, they're not going to be going to take advantage of free swimming. But the issue here is about making sure that we are targeting our support at those who need it most. The fuel programme does that. The programme that Nick alluded to, where we are trialling we've got the pilot about to start looking at providing that universal service, or that proportionately universal service. And again, I'm going to have to find out precisely what that means. But the proportionate universal service through leisure centres, aiming at those young people that need it most, that aren't able to access it. I think that's the way that we address this sort of issue. If there's specific need, as we've heard, Pewsey Area Board has looked to address that. So it's not that I think we have sympathy with what you've put forward. It's just that the evidence base isn't there, that this is, in my opinion, at least the right way to be using an increase in council tax, which is why I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're now going to move to the vote. So in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this amendment, and you have 20 seconds now to vote. Okay, that's 59 against, 21 for and 6 abstentions. So the amendment is lost. And I think now this is an appropriate time for us to break for lunch. So if you could be back at 2:15, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Welcome back after lunch, everybody. Let's move on now to Amendment B. And I call upon Councillor Hubbard to move Amendment B.
So moved, Chair.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Corbyn, thank you. Would you like to now speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the Council. If we believe in value for money, if we believe in spending wisely, and if we believe in helping people live independently in their own homes, then this amendment should be a no-brainer. Re-enablement is one of the most effective social care services we provide. It helps people recover after illness or hospital stays so they don't become dependent on long-term care. Right now, our enablement service, though superb, is stretched. There are people in Wiltshire today who could be regaining their independence but aren't getting the support they need. And what happens when they don't get it? They end up back in hospital or in expensive long-term care, costing the council and the taxpayer far more in the long run. During my first amendment earlier on, there was much made about evidence. So here's some evidence for you. Right now, 91% of people who receive enablement support stay in their homes 3 months later. That's huge. That's lives changed. That's families supported. This amendment would expand the service by providing an additional 450 hours of care per week, allowing more people to stay at home, stay well, and stay out of hospital. And how do we fund it? 13 pence per week per household. That's £6.82 per year for a Band D property. 2 cups of coffee or a jar of Nescafe. Some may argue that this costs too much. But let's be honest, the real cost is doing nothing. If we fail to invest in re-ablement, more people will need expensive long-term care. This costs the council and Wiltshire taxpayers far, far more. Some councils have already recognised the long-term savings of investing in re-ablement. We can either lead the way or wait until the system is in crisis and costs spiral further. So, colleagues, Conservatives, Ian, I know many of you care deeply about financial responsibility. I know you don't want to charge more on council tax. But that is why I urge you to back this amendment. It's not just the right thing to do ethically, it's the right thing to do economically. Every pound we spend now on supporting getting people out of long-term care and supporting people getting out of hospital and into their homes and living independently is a small fortune saved down the line. Let's be proactive. Let's invest in keeping people independent. Please support this amendment today.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. I'll now move on to group leaders' comments, and as the first group leader to speak and mover of the motion of the budget motion, I will ask Councillor Clure to confirm in his response whether he wishes to accept the amendment as a friendly amendment before hearing from other group leaders. Councillor Clure.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm afraid, no, I don't accept this as a friendly amendment, and I'll explain why. I think, John, your last amendment, the one on swimming, was a lot more nuanced. I'm not sure that you've done your homework to enough detail here. Reablement is a really important service. I don't think any of us would disagree with that. Reablement does an extremely good job. It doesn't get to 91%. It's something like 82. I think you've pulled the wrong number off the last quarterly report, but it does a very good job at keeping people out of hospital, the vast majority of those who engage with it. But at the moment, we are in the process of absorbing from the Integrated Care Board the Home First programme. That is an additional 2.3 million of expenditure that is going in to reablement right now. And officers tell me that it is going to take some time to absorb that, to do the work of bringing that service in. And that service is, if I dare say, at the moment, perhaps less effective than our reablement service. That's why we want to bring it in-house, and to make sure that it is linked into the work that we are doing. Reablement staffing has been a struggle. We were looking at vacancies of around a quarter. We're down to a 10% vacancy rate, but even then, there is still work to do to get reablement up to the point where we're spending all the money going into it right now. And then you've got the additional Home First work. So there is a huge amount of absorption to be done there. I'll let Jane run through some of the specific details. But if officers had come to me in the budget process and said, we need more funding for reablement, we would have done everything we could to find it, because we know how effective it is. I've asked officers, having seen your amendment, if they want at the moment more funding and if they could use it, and the response I've had back is no, we need to take time, at least a year, possibly longer, to absorb the services coming in and to make sure that they are being as effective as possible. And at that point, if officers come back and need more funding for reablement, great. But right now, I'm being told by the professionals that there isn't the capacity and they do not need more funding, that they have got so much to do with the work and the facilities that they have, that it's simply not the right time for this. So on that evidentiary basis, and the evidence is critical, I'm not willing at this stage to support that motion. As I say, if officers say next year or the year after we need more for reablement, then yeah, my goodness, we should listen. Right now they're saying we don't.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Again, John, I don't think you're crazy. Just to re-emphasise that message to you. Our position is exactly as it was before lunch, or my position anyway, and that is that we're not promoting amendments, whether they're ours or anybody else's, but it's a free vote amongst the group. And again, I've no doubt that your arguments will sway many of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ernie Clark. Thank you. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank John Hubbard for bringing this motion and for putting the work in to actually enable this to be in front of us, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. I will now move to the debate on Amendment B. All those who wish to speak in relation to this amendment only, please press your activation button now. And first on my list is Councillor David Vigar.
Yep, sorry. I just say earlier on that I did support the idea of levying the full 4.99%. I'm not convinced this is the right ends to spend it on. I think had we gone to officers and said, do you want the full 4.99? They probably would have said yes. I don't know what they would have suggested spending it on, but I can see things like the high needs block, for example, or other aspects of adult social care, perhaps being other priorities that it would need to be spent on. But I do think that a council like this one, which is serving so many vulnerable people in the community with such a spectrum of needs, right through from children with special needs to adults, to the people who are coming out of hospital but not coming out of hospital in sufficient numbers because the care isn't there for them in the community. This council provides all those services, as do other principal councils, and I do think that we should be asking our residents to pay the 4.99. I think there's a wider problem that this country has with taxation. I think we have a problem as a community and as a country with tax, and we can hear it from over there. If you look at other countries, Germany, for example, or Denmark with other Nordic countries, way back in time, after the Second World War, a kind of fiscal contract was built up in those countries whereby people understood that if they paid a decent whack of their earnings, typically a third to a half, then they would get really good public services. What they got was good roads, good hospitals, good schools, good training, good education. And you see what's happened to those countries. They've developed, their economies have prospered. And now your average German person earns so much more than the average British person that even though they pay a third of their income in tax, they're still better off in terms of their take-home pay. In Denmark, that situation is even more pronounced. The UK is 28th out of 38 in the OECD for the amount of tax it asks from its people, 31% against 35%. We've got to, at some point, understand that you get what you pay for. Just to bring it back to the local scene, I am very encouraged that my first experience of standing for office was in 2021 in Trowbridge, and we had a very, very politically clear set of choices for the electorate. When you stood on the doorstep, you knew that the Conservatives had said, we don't like the debt in Trowbridge. They said, as the leader said today, we're drowning in debt. Well, had Trowbridge been drowning in debt in 2021, then all will be left now is a few bubbles and a maritime memorial. But we're still there, still alive and kicking. And the Tories were saying, we're drowning in debt, cut the taxes. The Liberal Democrats were saying, actually, that debt is there because the loans pay for the civic centre, they pay for the football ground, they pay for facilities, they pay for the park, they pay for the museum. Your call. Do you think that the debt that's sensibly managed, sensibly serviced, and we haven't gone bankrupt yet, is a better thing when you also get the services than cutting everything? And we know what the result was. In that town council election, the Liberal Democrats won, gaining 4 seats from the Conservatives. So that's how the arguments worked out there. And the people of Trowbridge know that you get what you pay for. And I think that people in this country need to understand it more widely. Thank you.
Thank you. A sort of slight deviation from the point there, Councillor Vigar. But Councillor Jane Davis.
Thank you. This amendment is welcomed by me from Councillor Hubbard because it draws attention to our excellent reablement services, which were introduced in 2018 by my predecessor, the late Councillor Jerry Wickham. And it was his passion for this that really drove it through, working closely with officers. And it has changed numerous lives for the better. It's a very, very good service, as Councillor Hubbard has said. This amendment proposes a permanent increase in funding for Wiltshire Reablement Service, and it said it would deliver increased capacity to work with individuals to improve levels of independence and quality of life and to reduce reliance on funded long-term care. Now, we are officially recognised as a good council in our provision of adult social care, and we do this primarily by focusing on prevention and getting the right support in the right place at the right time. And by doing that, it allows us to carefully manage our budget. The benefits of the reablement model include reduction in ongoing care support, avoiding or delaying the need for formal support services, an improvement in a person's well-being, particularly in terms of their functional independence. That means the ability to do things like make a cup of tea or a sandwich for yourself, to walk to the shops, and it thereby increases their confidence, self-confidence, and improves their perceived quality of life. Very important things. Reablement contains various aspects, and some of these other initiatives are adaptations without delay. That means getting on and providing the right equipment at the right time, optimising care, intensive enablement and outreach services, and our prevent and wellbeing teams that work in the communities, supporting people who are on the edge of care. All of the services I've mentioned produce savings for the council too. These are not cost avoidance. These are actual savings that are worked out by calculating and recording the cost of care at the beginning of an intervention and at the end of an intervention. And this year, without February and March data, these services have saved more than £3.2 million in the last 10 months. So given all of that, what could possibly be wrong with suggesting we add additional funding of £1.324 million this year, 1.4 in 26-27, and 1.47 in 27-28? Well, our current budget for reablement is 5.7 million and is already being increased this year
by 2.3 million because we are bringing in-house the the Home First service previously provided through the ICB by Wiltshire Health and Care. This represents a 40% plus increase in activity provided by Wiltshire Council, and this will require careful management. Our officers will be very busy managing staff being 2P'd across, picking up the new activity and recruitment of new staff to fill posts going forward. We are always very focused on our preventative work. As I say, it needs to be in the right time at the right place. And any new additional funding would have to be based on scoping and modelling expansion of the service. We fully fund the reablement service currently. We meet existing demand and support very successfully. We as the council have been recognised as being officially good at doing this. Without scoping and modelling to find a way to expand our services beyond the demand we've already identified, we wouldn't know what to do with the additional funds. And given the additional demands already being placed on officers through the planned expansion already underway, there simply isn't time this year to undertake scoping and modelling to expand and develop what is rightly recognised as a successful service. The risk here is of providing funding which it's just not possible to spend. It won't have the intended positive result. It will just take money out of our residents' pockets without improving lives. Therefore, I won't be supporting this amendment today, Councillor Hubbard, and I would look to all of you and suggest that you don't, on this occasion, support it either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Claire Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for your motion, which I think, on the face of it, has to be a good thing. Reablement clearly is a service that is important and successful. However, the whole health and care system needs to be looked at, and the funding potentially realigned across the whole thing. My feeling is putting money in one bit of it right now without examining that entire pathway, that entire system, may not be the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel Cave.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, well-meaning proposal. I think we're already hearing that there's maybe some issues with it though, but again, well done on putting forward a proposal and your ideas and specifically stating in a fair manner how you intend to pay for it. Whereas when we see in amendments previous years, it's always we'll take money from this fund that's already been spent because they don't want to admit that they would increase tax. So I think that's very fair of you to do and very transparent. I also like to just make a point that we heard in this chamber, if you indulge me for 10 seconds, which is, I find it very odd to say that you can survive going into massive amounts of debt and not going bankrupt by increasing tax by 75.61%.
I think we're straying off the subject.
I know.
I should have stopped Councillor Weigart earlier, but I take your point, and if you could not continue along that line and finish what you were going to say.
And that is it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Matthew Dean.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. May I say you're looking radiant today.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Can I just mention the law of diminishing marginal returns?
You've temporarily left me speechless. Re-enablement, that is the short-term support by specialists to help residents returning from hospital in their homes, is obviously a key activity that this council should be undertaking. I can't think of a more frontline service. And I find it surprising, some of our councillors here, they absolutely talk through the prism of the council and not of our residents. The reality, of course, is that there is capacity in the private sector to deliver more re-enablement. And isn't it fascinating that the administration is really interested in working to bring all of these services in-house? I find that quite surprising from a Conservative administration. Apart from anything else, we know that there are problems with productivity because of the much higher pensions that we tend to pay in this council compared to the private sector. The next question is, no one has actually said the most important bit to me of all, which is everybody that needs good quality re-enablement services, are they getting that from this council? Is it demand-led or is it budgetary-led? And I think anecdotally, based on some casework that I've been dealing with, where I've managed to get the NHS, interestingly, rather than the council, to fund through their out-of-hospital service, I found it pretty difficult to get one of my residents to be looked after. She broke her hip. Her husband has got MS and is not in a position to lift her or do any meaningful caring for her. But they're both in excellent mental health. They don't want to move out of their bungalow. And they would be exactly the sort of people that a bit of extra re-enablement cover from this council would benefit. So I think there is a demand for it over and above what the council have identified. I think that money could be spent properly and wisely by having a partnership with the private sector. And I will, for those reasons, be supporting this motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Hubbard, as mover of Amendment B, do you have any final comments to make before the leader closes debate on this item?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and had I realised that flattery worked, I would have tried it a long time ago.
You're looking radiant, Councillor.
I always look radiant, Councillor Dean, but you're kind to mention. Thank you, Chair. I think there were some interesting points raised in the debate. I think that Jane, you highlighted all the benefits of re-enablement, and that is my argument. I know you say that you don't think that there's capacity to put that much in this year, but there are more than one way to skin a cat, and even as Councillor Dean was just pointing out there, it could be that we use some of that expenditure on third parties to help deliver service, because goodness knows the demand is there and the savings we would make from it later would be made. And of course, the biggest advantage, if we did do that, we might be able to go from a good to an outstanding, and then all of those treats would have been accurate.
Thank you. Councillor Clure, as mover of the original motion, do you have any final comments on Amendment B before we move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple. Councillor Weiger, Germany's GDP per capita is actually lower than the UK's. You might want to check that one. Councillor Dean, I partly take your point, but evidence isn't, I encountered one resident who had this experience. Evidence is what comes from professional officers who say whether we need more capacity at the moment or not. And they say that we don't. They say that we are bringing an NHS service that could be working better, an integrated care board service that could be working better in-house, because our re-enablement service is working well. And I have checked, John, it's 86.5% are still in their homes 91 days after, based on the very latest figures we have. And so it's working. We need to continually reassess every year whether it's still working as efficiently as it could be, whether it could be working better, whether more resources needed. But right now, the evidence, not the anecdotal evidence, not the there must be demand, but the actual demand. Let's not get lost in government's proxy using deprivation for need or something like that. The actual demand and the actual evidence says that we've got the capacity to deal with it right now. And on that basis, we shouldn't be committing money to something where the evidence does not say at the moment we need to.
Thank you, Councillor Clure. Okay, we now move to the vote. So in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. on this amendment, and you have 20 seconds to vote.
You're infecting me with it now.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
looking at the X and thinking I should press that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. And I see that amendment has been lost. 60 against. Oh, I can't see the numbers, they've gone. Okay, thank you, John. So we now move back to the main debate on the budget. And as there are no other amendments from group leaders, if anyone wants to speak on the main motion, please press your button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. Right. I have now got Councillor Chuck Berry. Did you press your button? You seem to be first on the list.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just really wanted to point out a couple of things which amused me, partly in Ian's response, but in relation to Richard's speech. And it was around oxygen, which Ian says was effectively invented or created by Priestley and Carl. Actually, it was Carl Schihel in Sweden, and he forgot to send his papers in. Apparently, they've got to wait till July for them, to a chap called Lavoisier, who then named oxygen, which is called acid gas. But this was all about the oxygen of publicity. We were saying basically stick with the Conservatives because we do a great job. And here's some examples of people who don't do a great job, and shock horror, they were all Liberal Democrats. And that's by the by. I was very concerned, however, at Ian's personal health statement, which moved me. And then he went on to say that when he made amendments in the past, he had certain cuts to his T-shirt in the back. And I'm not sure quite what that was referenced to. I hope it was nothing underhand from his group when he was proposing amendments, but who knows? Quick answer, though, is listen to Richard, have a Conservative administration, and effectively you'll deliver a better council. You might risk it if you choose someone else, simply because there is evidence out there that perhaps they're not as great as they might have been if they'd been Conservative. But listen, I'll leave you to come back to me, and I'm sorry I started that debate. But it's all about the oxygen of publicity, and I'm so sorry that we might have upset you guys. It wasn't intentional, sort of. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Councillor Dominic Munns.
Thank you, Chair. You'll have heard us say time and There we go. Thank you. You'll have heard us say time and time again that we make decisions based on evidence. We're proud of the fact that when faced with a decision, we dig deeper. We seek the statistics. We strive to understand the subject fully. What led up to it, and where do we forecast that it will go? And you will see evidence-led decision-making in this budget. This budget will build on our successes and allow us to overcome future challenges so that we can continue to deliver for Wiltshire. Continue to deliver. That is at the heart of what we're discussing today. Behind the pages and pages of numbers and the scrutiny and the debate sits the real-life positive impact of our decision-making on every single Wiltshire resident. Laura might choose to talk about the outstanding children's services rating and the opportunities that Wiltshire's young people have. Likewise, Jane chose to highlight the life-changing work that we're doing with reablement in adult social care. Across the board, this Conservative-led council is delivering for Wiltshire residents, helping them grow, educating them, housing them, supporting them and keeping them safe. Every single resident is protected every single day by the work of our dedicated officers. And the strange thing is that the majority of residents might not ever even realise it. It's at this point that I want to mention a part of my portfolio which doesn't receive enough attention, and that is public protection. Every single day, we protect residents via our trading standards team, and in particular, our work to tackle rogue traders who prey on often very vulnerable residents. This year, we've secured 6 prosecutions of rogue traders, and we have a further 13 in the pipeline. Our work has ensured that in the last year alone, Wiltshire residents have been awarded almost £180,000 in compensation, and there's a further £250,000 to follow. Not only has our work identified criminal activity and supported prosecutions and then won compensation, it's also taken dangerous people off Wiltshire's streets. We've seen custodial prison sentences amounting to 69 months issued in this year alone. Public protection also extends to our high streets, where we work hard to keep residents safe from counterfeit and dangerous products. This year, we've secured 2 successful convictions. We've seen 24 months in prison sentences handed out. We've closed 6 premises and we've recovered money under the Proceeds of Crime Act. Most importantly, we've taken potentially deadly products off our high streets. Furthermore, behind the scenes, our food safety officers have carried out 814 inspections of restaurants and cafes and food preparation businesses just in the last year. 91 establishments have been given improvement advice, and 9 were closed temporarily to ensure Wiltshire residents were kept safe from harm. And finally, residents living in Salisbury and Devizes are safer thanks to our work implementing public space protection orders to tackle antisocial behaviour. 21 penalty notices have been issued, and instances of street drinking, criminal damage and threatening behaviour have reduced dramatically in Salisbury and in Devizes throughout 2024. As a resident living just outside Devizes, I can say it is a wonderful place to visit, to enjoy a coffee or a beer or a meal. That is, notwithstanding this morning's news flash that you might bump into Councillor Thorne while you're enjoying your cappuccino. But please don't let that put you off. The awards collected by our public protection team in the last 12 months speak for themselves. 3 Trading Standards Southwest Awards for our officers, intelligence work, Rising Star, and Best National Representative. A Collaborator Award for our joined-up work across building control and enforcement. And finally, the Gold Award for our dog control team. Why do I mention all of this in a debate about a budget? Well, very simply, when you scratch the surface, you quickly see that this budget isn't about numbers on a page. Every single line item represents an evidence-based decision connected to the safety, the enjoyment and the betterment of Wiltshire and Wiltshire residents. It's with immense gratitude to our officers and with great pride that I look back at everything we've delivered in the last year before looking forwards at this budget and what we will deliver from it. And I say to this chamber and to those watching online that Wiltshire is in safe hands with the Conservatives.
Councillor Vigar.
Thank you, Chairman. And this time I promise to stay completely on topic without deviation, hesitation, but with just a little repetition, because these are some points I raised before in a budget briefing and I've also raised by email. And had I really understood any, the answers or had any answers, then I wouldn't be raising them again. But what worries me is that some of the savings in the savings schedule are extremely vaguely described, and I'm not sure we really understand what is meant by them. I'll give you one example. On page 178, there's a projected saving of 1.835 million from, and I'll quote, undertake strength-based reviews in whole life pathway with a focus on learning disability services to deliver individual outcomes, maximise community-based opportunities and reduce reliance on formal care and support. Now, I'm not sure if anybody in this chamber will truly understand what that means. Is it an expression of intention? Essentially meaning the council will pursue the principle of increasing community care and reducing formal care. In that case, the number is presumably an estimate. It's a targeted saving rather than a commitment. And the concern, therefore, is whether that can be delivered. Or Is it a kind of wrapper clause that covers a number of very specific economies in services and staffing? In that case, the concern is that it's in fact a euphemism that's being used to avoid spelling out the precise cuts that may have personal and political consequences. One other example, page one, although there are many like this, particularly on page 176, 177, 178. On 176, there's a saving of £500,000 with the words, in accordance with the Care Act, a local authority must carry out assessments of needs where it appears an adult may have needs for care and support. The council must consider how these needs will be met. Within this process, the council can give consideration to achieving for value for money. This does not mean choosing the cheapest option, but the one that delivers the outcomes desired for the best value. The option may not be the person's first choice of support. I mean, that's more of a statement and a complex one than a simple description of where the saving will come from. And the meaning is very unclear. Does it mean the council will not necessarily provide the user's preferred choice in more cases? In which case, why not say so directly? That could mean a sensible change in the care package, something which the user, although it's not their primary preference, may come to understand and to support. And obviously it'd be perfectly within the council's legal rights to provide that alternative direction. Or it could mean a major wrench for somebody who's being asked to change a familiar way of life to make a relatively small saving. My point is we simply don't know, with these kind of wrapper clauses that are very generic, rather than actually spelling out the specific savings, we do not know what's going on. And I would ask if either the council leader or Councillor Botterill or somebody could provide a clearer explanation of what, just to give examples, those two savings are about. I know that the officers will strive to provide the best care they can within the budget, but the budget itself is a political choice, and I'm uncomfortable with it, particularly as it doesn't spell out clearly what the human consequences will be. Thank you.
Oh, not quite. Thank you. Councillor Nick Botterill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And to the last speaker, I would say maybe if you come to scrutiny and ask those questions, it's very unlikely that in one line you're going to be able to sum up everything that to do with a change of direction or a saving or whatever. It really is. It's not going to come out in one line. These are, complex issues, and you need to understand them. First of all, I think I would say, can we just contrast the two main leaders' speeches that we heard earlier today? There was one of them that was full of facts, validated outcomes, and aspirations for the future of Wiltshire. And then there was another one, which was rather than a summary, I guess, of a plan for administration, was a sort of ramble through a number of non-related themes, some of which I have to say I didn't understand and don't seem to make sense. And you'll crave my indulgence if I just revisit some of those themes now. I was actually very interested to hear the Leader of the Opposition say he doesn't want residents to pay more tax than necessary. A little bit of joy sort of surged in my heart at that moment. And as they say, of course, there's always more joy in one sinner that repenteth in heaven than 99 who don't. But does he really mean this? And how does it accord with the reality of the Liberal Democrats in power? And never mind about Somerset. We've heard about Somerset. What about the Lib Dems in Trowbridge? What about the Lib Dems in Salisbury? No public conveniences, but an ice cream ban. And I have to say, Councillor Rogers, I'm not sure I agree with your cheery optimism that it's going to be profitable somehow. Both cases, residents' taxes have gone up massively, massively. So sorry, I'm afraid you can't face both ways on this, and you can't just say different things to different audiences and say what they want to hear. And if you do that, then I'm afraid you deserve to get called out. And of course, they aren't actually united even amongst themselves. So we heard from Councillor Vigar the case for higher tax. Now, that's a perfectly credible case, a perfectly credible position. I don't agree with it, but it somehow contrasts with what Councillor Thorne said earlier. And the leader's already mentioned this, but I mean, I do recommend that you take a visit to Germany, because I think the Wirtschaftswunder ended many, many decades ago, and I think you might be a bit shocked at what the state of Germany. Moving on to this idea of the July budget. I have to say, to hear that from a long-standing councillor, that this is a serious plan, I mean, I just cannot believe what I'm hearing. It is sheer naivety. I've actually been in the situation where an incoming administration picks up the budget of an outgoing administration. And the idea that you can sit down in July and completely and utterly change the direction of the council is just for the fairies, I'm afraid. Now, also, there was this reference, and strictly not about finances. I hope the Madam Chairman doesn't hear me go on about it, but you did refer to the land supply issue, which of course is close to my heart. I think you know all the issues here. You know the dynamics. And yet again, you know, you're not taking account of the facts. And also, I don't see the evidence on the ground that your side actually want to change the situation. There's only one thing that will change the land supply, and that's that more planning permissions go through and those planning permissions are built out. But actually, I see your members on planning committees voting against applications that would potentially boost the land supply. So, I mean, I don't know how you're trying to peddle this, but it's a myth that somehow, if there were, you know, there's some easy to fix solution to land supply, and those idiots who are running the council, they just haven't spotted it. If there is, come to me and tell me what that is, because I would really, really, really like to hear it. So, I was told by the leaders to talk about detail, and now I've got 2 seconds left. So, unfortunately, unless I get another opportunity to speak, that's all I'm going to say. But just judge the quality of those two leaders' speeches. Which, in your hearts, do you think is most likely to represent a plan for the future for Wiltshire?
Thank you. Councillor Richard Budden.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up on some comments that Councillor Thorne made at the beginning and endorse and support his list of the failures of the management of this administration. In being invited to vote for this budget, we're being asked not merely to adopt the proposed allocation of funds, but also to endorse the administration's management or mismanagement of the council's expenditure. And it's this reason, rather than any other, that I shall vote against the proposal. As evidence, I want to bring forward this example of the administration's mismanagement by drawing to your attention a report in the Telegraph newspaper a month ago covering the deplorable state of the roads in the neighbourhood of Marlborough, illustrated by a video featuring TV and film actor Nigel Havers, who lamented he'd had to give up driving his E-Type Jaguar because the roads are so bad where he lives. In his response, quoted at length, Councillor Nick Holder drew attention to the £22 million of funds allocated by the council for additional maintenance over 2 years that you've heard referred to earlier. What Councillor Holder failed to mention is that while neighbouring counties and others across England routinely supplement Department for Transport grants with council taxpayers' funds, it's been Wiltshire's policy over many years to spend on its roads only the cash received from central government. So the appalling state of much of Wiltshire's roads network today is the result of chronic underinvestment over many years. In addition, and more specifically, he failed to mention, probably because he didn't know, but we do now, following my campaign over 18 months to bring the data into the light of day, that over the last 4 years, maintenance spending on the roads in Marlborough has been the lowest of any Wiltshire area. Over that time, minor roads in the Marlborough area had less than £1,000 spent on them per kilometre per year, under half the Wiltshire average. In Salisbury and Trowbridge, spending has been 4 times the rate in Marlborough. Well, I can appreciate that there may be some premium needed in urban areas over rural ones by virtue of the greater density of road use, but 4 times as much? And in Corsham, at Warminster, and in similarly rural southern Wiltshire, spending was 3 times as much as in Marlborough. It's hardly surprising that Nigel Havers and residents of Aldbourne, and I should say also the residents of the Donheads in my own district in southern Wiltshire, at the other end of the county, in a similar situation, have a sense of real grievance. Officers say highways maintenance is planned on the basis of engineering assessments, and Wiltshire's community boundaries are not a consideration. I've 2 things to say to that. Management gets what management measures, and the corollary is also true. If the council's officers and this administration do not monitor spend by area, by definition it's being ignored, and over time it will run out of control. If that's what's happening here, as it is, then as an institution that's meant to be democratically accountable, it amounts to a display of negligence or incompetence at best. And the second thing to say is it's the squeaky door that gets the oil. Whether it's a more voluble highways engineer or a more voluble councillor, or simply a matter of political expediency, permitting expenditure on this scale without recording and routinely monitoring differences between areas inevitably leads to charges of favouritism. As Michael Gove wrote in the editorial to Spectator magazine a week ago, if democracy dies in darkness, then so too does taxpayers' money vanish if no one shines a light on where it goes. This administration has done everything possible to hide the facts and obscure the extent of differences in road maintenance expenditure between areas. That's simply unacceptable. And for that reason alone, I can't vote for this budget, and I urge you not to do so either.
Councillor Phil Alford.
Thank you. Every year, we have these discussions around the budget, and there are suggestions of tinkering by the opposition, but something extraordinary happened this time. I had the penny drop. Councillor Bourne has learned that people do not want to spend more money on council tax. The Conservatives are doing a great job, and it's better not to interfere. However, we've had a few amendments. After all, on a budget of nearly 530 million, what's a few £100,000 here or there? But there's a reason why this council is not in the financial mess of its neighbours. And it's because we put evidence-based thinking behind every pound we spend. So rather than talking telephone numbers and losing sight of what this actually means, I want to flag up an example of what we do in the housing service and why evidence-based decision-making is so important. We've invested in and employ a team of tenancy sustainment officers, and you've probably heard me talk about them before. But they have generated 1.9 million more money for Wiltshire residents over the past 2 years. And that's money in their pockets. That's money dealing with debt and with financial challenges. And it's meant that they can stay in their homes and not end up evicted. We've invested in that because we've managed our finances. We own and run our own temporary accommodation. Through evidence-based spending, we've increased this to 115 units and have more in the pipeline. Through careful management, we've avoided the need to place families in B&Bs. Indeed, our last confirmed B&B placement outside of SWEP and the emergency out-of-hours placements was a single-person placement in April 23. So why am I talking about this? Why is this important? Well, firstly, those TSOs, they're keeping people in their homes. And it's far better for them than being evicted, clearly. It's better for their mental health. It's better for the academic success and the future prospects of their children. And it's better for their physical health of the vulnerable. But secondly, this evidence-based investment has led to the avoidance of costs for this council that are so extraordinarily huge, it's almost impossible for some people to comprehend. When we look at other authorities, we can see just how dramatic this is. We spend about £100,000 a year on temporary accommodation, £100,000. To put that into context, in 23-24, Somerset spent about 3.5 million. Dorset spent 2 million, and Bain spent nearly 400,000 on B&B costs alone. Now, to be fair, it's not just Lib Dem councils that are affected by this. These costs and these pressures are crushing every council, or many of them. But what's important is it's not happening here. Wiltshire is exceptional, and it's exceptional because of our financial management, our forward-thinking approach, our evidence-based approach, our professionalism, and the well management by the Conservatives. Should support the budget.
Thank you. Councillor John Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. It's a short one-ish. So, there we have it. This council has voted against investing in young people. It has voted against investing in vulnerable residents who need support to regain their independence, and has done so whilst refusing to take the full amount of council tax that is legally allowed to raise. So what does this tell us? It tells us that this administration believes the council doesn't need the money. And if that's the case, then if this Conservative-run council, and I'm really sad to say this, but if the Liberal Democrat leadership as well, are really willing to turn down available funding, then I don't want to hear one more complaint from them about how central government is underfunding Wiltshire. Because you've just told us in your own budget decisions today, you don't need the money. This budget is tighter than ever. It squeezes frontline services. It piles pressure onto council departments that are already stretched to breaking point. And yet, despite these pressures, there was a woeful lack of detail in the papers before us. We are being asked today to rubber stamp a budget with no clear indication of where these savings are actually coming from. Where exactly will the cuts fall? Which services will be left struggling? Who in our communities will feel the real impact of this budget? There are glaring gaps, but no clear answers. Either this administration is deliberately hiding the truth, or, worse, they don't actually know yet where the axe will fall. Either way, I'm sorry, that is not responsible governance. Because, let's be honest, this isn't really a budget for Wiltshire. This is an election budget created by an administration that is desperately clinging to power while their party fails and flounders across the country. This is a budget designed not to serve the people of Wiltshire, but to save the skins of those on the Conservative benches. It papers over the cracks, kicks the hard choices down the road, and avoids doing what's really needed, all in the hope it will get them through May's elections. And I'm sorry to have to add to my scripted speech here, because, Ian, that's what you've done as well from the Liberal Democrat benches by not offering an alternative. I have no doubt you're going to vote against this budget shortly. But how can you vote against something if you do not have an alternative to it? We have a legal obligation to set a budget. If we're not going to support the one from the administration, we need to supply one. But let me tell you, Wiltshire's residents aren't fools. They will see what's happening. They will see the lack of vision throughout. They will see the lack of investment. They will see the same old tricks from people that are running out of road. So go ahead. pass your budget, vote against the budget today. But don't pretend it's a budget that fully supports Wiltshire. Because when the cracks start to show, when services start to strain even further, when the consequences of today's decisions start to bite, you will not be able to blame anyone but yourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Tamara Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In our large rural county, bus services are an economic and social enabler, and it's thanks to our hard-working passenger transport team that the council was awarded almost £10 million of BSIP grant funding over the last few years. This funding is to improve, enhance and support bus services, improve infrastructure supporting services and assist contractors facing commercial failure to ensure services are maintained. A key condition of the BSIP grant is that the council cannot reduce public transport services, and that is additional to and not a substitute for the existing baseline bus budget. So to be clear, this council has not cut bus services, but to ensure that we get the best bang for our Wiltshire buck, a review of all supported passenger transport is underway in an evidence-based way. This may mean a change in the provision from more traditional type bus services to an extension of the demand responsive transport, DRT, or the merging of some services. Since Wiltshire Connect was launched in 2023, ridership in the Pewsey Vale area has increased by over 38%, and many small communities which previously did not have any or very sparse bus services are now connected throughout the day for 6 days a week. The Pewsey Vale services continue to extend to more towns and villages, and there will be new DRT services in the Mere area and Malmesbury and Royal Wootton Bassett in the coming months. Similarly, our enhanced partnership with the bus operators means that many service improvements have been implemented, including on the Active 8 in the Tidworth and Amesbury areas, the 49, the D1X and the X34. The passenger transport team also transports 6,800 mainstream students and over 2,000 SEND students to school every day. There is significant demand pressure for SEND transport, and the transport and SEND officers are working closely together with schools and families to manage this pressure and ensure that all SEND children get to and from school as smoothly as possible. Several transformational schemes and route reviews are in place to achieve the savings of 570,000 across the MTFF. And not forgetting assets. I'm pleased to confirm that the property carbon reduction programme, which was started by some of our eminent former cabinet members in 2021-22, it continues to deliver energy savings and a reduction in carbon emissions across the council's assets. The overall 10.4 million programme is scheduled to be completed in 2026, at the end of which it will have delivered 700,000 in revenue savings in the operational estate and an additional 300,000 to be saved in this budget. The Asset Service is responsible for managing the council's estate. Prudency is at the heart of this council, and the MTFS includes savings proposals of £500,000 in years 2 and 3 for asset operations and service efficiencies. In summary, this council is managing costs, securing additional grant funding and delivering the best possible services for residents in Wiltshire. As Dominic said, Wiltshire is in safe hands.
Thank you. Councillor Laura Mays.
Thank you. I will be brief, but I want to start by thanking our excellent family and children's services. They work day in, day out to protect our children and give our families the support they need. And I'm incredibly proud to have been the Cabinet Member for Children's Services for 12 years now. I also really want to thank Councillor Suzanne Wickham and Councillor Pete Hutton, both who've been tireless portfolio holders. Pete, in his case, working very much on safeguarding, and Suzanne for SEND. I can honestly say I could not do this job without them. I often have to be in 3 places at the same time, so having portfolio holders to support me and do the work that they've done has been absolutely invaluable. So thank you to them. They've made a huge contribution to the fact that our services are outstanding for children's services, and we have the top grade for SEND. And there are many areas that I could highlight today of the excellent work that our fantastic staff are doing. But because it's a budget meeting, I'm going to concentrate on just 3, because what they highlight is the early intervention work that we do that has such an enormous impact on our families, but also helps with our budget. Last year, I talked about the PAUSE programme. This is the one where our initial cohort of women, 56 women, had had 180 children taken into care. And we have worked with those women over the last 18 months to 2 years. And in that time, only 11 have gone on to have children, and only 2 have come into care. We see that as an 82% success rate. It costs to run the service about £1.5 million, but by avoiding probably at least 70 births, we have saved 9 million. So that is a saving of nearly 7 million just on that one service. But of course, the most important thing is how many lives have been transformed by the work that we've done there. The other one I want to talk to you is the Family Drug and Alcohol Court, or FDAC as it's known. This is a fascinating system where a High Court judge really noticed that there were a lot of parents who were having children taken away from them because they had drug and alcohol problems. And so this specialist court works with parents who struggle with alcohol and drug misuse to give really, really intensive work with them, including twice weekly drug and alcohol testing. And we have specialist workers who work with them. And those families have a chance to have a voice. They have a chance to be with the High Court judge to talk about the work that they're doing to improve their lives so that they can keep their children. This, again, has been incredibly successful. And of the 9 parents we're currently working with, 5 children were reunified with their parents, 1 to a family member, and only 2 have gone into long-term fostering caring. Again, a saving of 1.1 million per annum. And then the final point I want to talk about is the Stronger Families team. They are an extraordinary team. I went to one of their performance meetings recently, and they work with young people who are on the edge of care, namely usually between the ages of 10 to 17. And in the year 22 to 23, of the 86 young people that they worked with, 96% of them avoided coming into care. And this was replicated again in 23-24. We worked with 95 children, 89 stayed out of care, a success rate of 94%. That is a cost avoidance of 8.1 million a year. So PAUSE saved us 7 million, FDAC 1.1 million, Stronger Families team 8.1 million a year. And I resent Councillor Hubbard's comment that we are not investing in young people. We are increasing our spend in children and families by another 5 million. Our spend just on children and families is 75 million. Our spend in education and skills is 38 million. Our financial state is the envy of cabinet members in my position in other local authorities. And it is down to that early preventative work that we do, and is the work that we do across the council. And it's that keeps Wiltshire Council's budget balanced. It allows us to keep council tax rises low, and it's an indicator that Wiltshire is in safe hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross Henning.
Thank you, Chairman. This is on the capital programme, actually. It's on page 189, and it's about the LHFIG funding. I've been a chair of the Chippenham LHFIG for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years. And I hope I'm speaking for perhaps the majority of LHFIG chairmen here today. So can somebody really explain to me how are LHFIGs supposed to work with the community to address their safety concerns with increasing traffic volumes on road designed in many cases for Morris minors, not SUVs or 40-ton articulated lorries, let alone addressing the unforeseen consequences of developments both large and small, when many LH FIGs struggle to fund the worthy schemes that come into the group already. I'm just drawing attention to the funding that has been cut by £1 million. This year it's 1.8 million, next year it's 0.8 million, after that it's 0.8 million, and then there's a column called future years, which it goes up again to 1.6 million. I'm sure it will change by then. Is there something I don't know about here? Will LH FIGs receive funding from other sources? And I'm just going to bring an example here, much like the 67k that was mysteriously found at the Chippenham LH FIG to fund a scheme in a cabinet member's ward just before an election. Maybe that's the way the cabinet will fund their own pet schemes as LH FIG funds dwindle and fade away. Just a little thing on the end there. It was mentioned there was an extra £1 million for highways. I can't remember where that was said, but does that come from that LH FIG cut of £1 million? So it's not really an extra. It's just been shifted from one area which has had more community control over it to another area. I mean, that's robbing Peter to pay Paul. So there was a couple of questions there. Where did that extra £1 million come from, and how are LH FIGs supposed to continue to do the good work that they do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Presumably, did you take that opportunity to ask the question at overview and scrutiny or cabinet? Okay. All right, moving on. Councillor Jane Davis.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to highlight our CQC good rating. This does relate to the budget, Chair, before you tell me off. And you do look wonderful today, by the way. We should be really, really proud of our CQC good rating. The CQC were told by people that staff go above and beyond when supporting people with care needs and their carers in Wiltshire. That is high praise. And I think we should all take a moment to pause and congratulate our staff for the difference they make each and every day for people in our communities. We are the only authority in the South West to have achieved a good rating so far, and we should rightly celebrate it, as we just have, as it's a result for residents. It's a benefit not just for residents who receive our support, but for all, because we provide good support whilst carefully managing our budgets and costs. As you heard earlier, we do this primarily by focusing on prevention and getting the right support at the right time. But we also work very hard to ensure that we work effectively. And we do this through our Performance and Outcomes Board and through our quality assurance panels, and by working with people using true co-production so that they can access the support that is right for them. Our submission to the CQC for inspection identified a 20% increase in productivity amongst our teams. So I don't recognise this idea that we are somehow underfunding adult social care and not doing a good job here. This year's budget has an increase of 8.3%. That's a whopping £14.836 million. We have seen an increase in shared lives placements. Shared lives is another of our excellent services which enables people to live within a family home with an emphasis on supporting independence, integration with local communities, skills development, and living as part of a community, which is where people have told us they want to live. It's also often better value than alternative types of care. And in answer to Councillor Vigar's questions, we have to be careful with the language we use because we work with people. And our savings proposals describe and include our approach to savings that will be taken. Decisions are always individually focused and in line with the Care Act. We never and will never predetermine the outcome of reviews. The savings, as described, reflect a move to a strength-based approach based on true co-production with individuals, always supporting individual people and their personal ambitions. Our people services in Wiltshire are well managed, well run, and provide good value and good and outstanding services for our residents. So I'd urge you all to vote for the budget and remember to keep Wiltshire in safe hands.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Cave.
Firstly, Chairman, I must admit I'm a little puzzled because Councillor Hubbard delivered such a passionate and vehement speech against this budget that it begs the question, even if his amendments of, what was it, 0.6% of the budget was accepted, would he still be not voting for the budget? If his opposition is as strong as he claims, a few minor changes wouldn't be making that much of a difference, it wouldn't sway him. It seems his objections are less about improving the budget and more about political posturing. Anyway, every year we debate budget amendments impacting less than 0.5% of the budget. And despite this, every year the Lib Dems, they vote against the full budget. This year, they didn't even bother to propose anything. Not once have they shown the courage to present an alternative budget or vision of their own. No ideas, no solutions, no leadership. When I presented a fully costed alternative budget to Trowbridge Council, where their Liberal colleagues are in charge, I was met with disdain and abuse, yet they stand here criticising without contributing anything. They complain about potholes, claiming we do nothing, yet they voted against the tens of millions of additional investment, including the Bobcat system that repairs potholes more permanently, more quickly, and more cheaply. Wiltshire's potholes numbers are plummeting because we've moved away from the temporary fixes. Their continued complaints and opposition show they're either out of touch or just plain dishonest. They preach integrity, but take credit for our achievements. In Trowbridge, they boast about the leisure centre, the town hall refurbishment, and the town centre improvements, all delivered by Wiltshire Council's Conservative leadership. They voted against the budget that funded some of these projects, so that by their logic, Trowbridge Leisure Centre's new leisure centre would not exist. I don't claim Wiltshire Council is perfect. I've criticised decisions when necessary, but I won't let those who contribute nothing take credit for everything. They talk about financial responsibility, but the facts say otherwise. Over the last 4 years, Wiltshire Council have increased tax by less than inflation, which is 23%, shown sound financial planning. In Lib Dem-run Trowbridge, tax rose by 75.61%, and in Salisbury by 83.73%, during a cost of living crisis. Their excuse to align with other towns as if bigger budgets mean better performance. Success isn't about the size of a budget, but the quality of services delivered. In Trowbridge, with a £3.6 million budget, they only talk about Wiltshire Council's successes. The Lib Dem crowning achievements for their leaflets is the public toilets, the same ones they demolished in 2020. If that's their best, they failed spectacularly. As we have heard, Lib Dems seem to want to ramp up taxes. They believe they know better than Wiltshire residents on how to spend their own money. They carry an air of moral superiority, as if they're entitled to hard-earned taxpayer money. Their plan, as Councillor Viger stated and confirmed, they'll raise tax to the max each year if they win in May. This isn't about budgeting, it's about ideology that says we know best. I fundamentally disagree. I believe in empowering people to spend their own money, not by making them poorer. The opposition has failed to propose alternatives, to lead, or to own up to the truth. Instead, they steal credit for our successes. Call it what it is: cowardice, hypocrisy, and a failure of leadership. And Chairman, let the record show, when they voted against progress, we fixed the road. Shush, when they criticised... when they hiked taxes, we kept increases below inflation.
Can you stop, Councillor Cave? Point of order.
I believe in democracy and debate, but you made it...
This is...
No,
what
you
point
made
of
it
the
quite-
Constitution are you referring to?
You made it quite clear at the beginning of the debate that any debate and any items must be relevant to the subject in matter. The subject in matter of this is the budget we have in front of us. None of what Councillor Cave has said so far relates to the budget. Could he please stay on course?
I will ask him.
I was talking about their failure to budget. Anyway, when they hiked taxes, we kept the increases below inflation. Leadership isn't about empty words or stolen credit. It's about action, vision, and the courage to deliver for the people we serve. Shame on you.
Yeah. Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank every officer and staff and boots on the ground first, because it's them that drive the council. It's them that make the difference, not the people sat at the top table. No disrespect to you, madam. Whilst on point on the budget, no budget is an easy task. But this is nearly the end of my first term as a Wiltshire councillor. I need to say that for the best part, most of you in this room I've encountered, and it's been amenable, even Richard, although we do have our moments. But having said that, I've just sat through, I don't know how long, almost in a cattle market, because people do not have the respect for the person that is speaking. You've all laughed, you've jeered, you've done whatever. You wouldn't do that in a school. You work in a school, sir. Yeah, you wouldn't accept that from your children, would you? And so, from now on, Madam Chair, can we please be respectful to the person that is speaking and allow them to say it without any jeers, because it's rude.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Holder.
Thank you, Chair. I, if I may, would like to clarify the comment that Councillor Henning raised about the LH fig in the budget, if I may, which I believe is on topic here. Okay. So, in essence, the highways funding that we receive, as our local authorities do, is part of a central government settlement. And Councillor Rogers earlier on said that we've been given additional money for potholes, which is correct. That has gone up from nearly £6 million to just about 8.6. The structural maintenance block, which interestingly enough, for the first time in recent memory, is only a one-year settlement. So we've had a structural maintenance block settlement of 23.6 million. What we haven't yet had from central government, and this is, I'm coming to answer your question, what we haven't yet had from central government is what's called the Integrated Transport Block Fund, which historically is about £2.2 million. And as an aside, we also, and that is the central funding that historically has been used to fund the LH figs. So that's why there is a figure in the budget which appears to be lower than it has been in the past, because we haven't had the settlement agreed from central government. It's disappointing. We normally would have had that before this budget was set. The last conversation I had with officers was we're not expecting it until July. So if that funding is confirmed by central government in July, it's perfectly appropriate to assume that that will then be put into the budget and be allocated specifically to the LH figs. So I wanted to address that issue for you. I will make a comment, which others have made before. Had that question been asked before here at scrutiny, we would have given the answer. But this is the first time that specific question has been asked. I'd like to turn now, if I may, to some of the comments that were made by Councillor Budden, and I do think it is a compliment to the budget. It's really disappointing, Councillor Budden, for you to make comments about negligence and incompetence and charges of favouritism. We operate in this council with our highways officers on a risk-based, evidence-led approach to highways maintenance. If you have evidence of negligence, incompetence or favouritism, I would encourage you to bring that to the monitoring officer so it can be investigated. If you do not have the evidence, I would respectfully ask you to withdraw. And I know you have made these comments in an email and you've made these comments in a public forum, which in my opinion is inappropriate. Let me just say one thing to you. It's really, really disappointing when you refer to other local authorities in other parts of the country spending additional money on their highways. I'd just like to remind you of what happened here last year. In last year's budget, an additional investment of £10 million was put into the budget papers for 24-25 as part of the Highways Investment Plan. And that can be seen in the public domain in the budget setting papers in Appendix 1, Annex 9, the capital programme 24-25 to 2030-2031. You voted against it. You cannot go round your area board on a regular basis saying that our highways are underfunded when you had an opportunity with your colleagues to make and support that additional investment. You chose not to. And I would contend, Councillor Budden, it is disingenuous for you to say the roads are in a shocking condition when you voted against additional investment. Please don't make that mistake this time, because you will be calling out the issues of the roads, which we accept are not perfect. That's why we're putting additional investments in. But don't on the one hand say the roads need to be repaired and on the other vote against investment. You can't have it both ways.
Thank you. Councillor Rich Rogers.
Apologies, I might sound a bit like a stuck record. I know potholes seem to be a developing theme, but I just wanted to come in and add a few points to what Councillor Caver and Councillor Holder just said there. It's all well and good that we have this additional investment in our highways, but it's how we deliver that. And this council has been delivering, and that's really down to the outstanding work of our highways team and our highways officers, and I want to commend them because we have really asked them to surge their capacity over the last couple of years to make sure that we get after this issue that really does matter to all our residents. I'm sure you've all got residents in your divisions who bring up potholes time and time again, and we are getting after that. We do have the additional investment in our Bobcat teams, and we are doing some more of the major maintenance. So let's just recap on some of the things we did. About a year ago, every area board received a Highways Matters event, which was an opportunity where highways officers went out to the area boards and engaged with councillors and engaged with residents to find out what issues really mattered. And out of that, we've got 100 additional major maintenance schemes, all put forward by yourselves, about where we should be prioritising our major maintenance on our rural network. And we've gone out and we've looked at those, and we've gone and we've carried out assessments, and we've put works in place to get after those. We've also invested, we've also ramped up our funding on our Bobcat teams from £800,000 to 2.5 million. And contrary to what Councillor Ricky Rogers said, these machines are actually carry out the repairs that we all want, that long-term durable repair. They're cutting out patches and they're laying down fresh tarmac, and it's given them a life and durability of 15 to 20 years. So we are building resilience into our network that's sustainable for the future. So we are really investing in our roads. And last year we put our first Bobcat team into action. It was added by a second Bobcat team in September. And over the course of the last 12 months, we've carried out 600 schemes across our rural network, across the county. So we are delivering. We are delivering on the things that matter to our residents. And the only way we can do this delivery is by a sound financial investment, our sound financial position that this council has put us on. It's that due diligence of identifying what the priorities are and making sure that every penny that we receive in from our residents is accounted for and spent wisely. And ultimately, this will save money in the long run. So I will be supporting this budget. I think it's a sound budget. It's building preventative measures for the future and putting us on a very sound footing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Sample.
Chairman, first of all, can I say a word of support for something which was said by one of your cabinet colleagues earlier on, Laura Mays, who was talking about the programme to ensure that people who were drug dependent were regularly tested on a
on twice-a-week basis or whatever, I found that the projects that were aimed at enabling people to come off, particularly heroin, that whole process of ensuring that they were tested on a regular basis, you know, twice, 3 times a week, and their progress monitored is a very, very effective way of driving down their dependency and the problems which then occur as a result of the offending that they commit in order to support that lifestyle. And actually, as I've been sitting listening to the debate, I have been impressed by those people who have talked about their own particular experience of the use that they have made of Wiltshire Council. And in many respects, the comments which have been made about the excellence of service and the devotion of duty to officers is something that we can all agree. You know, there are lots of areas, outstanding areas of our council which are worthy of celebration, and I entirely accept that. But however, the however is really that we must never be complacent. I've heard the same phrase repeated several times, which is that Wiltshire is in safe hands. There's something of a theme, isn't there? And I think there is a complacency in that campaign slogan, because I don't think that my experience over the last couple of months would reflect that. I will tell you about a lady who came to me about 6 weeks ago, who had previously been working in London in a very high-powered job. And one day, on her way to the Salisbury railway station in Fishton Street, she fell on the pavement and broke her wrist. But that was the least of it, because the end result of that was she banged her head really hard on the pavement. She sustained such serious head injuries that she's lost the ability to speak. She is no longer working, and she will probably never go back to work. And her life has been irrevocably changed. That is a dreadful story. I wish I could say that I'd made it up. It's a true story. And whereas Wiltshire is a safe place in many respects, for some of our people it isn't. For some people, issues like the unevenness of pavement results in such serious injury that they lose their occupation and will forever be dependent upon the support of medical professionals and a patient caring family. Every decision that you make in this building over funding comes down to a political decision. You either believe in raising the money that's necessary to provide safe services, or you have a political agenda which is to limit public taxation to an unreasonably low level. You cannot provide safe services for people like my residents when you are cutting to the bone year after year after year just to keep taxes low. And I resent the implication that Wiltshire Council, having asked the parish councils to take responsibility for things like street cleaning and to do that job really well to a high standard, you then criticise us when we raise the money through our parish precept in order to pay for it. That to me seems to be the ultimate hypocrisy. You ask us to do it because you have failed to do it to an acceptable standard, and then you hit us in the neck here at meetings like this as if it's some big joke. For people like my resident, it is not a joke. It is nothing to jeer at. You should be ashamed, and you will be out in 8 weeks' time.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. Councillor Matthew Dean.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. This debate has been full of revelations. Probably the biggest one for me is that Councillor Budden reads the Daily Telegraph and the Spectator, and probably risks expulsion from the Liberal Democrats as a result. What next? Councillor Clure reading the Guardian. Councillor Ernie Clark reading the Daily Star. Councillor Ian McLennan reading the Morning Star. Who knows? One thing is for sure, though, and that is, as has been said, the Liberal Democrats are a high-tax, high-spending party. It is in their DNA generally. There are exceptions. Funnily enough, I think Nick Clegg and Danny Alexander were two notable ones. But the Conservatives do lay it on a bit thick. Who put income tax up to the highest level in the post-war period? It was the Conservatives. Who after 14 years has seen the highest council tax rises? It was the Conservatives. And much as it pains me to say it, who now is not talking about tax at all? It's the Conservatives nationally. And Councillor Phil Alford, who I like and respect, I think is a little unfair to authorities like Somerset County Council, or now the Somerset Unitary Council. The reason that Somerset is on the edge of bankruptcy is because for a Band D property, they charge £100 less than Wiltshire Council, and they can't put their council tax up enough to close the gap because they're capped by central government. And the other thing, of course, in terms of temporary accommodation, yes, this council has done a good job in terms of managing the need for temporary accommodation, but don't forget, we have a very favourable demographic in comparison with some of our neighbours. So yes, we are probably doing a good job in that area, but let's not compare apples with fish. My other issue is I see enormous potential for budget savings, which I don't think would impact on our residents at all. It's true in the last year that management have gently pushed some of our council officers to return to work rather than working from home. But you've only got to walk round this council building any day, and particularly on a Friday, and see acres of empty space, unused chairs. We have a plethora of unused office accommodation. I would close and sell Monkton Park and develop that site in a heartbeat. It would raise millions. And then, of course, there's the issue around other things that have been going on for decades that have never been addressed. Surely the time has come to go back to the Department for Transport and say we need a new deal around the Salisbury Park and Ride. It costs hundreds of thousands. The committee structure here is far more bureaucratic, with far more committees than a lot of our members, other neighbouring authorities have. And our members' allowances are significantly higher than many other authorities. You look at the cost of developing our ongoing plan in terms of town planning, the costs of that are eye-watering. Okay, we may be the second or third, I think it is, biggest planning authority in the country. But when the chips were down, in the case of my residents in Westbury, the plan was no good at all. It didn't stop the incinerator, which was never in the plan. So I think there are enormous savings that can be made
I think we could cut council tax, and I think we could become far more efficient as an authority. And I genuinely find it disappointing that none of my council colleagues in this council ever talk about those things. And we should surely be trying to do some of those things. We should surely try and be more efficient than just a 2 or 3 year old business plan. And the business plan as well. You know, this awful bit where we have a sort of managerial political class in this council.
Are you winding up now, please, Councillor Dean? You're over 5 minutes.
I will indeed. I'll try and show some efficiency myself. So in conclusion then, that business plan was mainly written by officers. It might have the support of the Cabinet. It may even have the support of some of the councillors, and the majority have not read it. But the thing about that business plan is that we don't actually reflect sometimes in our policies what the plan says anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Paul Oatway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've really taken aback by Councillor Budden's comments because that's not what I'm seeing in the Vale of Pewsey. So basically, in the Vale of Pewsey, we're having major highway investment. We've had major highway investment on the A342 at Connacht and drainage work at Connacht. We've had major investment in the village of Marden. We've had the A342 completely resurfaced. We've had the A345 completely resurfaced. We've had B and C roads resurfaced. And Dawn Wilson back there, who represents Wilcott, Hewish and Orr, some of our tiny little lanes have been resurfaced. And footpaths. We've had new footpaths at North Newton, new footpaths at Rushall, new footpaths at Woodborough. And it goes on, and it goes on. And one of your inaccuracies, actually, that you made comment, Nigel Havers does not live in Oldbourne. He doesn't live anywhere near Oldbourne. He lives in Wootton Rivers. Perhaps that was factually wrong as well.
Thank you, Councillor Oatway. Councillor Edward Kirk.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I say thank you to John again for putting those amendments forward. I am extremely disappointed that the Lib Dems didn't manage to put anything forward because I would have been genuinely interested in hearing their views. There is a concern I have because we've heard it from Cabinet members and the leader about worried about funding. The leader mentioned the business rate calculation. What sort of message does it send if we're not, so we are capped as a council, right? And we are struggling for money, is what we keep saying. There's savings here, savings there. We are sending a message now, as it's been highlighted, that we don't need any more money because we can set the preset, we can set it at 4.5%. And that seriously does concern me because that could affect the funding formula going forward. And that is something that I think that we should have paid attention to. Now, I know it's political in this council, you know, it's sort of, you know, to and fro, batting it. But I think from this side, it was a mistake to do that. And it does appear electioneering to me. I can happily say that, but it does look like that. But I am very worried about the message it will send. If the Lib Dems had come up with some proposals or something, or we had, like Councillor Weigel said, some more information of, I've got a sneaky suspicion there are cuts, but I can't identify where they are or what they are. And that does concern me. But most importantly, it's that message we're sending higher up the tree that Wiltshire's fine, don't need any more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirk. Councillor Blair Pilling.
Thank you, Chair. Am I allowed 6 minutes that Councillor Dean had? Oh, sorry. OK. I'll start with an apology for 2 of my portfolios, public health and communities, because I haven't got time to cover them. I'm going to focus on one particular area, that's leisure and libraries. Richard emphasised the word prevention, and everything underpins prevention. I would suggest that resilience underpins prevention. And that's what we've been about in what we're trying to achieve in leisure and libraries. That's our raison d'etre, to build that resilience of mental and physical health and well-being in our residents and health and and communities. Listen to what I'm about to say, please, kind of through that, or think about that through that lens and through the lens of financial sustainability, because I think it gives a clue as to the different way of approaching this budget, because everything so far has been, I want to tax more and I want to add something on. No, I don't want to do this. There's a more sophisticated way through that. While other councils are flailing and failing, and in that they're closing their libraries and leisure centres, we have resolutely maintained all 30 libraries and all 20 leisure centres. Actually, it's a bigger achievement than that, and it needs some flesh on the bone. Maintained is a dreadful understatement of a word. Our libraries have actually expanded their functions to become family hubs that support our adults and our children's and our social care and our public health services, i.e. made themselves useful to the rest of the council's mission in all of this, and all on a budget for our libraries that was benchmarked as 12th against 13 comparable authorities. So that's efficient management of what we have. We, in the 21 election manifesto, pledged to, and I quote, renovate our leisure centres, bringing them to a modern standard, including the provision of new campus leisure facilities in Melksham and Trowbridge. And to put some flesh on that particular bone, since that May 21 election, we have brought all 20 leisure centres in-house, operating them with a universal membership and pricing system, opened the new Melksham campus, which has since trebled its membership and quadrupled library visits, installed state-of-the-art pool access pods, helping the disabled and elderly in and out of our 15 of our 16 pools. I'm sorry, Westbury, it can't be fitted in there. We've delivered improvements at 5 centres, 4 receiving state-of-the-art wheelchair accessible gym equipment. That's Royal Wootton Bassett, Devizes, Salisbury, Chippenham, Corsham. Memberships at these centres have since increased by 15%, which translates into £34,500 extra income each month. That's £414,000 extra in each year. Warminster Sports Centre will be opened in its new double-sized ground floor gym next month. Marlborough's Leisure Centre, its additions, its new double-sized gym and its new changing rooms are on schedule for May. We expect these to bring a commensurate increase in membership, activity and income. It's this investment and growth that enables us to maintain our leisure services while other authorities struggle and cut. Putting this into a financial perspective over time, it was a different way of accounting then, but back in 2019-20, I would estimate our income in leisure was somewhere between 12 and 14 million. This budget for this year anticipates an income of £18,359,000 that's this year, 25-26. We see that rising the following year to 19 million and continuing beyond that. In particular, it will continue when we open the new Trowbridge Leisure Centre. And I'm confident that that will kick in as an operating new centre by the end of 26. Could my assistant please, Chair? And the reason I am confident in that is because in the last few days, we have signed the contract for the construction of this. This is not a council that is failing. This is not a council that is not managing its money and not generating more income in order to deliver better services, improvements in health and well-being, be they mental, be they physical. That underpins resilience, that underpins prevention, that underpins the totality of what we are doing here.
Councillor Dr. Mark McClelland.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Over the past 4 years, I've had the privilege of representing the fine residents of St Francis and Stratford in Salisbury. My division includes the notorious rotten borough of Old Sarum, which used to send 2 MPs to Westminster, including Pitt the Elder, despite an electorate of only 11 people. In the mid-18th century, Pitt the Elder was famously opposed to taxing the American colonists, describing it as taking money from their pockets without their consent. Now, that's very good advice, and all parties in this chamber would be very wise to heed. I'm immensely proud of our record at Wiltshire Council over the last 4 years, and I will certainly be supporting the budget today. And in the Salisbury context, all the big projects and the big investments have grabbed all the headlines. So we've seen the outstanding Salisbury River Park, the investment at the station forecourt, and the transformation of Fishton Street. And we'll soon be reopening Salisbury City Hall, which will be a fantastic shot in the arm for our nighttime economy. But I am most proud of the fact that we have delivered well-run, efficient public services while keeping a very close eye on the budget. Because the tax we raise in this place is not a slush fund for councillors to spend on their pet projects, regardless of cost or risk for the taxpayer. With the small increase in council tax proposed today, we will have delivered a below-inflation increase over the last 4 years in total, while still delivering well-run services and maintaining very high levels of reserves. Now, the contrast between our careful approach and what has happened elsewhere in Wiltshire could not be more stark. And as councillors Cluer and Botchell have made very clear, we've seen this whopping 76% increase in Trowbridge Town Council and an eye-watering 84% increase on Salisbury City Council by the Liberal Democrat and Labour administration. It's a real tragedy that they didn't have Councillor Thorne's wife as a sounding board. I want to turn to two specific points that have been raised in this debate and rebut them. And the first was made by both Councillors Thorne and Sample. And that's this idea that the reason why these increases have happened is because of the service devolution down to parish councils. That's complete fantasy, I'm afraid, because the service devolution agreement signed with Salisbury was agreed in 2016. It has nothing to do whatsoever with the policy choices made by your two parties in the last 4 years. And as for Councillor Rogers saying Salisbury City Council is a small parish council, well, it was 4 years ago when you were only taking £3 million of taxpayers' money, less so now when it's almost 6 million. So it would quite frankly be a financial disaster if these parties ever got control of County Hall and they replicated their approach at parish councils here at county level. So I will be supporting the budget today. And I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Bottrell's leadership and financial management over the past 4 years. We are in excellent shape to weather whatever challenges lie ahead.
Yeah. Councillor Corbyn, what was your point of order?
Yeah, about respect. We are here to do a function which is the Wiltshire Council budget, not the Salisbury City Council, and political posturing has not got a place here right now. Thank you.
This is a political council. I think both sides have been bandying comments left, right and centre. So I don't think you can select one side as being more hypocritical than the other, frankly. Okay. Councillor Steve Bucknell.
Thank you, Chair. This may have come to a bit of surprise for some of you, but I do not like party politics, which is... Stop laughing, Councillor Hemming, please. Well, interestingly, you should mention that as the heckler from the floor. But I'm not standing again for Wiltshire Council. That's no secret. It has been blurted out at Wootton Bassett Town Council, Royal Wootton Bassett Town Council, on a number of occasions by loose-tongued colleagues. So I'm not standing again for Wiltshire Council. I have no political skin in the game that is going on today. And in particular, because Royal Wootton Bassett Town Council took a vote less than 2 weeks ago to become a non-political council, much to the annoyance of the Lib Dem councillors there, who have been kicking and screaming about it ever since. And as a quick aside, Chairman, one of the most hilarious comments I've ever heard in a council chamber was from one of the Lib Dems who said, but we can't have a non-political council. We might end up with a room full of people with different views. What a dreadful thing that would be, eh, on a council to have a room full of people with different views. Returning to the budget, I find myself being sympathetic to a number of the issues that have been raised today. And I agree with you, we shouldn't be heckling, but I can't stop myself heckling when I hear people being party political over things that shouldn't be party political. I heard impassioned debates earlier about the amendments, and I felt that those debates had merit. The amendments, proposed amendments, had merit, and therefore I was sorely disappointed when you came back to speak again to make party political points about the fact that you said we weren't supporting young people and we weren't supporting older people either. That's simply not the case. If you look at the budget, you'll see that the two biggest areas of spending in this council are on older people and younger people. So it's a nonsense. It's a political nonsense that's going on. And I had a lot of sympathy with the comments that you made about we shouldn't be criticising parish and town councils for increasing their budgets because they've taken on devolved responsibilities. No, we shouldn't. It's a natural thing. If Wiltshire Council is devolving responsibility for issues down to lower level councils, of course they're going to have to increase their budgets. Of course they're going to have to increase their council tax. And none of us really are surprised that they're doing that. And we shouldn't try and make political gain out of it, unless, of course, they're doing it irresponsibly. And I also have some sympathy with what you say about if we don't go for the maximum increase that we're allowed. And by the way, I think rate capping is an absolute nonsense. And I would call out to our two MPs that are sitting in the chamber. Oh, sorry, one's gone. The MP that's sitting in the chamber, go back to Parliament and tell them it's none of their business what we do at local level in terms of the council taxes we raise. Do away with the rate capping. It's a nonsense. But the rate capping is there. And if we don't go for that maximum, there is a danger that they might think that we don't need everything the next time round. We might get a worse settlement. It is an issue. However, I find myself in a position that I can't vote for anything else other than the budget that's in front of us because we've got an opposition that has not bothered to put forward an alternative budget. And so there is no alternative today but to vote in favour of this budget because, well, if we don't vote for this budget, we vote for no budget at all. And that's a terrible position for councillors to be in if they don't agree with what's in this budget. And I've got to say, coming from a non-political point of view, shame on any opposition that doesn't put forward an alternative budget when it doesn't agree with what the council is doing.
Councillor Derek Walters.
Well, from what I've been hearing, many people have been speaking about the fiscally prudent and evidentially led decisions made by this council. And so I would like to refer you all back 2.5 years ago to a motion that was raised in this council and passed to congratulate the, at that time, Conservative government of Liz Truss for what she was doing for the cost of living crisis. So I would like to point out that if we're talking about evidence-led and that we're being driven by people that know what they're talking about, then I would just like to point out that we all can make mistakes. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor David Vigar slipped in at the last moment. Oh, you've spoken. Have you spoken? No, well, I'm sorry, you can't come back and...
Constitution.
No.
No, it does. I've just looked it up. It allows me a right of reply.
I'll find it.
Are you raising a point of order or a point of interpretation?
I'm looking at the part of the Constitution which unfortunately is just closed on my computer, but I looked it up. It's within the rules of debate, and it says that a member is not entitled to speak twice unless for a certain number of reasons, one of which is a right of reply. I will only be 1 minute.
No, it's a personal... You're not replying to... Who are you replying to?
I'm replying to Councillor Cave, who said I'd committed the Liberal Democrats to something for the next 5 years.
I don't
I'm replying to Councillor Botterill, who dismissed a point I've made about...
No, I think you're not replying...
And I'm also replying on the...
It's a right of reply refers to the mover of a motion, and that is... You have not moved the motion.
OK, all right. Perhaps we need to amend the Constitution then.
Oh, Councillor Cluer, as mover of the motion, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are a few things that have been raised by members I wanted to address. I'll try and do them in reverse order for the sake of keeping track of my notes. Councillor Kirk, we're not struggling to manage. We are running an effective council here. But you raise a good point about what government's interpretation could be around council tax increase, and it's something we looked at very carefully. Government can't make individual changes to target specific councils. They have to create a policy that applies, or a formula that applies to all councils. And they have said that they will look at councils that have historically low tax bases and that they feel are not raising enough in council tax. But when you look at our position there, we are still above average in terms of the council tax that we raise as an authority. Therefore, that isn't something that, having looked at that and considered it carefully, they can specifically penalise us for on this decision. So there is definitely a concern there, but it's one that we've looked at really closely, and I'm confident isn't going to cause us an issue with the budget we're proposing here. Councillor Dean, Somerset, after their recent changes, I think their council tax is only £30, slightly less than £30 lower than ours. As for the suggestion that officers wrote the business plan, I can categorically assure you they didn't. I did it in my garden. I remember it very well. There was then a process of editing, but I wrote the business plan. Actually, in fairness, Laura inputted a chunk, because I remember inputting the section she put on children's. All the cabinet had input into it, but it was very much our document. I do freely admit officers came up with the graphics. That is not my forte. And just for your own amusement, I did spend half an hour talking to The Guardian yesterday about SEND. So whilst I may not read it, I do talk to them. SEND. Don't you go there. Councillor Sample, you suggest we're complacent. Somerset are complacent. They're not fixing their problems. They're just borrowing money. We're not complacent. We're absolutely not. We have the rigour to go through the entire process of making sure we know what is coming up, what the future is. We know what the MTFS is going to show to us. And your comments around the City Council, if you look at Test Valley Borough Council, a district, just across the border, their Band D precept is £163.91. They deliver every service from planning, housing, waste collection, and so on. Salisbury is almost £400 and they keep the streets clean. There's something really wrong there. Councillor Henning, your question was answered, so I won't come there. Councillor Hubbard, it's really sad to see you jump straight back on your soapbox in search of a headline, but I guess that's what you do. All of the savings are clearly listed in the document. If you read it, you'd see them. And to suggest that a three-year MTFS that is balanced within less than £1 million is kicking the can down the road, when you look at every council around us that isn't balanced to, well, some of them aren't even balanced to within 200 million. Honestly, really? Going the wrong way back to my notes there. Councillor Budden, I mean, honestly, I think Councillor Holder said it all. But for you to come here with complaining constantly about roads, you want road spend proportional to what? The mileage of roads, not the actual need, the requirement to fix the roads? And then to say that, well, we don't do enough with roads when you voted against that spend, and by the sounds of it, you're going to vote against further investment in roads today? Come on, be coherent, please. Who else do we have? I think then I'll just come back to Councillor Thorne. Honestly, the best you can come up with is to say, I don't have any amendments, I don't have an alternative budget, I'll try and produce one in July, and then criticise us over what? SRAs? Really? I mean, really? Is that where you get to with this budget? Is that the only thing you can genuinely criticise? And as for your comments around Stone Circle, I'm pretty sure you were still a director of Stone Circle when the Priestley Grove project was put through. I think I'd gone by then, but I'm pretty sure you were still a director. So, yeah, okay. As for the rest of it, well, we discussed it to death. This is a good budget. It works. It delivers for this council. It delivers prevention. It's cost effective. It delivers investment. It's competent. I only wish the rest of the country, the rest of the authorities around us could come up with competent budgets as well.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the vote. So in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item, and you have 20 seconds. Okay, thank you very much. So the motion has passed. The numbers are there. Thank you very much. Does anybody feel the need to go have a quick break and a cup of tea? All right. So 4:30. Right, everybody. I hope you're all feeling suitably refreshed. And now we move on to the main item of the day, which is the Housing Revenue Account budget setting. I call upon Councillor Phil Alford, Cabinet Member with the responsibility for housing, to present and move the recommendations to this report. It's in your summons on pages 305 to 336. Councillor Alford.
Thank you, Chairman. Look, the main purpose of the budget report is to set the rents and detail any changes or updates to the HRA business plan. And from my perspective, this is essentially it's a business decision. It's not particularly political. So I'm going to keep my comments brief, undramatic, and hopefully perhaps tone things down after the excitement of the last. Okay.
You've got to move your.
I jumped the gun, didn't I? I'll move my recommendation. Cheers. Oh, I'll go again. Very exciting. Yeah. So it's been a very dramatic discussion, so I'm going to try and sort of keep this one as focused as possible for everyone. So this year's proposed rent increase is 2.7%. It's the maximum allowed by government, and it's formulated on the rent standard maximum, which is set CPI plus 1%. So I know a lot of people are like that. We've also, there's also been several updates to the business plan reflecting changes to the environment in which the HRA operates. So the government's indicated that the rent increase will be limited to CPI plus 1% for the next 10 years before reverting back to CPI. So that's been built into the business plan, and it's modelled regarding the impact over the next 30 years, which I'm sure many of you picked up on. Government have also made changes to the right to buy discount scheme, making it less attractive for tenants to buy their own home. Now, the point of this is to prevent people buying their homes, obviously, and ensure that RPs and councils retain control of the houses when tenants no longer need them. Now, that change has led to a spike in interest for right to buy. So we've seen a big increase in that, and we're expecting a higher yield on right to buy receipts, which will then translate into capital investments. But those figures will reduce in further years as that tails off. So beyond this current spike, it's assumed it will tail off. And again, this has been built into the business plan. Now, the repairs and maintenance budget has been increased by 2.49 million. And so far, the business plan has delivered 208 homes in a previous phase of development. We've delivered 173 homes in the current phase. There are 40 more in development and 533 more in the pipeline. So we're well on our way to delivering on that ambitious 1,000 home target. But of course, inflation and interest rates have changed. So of course, that influences the debt profile, and it means that we've adjusted that profile delivery within the HRA to accommodate that and to ensure everything is sound and it continues. Now, we will be reviewing the plan, as always, going forward to ensure that we do get maximum value for the HRA and to reduce that debt burden further. So essentially, that's what I'm going to do. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Alford. So do group leaders have any comments that they wish to make? Councillor Clure.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief on this. I think Phil's covered really most of the points there. I think it's just worth noting that whilst the pressures on development have become acute for, well, developers, for us as well, I think it's worth looking at what the government is now doing with regard to its support for council housing and its support for affordable housing, but specifically council housing. It's getting mentioned more and more. It's really important that we as a council engage with them. There was, in my view, an excellent report brought forward recently looking at the future of council housing with recommendations that I signed Wiltshire up to, I thought were great. There is a further meeting occurring next week, which, whilst James Barrow will be attending from an officer point of view, sadly I'm not able to attend. I wish I was, but I've got to be back here in the evening. It's in Sheffield. But it's really critical that we engage with that, because I think there will be subsidy flowing from that work that we can use to both assist with our council house build programme, and if we continue to maintain a good reputation both with government and with Homes England, or with the mayoral iteration of Homes England, that we will be able to continue to make sure that that work develops beyond the 1,000 programme and into the future. So I think the position is good. There are some challenges, there are some ways through those challenges, and it's really critical that we keep engaging and keep working with government on this, because it solves so many problems.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Certainly I welcome the report, and thank you to Councillor Alford for the report. I think this was at the Cabinet meeting I attended a couple of meetings ago, and I was actually very impressed with the officer that was presenting the report. I think it was an excellent example, particularly compared to, dare I say it, the array of some of our other social housing providers that we deal with across the county. So I think we're in my opinion, in a pretty good shape. The only question I would raise, of course, relates to the 1,000 home target. And I'm just wondering, I've just read the paragraph which talks about global affairs and all the rest of it. And I do understand that the events, dear boy, etc., but I'm just wondering if the Cabinet member can just provide a bit more guidance in terms of what has affected the delivery from the original target and why we think it won't affect the delivery moving forward, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorne. Councillor Ernie Clark has had to leave, so Councillor Hubbard, I think you're deputising for him.
Indeed, Chair. I was fortunate enough actually to see this presentation when it was made at Cabinet as well. I'd like to commend the presentation. I think it was very helpful, and certainly, or was it scrutiny anyway? It certainly helped to thoroughly understand what was going on here and have no questions of detail on there.
Thank you. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman. As a member of the Wiltshire Council Housing Board, I fully support the proposals. I think really the challenge is making sure we've got the capacity there with partner contractors and developers, you know, to make this happen. It's not a matter of funds. We know there will be grants coming forward from central government. What we've got to ensure is that we've got partner contractors on board who can design and deliver the targets that we've set for ourselves, because they are ambitious targets. We've got a lot of work to do, so let's get building.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. So I now open this item for debate. And any member wishing to speak, if you can just press the button on your microphone. Councillor Adrian Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fully in support of the ambitious programme set out by the Council only a few years ago to acquire 1,000 houses over a 10-year period. It's therefore disappointing to see that this financial constraint reasons, they've now extended this to a 17-year period. One has to ask, how is it possible to have got the maths so wrong in such a short period of time? Given the excellent news that the change of government has provided a much more credible right to buy scheme, and this in turn is likely to reduce the number of social housing units in the private sector, and also given the government has just announced that it's topping up this year's affordable homes programme by 300 million, for which local authorities can bid. And given it is also anticipated, but not guaranteed, that the money available for future years could also be enhanced, given the present government's aspiration to build more social housing than the previous government? Would it not be wise, therefore, to review the recently produced housing revenue account budget setting for 25-26? Where I can see the advantages of the HRA using council-owned land to construct property units and meet the needs of the local people, in particular specially designed property for disabled and their carers, this is proving to be more costly than other means of increasing the housing stock of the HRA, and should therefore only be considered where there is a specific need. I also see the financial advantage of purchasing new development properties from developers under Section 106 agreements for social and affordable properties that they may build. I believe we must therefore increase our relationship with suitable developers and have an ability to influence what they build and the quality of build for our own specific needs, thus saving tens of millions of pounds per new property being acquired. I do not, though, see the need, except in exceptional circumstances, why we should be buying properties in the open market. This means we are paying full market price when we do not need to, as we are a registered social provider. It also means we have increased the number of properties that will need the same commitment as we have at present to decarbonise our stock of social housing, because the ones we buy on the open market have not yet been decarbonised in the main. This method of increasing our housing stock does not increase the number of properties available to Wiltshire residents. It merely moves it from one market onto another, the social housing register.
Could you wind up now, please?
I will, please. I have some important points here.
Well, you should have timed those, Councillor Foster.
I'm going to try and keep within the 5 minutes if you allow me, madam.
I'm sorry?
I will try and keep within the 5 minutes if you'll allow
It's
me.
with it. You're over your 5 minutes. That's why I was asking you to wind up. So please, can you make a very quick point and then sit down?
Okay. At the present moment, I'll have to go from my script then. At the present moment, we have £150 billion of commitment to housing. With the 400 million...
I'll read it for you.
Oh, yeah. I defer to my colleague.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkinson.
Where'd you got to?
Were you paying attention? Obviously not.
Oh, there it is.
Right. Another capital finance matter that is not clearly shown in this budget is that of Stone Circle. The capital account provides small amounts of capital requirement, but does not reflect either the enormous level of capital required, the trading position of the company, or the risk factors involved. Whereas the RHA shows the rationale behind the programme, the level of debt it anticipates and the risk of not achieving 125% coverage of the interest payments, it is unlikely that it is likely to occur. And the debt level reaching £400 million at its peak, as opposed to the £150 million at present. Stone Circle's capital account can only be accessed by going to Companies House and reviewing the latest accounts provided, i.e. those submitted in December 2024 for April 2023 to March 2024. These show a debt level at that date of £40 million and an asset value of £30 million, having made a loss of nearly £10 million to that date. Given the present desire to increase the housing stock in Stone Circle to 1,250
Councillor Hopkinson, you seem to be talking, you're not talking about the housing revenue account.
Yes, we are. Bear with us.
Well, you're talking about Stone Circle.
I will get to that.
Well, can you
I will round the square circle. Right. I project that the debt level of Stone Circle will reach 550 million to 600 million at peak. This would mean that Wiltshire Council will have committed close to £1 billion of debt for housing within 10 years, as opposed to 150 million at present. This has also acknowledged that Stone Circle Housing will never make a trading profit or cover its running costs during its 50-year programme, unlike that of the RHA. Stone Circle is also buying the majority of its properties
Councillor
from the
Hopkinson,
open
we're not
market.
talking, we are talking specifically about the housing revenue account, which is completely separate.
Stone Circle is also buying the majority of the properties from the open market and thus also decreasing housing stock available to our beleaguered first-time buyers. Stone Circle has no aspiration or financial ability to
Not
decarbonise.
anything to do with Stone Circle. Can you sit down, please? We're talking about the housing revenue account, which is completely separate. I move on now. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a couple of points. As a non-exec director of a housing association, I'm aware of the market, and virtually all housing associations, because of the financial climate, have downgraded their build. If you want to listen to Councillor Foster, you will hear the answer to your question. So virtually all housing associations who were perhaps developing 200, 250 houses a year or planning to have downgraded that by 30 or 40 or 50 houses a year because of the debt impact. The debt impact on building those and building too many affects how they're judged, and you can't do that in the housing association. So that will be part. And there's a thought that if you buy at market, that you're buying at market prices. That is entirely incorrect. If you know of a housing development with 150 houses, you can often pick 10 houses up off that development at incredibly good prices because they want to move them on. So you're not buying at market rates if you buy from developers. You do the deal you want to do, and is that the right deal? You can often buy from a marketing developer for less than you build it. Okay, so it's not market rates necessarily. I think it's an excellent report. I think it shows exactly what we're doing in this area. I think I'm very proud that we've still got our council houses and we're developing them further and we're developing them the right way. And so I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I don't have any other members lined up to speak, so I'll go back to Councillor Alford to see whether you want to make any comments.
Yeah, I'm going to try and, I'm going to attempt to answer some of those questions. I mean, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Thorne has largely answered your question, as indeed as Councillor Foster. So construction costs have gone up by significantly more inflation since the initial plan targets were set. Now, that in turn feeds through into our system. Now, we build out what's in our profile. We build out stuff in the pipeline. That is being done. Obviously, as those costs have increased, that means that we need to change how we approach it. Now, what Councillor Foster also said is that he also flagged up an interesting point as well, and one that we are also addressing. So once, once a significant number of our current builds have been built out and those in the pipelines have fed through the system, we will be looking at, and indeed this work started already, looking at switching the model to acquire more homes through 106 acquisitions than through construction in order to manage that debt profile and get that delivery. Because as we know, volume house builders can build homes at a cheaper price than we can. It's as simple as that. So that's beneficial, of course, to us as the HOA, but it doesn't necessarily get you the additionality. When we develop our own homes, that doesn't affect the number of affordable homes delivered by the private sector. So we get those affordable homes, but we also get that additionality. And interestingly, Councillor Whitehead also flagged up what's also going on in that wider market. Not only are we seeing a decrease in private development, but actually the registered providers, the housing associations are all grappling with this issue. They've all got development programmes which they are beginning to row back on whilst they try and consolidate their issues. So we will probably see a lot of those housing providers providing fewer homes moving forward through their own development programmes. So we are quite conscious of those issues, and as I said before, in order to manage the debt that's being acquired to develop these, we are stretching the programme over 17 years. And that's based entirely on the fact that we need to make sure that we can afford to pay back that revenue cost on that debt. We don't want to sort of condense it into 1,000 years and push our debt beyond what's manageable. But there was another issue. I mean, the issue over buying on the open market, and again, this is one I've had a lot of conversations with officers over the years. It's worth bearing in mind that when we receive a right to buy receipt, that capital receipt, we can't hold on to it indefinitely. We have a finite period of time in which that needs to be spent. So that feeds into the capital programme, and alongside money that the council was able to get through Homes England and various other grant sources, it does make acquiring homes that are currently on the open market quite attractive to us, particularly where we are picking up homes that are already part of maybe a block that we own a large number in, or within a road where we already own a large number of houses, so it sits quite well within that programme. The other thing that was raised up was Stone Circle. I really wanted to depoliticise the conversation. Stone Circle is a completely separate entity. It's run on a very different business plan. It has different rent setting. It has a whole range of different issues, and it's a different model. So I'm not going to get drawn into that and try and start sort of discussing some of the numbers which were being flagged up there, which also not entirely, well, just weren't accurate really. So I think that's probably a conversation for another time. I'd like to focus, if we can, on the HRA business plan and the rent setting accordingly. So on that, I'll stop talking, Chair, and I will go back to the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alford. As you say, this is specifically about the housing revenue account. So these proposals are before you. And in accordance with the Constitution, we have a recorded vote on whether or not we support or not this item. And so you've got 20 seconds to vote. Well done. So that proposal is supported. 73 for and 1 against and no abstentions. OK, let's move on now to the council tax setting for 25-26. And I call upon Councillor Nick Botterill, who's the Cabinet Member with responsibility for finance, to present and move the recommendations to his report, which is in your summons on pages 337 to 360. And details of the resolution are on pages 342 and 343. Thank you. Councillor Botterill.
Madam Mayor, I will be brief. Madam Chairman, sorry. Formally moved.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Clure. OK. Councillor Botterill, keep going.
I said I was going to be brief, that's it.
Thank you. Group leaders, do you have any comments? Councillor Clure? No. Councillor Thorne? No. Councillor Hubbard?
I've got half an hour speech on it, Chair.
No.
No, OK.
Councillor Rogers?
I think I've been gagged, Chair.
I'm sorry? OK, so I now open this item for debate. Does any member want to speak to this? And if so, can you press the button on your microphone? No? Well, in that case, I think we will now... well, you don't need to make any final comments, do you, Councillor Botterill? So I think we'll just move straight to the vote then, please. You've got a recorded vote and you've got 20 seconds. As before, 75 for, 1 against. Thank you. Moving on now to Agenda item 11, which is the pay policy statement 2025-26. And I call upon Councillor Ashley O'Neill, Cabinet Member with responsibility for staffing. The report is on pages 361 to 380 of your summons. Councillor O'Neill, can you present and move your recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't call you Madam Mayor, but can I just say that you do look wonderful today, as others have said. And maybe that's why Councillor Botterill called you Madam Mayor. So I'm not going to speak for long, so I'll move the proposals as set out in your agenda pack on page 361 and seek a seconder.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. So you have in front of you the updated pay policy statement for 25-26. This is something we are required to do every single year under the Localism Act of 2011. It does require full council approval. So in terms of changes this year, you've got full details in your report. The changes are highlighted in yellow versus the document that you saw last year. As is usually the case, there are a very small number of changes. That's normal for this pretty formulaic document. So you'll see throughout the policy the total number of council employees, apprenticeships, statutory rates and pay ratios where applicable have been updated. So this has been through all the usual processes and has been recommended to you by Staffing Policy Committee. I think that's probably all I want to say.
Thank you. Group leaders, Councillor Clure. Nothing? Councillor Thorne? Councillor Hubbard? Councillor Rogers? Anybody else want to speak to this? No? Okay, in that case, unless you don't have any final comments, shall we move straight to the vote? So according to the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote and you've got 20 seconds. All 76 in favour. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, and as you know, agenda item 12, the Gypsy and Traveller Site Development Plan document has been deferred. So we'll now move on to agenda item 13, motions. And the first motion we have got is motion number 2025-01, action against the removal of Labour's family farm tax. This motion is from Councillor Rich Rogers and Councillor Bill Parks and is on pages 795 to 796 of your summons. And I invite Councillor Rogers to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the proposals as shown on the screen. If you could put them up, please.
And do you have a seconder?
I hope so.
Yes, Councillor Parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Our farmers are not just the guardians of our food supply, but also the stewards of our countryside. Without their dedication and hard work, our landscapes would deteriorate and we would become increasingly reliant on imported food, an unacceptable risk in an era where food security is more crucial than ever. This council has long recognised the vital role that farmers play and remains committed to supporting them. Only last year, my colleague Councillor Najjar brought forward a motion in support of local farmers, which received overwhelming support across this chamber, sending a clear message to our farming communities that we are on their side. Importantly, our words have been matched by action. As a council, we have committed to supporting local producers through the recently launched Wiltshire Mark and are carrying out innovative projects to support the health of farmers through outreach work. The council also continues to manage its rural estate portfolio under the 2019 Asset Management Framework, ensuring opportunities for new farmers, preserving our rural landscape and promoting sustainability, biodiversity and education. However, we now face a serious threat to the future of farming. This motion highlights concerns over proposed changes to agricultural property relief and business property relief, announced in last year's budget. These changes could have devastating consequences, including undermining succession planning and long-term investment in farmland, forcing the sale of family farms due to unaffordable inheritance tax bills, driving farmland into corporate hands where it would likely be repurposed for non-food producing uses, impacting food security and rural communities. Whilst the previous government recognised that farming and sustainability are intrinsically linked by extending APR, our current government takes a very different view. Whilst it has pledged to extend APR to land managed under an environmental agreement from April 2026, full relief for farmers will only apply to the first £1 million of combined agricultural and business property. Beyond that threshold, inheritance tax will be 20%. None of this was mentioned in their election manifesto. Since 1992, APR has allowed family farms to be passed down tax-free, acknowledging the unique financial challenges of farming, often a low-profit industry that relies on family continuity. Under the new rules, the Country Land and Business Association estimates that a 200-acre arable farm could face a £370,000 tax bill against annual profits of just £27,000, which will require the farm to allocate 136% of its profit each year for a decade. Many farmers simply can't afford this burden, which would force them to sell land and assets, jeopardising the viability of their farms. The government claims the current arrangements allow large estates to pay lower average inheritance tax rates than smaller ones, and sees this measure as closing a tax avoidance loophole. In reality, this is a blunt and indiscriminate tax grab, which will harm small and medium-sized farms most. The National Farmers Union estimates that up to 50% of all working farms could be affected, far more than the government acknowledges. Treasury figures fail to account for diversified farm businesses that rely on BPR to survive. Furthermore, the Treasury's own statistics include small holdings under 40 acres, which are not commercially viable farms. The government's approach suggests a worrying lack of understanding of the rural economy and the potentially devastating consequences of their changes. We call on them to think again. But this issue goes beyond taxation. It's about the future of farming, the security of the food on our tables, and the careful stewardship of our land by those who have tended it for generations. Once our farming heritage is lost, it will be gone forever. Wiltshire is a rural county where farming has been at the heart of our communities for over 1,000 years, shaping our landscapes, traditions, and our very way of life. Many Wiltshire farms have been passed down through generations, still bearing the same family names they did centuries ago. The government's attack on Wiltshire farming heritage will destroy livelihoods, damage communities, and threaten this country's food security. We must do all we can to support our farmers, and I urge you to show that support today by backing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Councillor Clure, I'll ask you to respond to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I am sure many members will have a lot of points that they want to make on this. I will try and keep mine relatively generic to the Council. As a Council, we try and work closely with our farmers, our farming community. That can be a little challenging. A lot of their relationship with government is through DEFRA and not through councils. And I'm not sure that that's really an ideal way to be engaging with major landowners in what is, well, in effect, a county council, a large unitary authority. But still, we try and do that. As Councillor Rogers mentioned, we have the Wiltshire Mark, which we launched in October last year. That is, well, very soon we'll have over 50 members, and all the reports I'm getting back are that at least 70% of those are either farmers or producers of produce, and then people who are selling it through a farm shop. So it's definitely out there to support our farmers. And so far, anecdotally, it's doing well. Let's get it going 6 months before we take any evidence as to how well it's doing. We're also trying to assist through planning where we can. Some of the planning rules for farming can be simple with permitted development. Some of them can be very complicated. I met with the NFU and CLA, last week. They're all blurring into one. again, to make sure that we are understanding their concerns, their issues, and how we as an authority can support them. I think it's fair to say this government does not get the countryside. At best, it doesn't understand it. At worst, it's a bit envious of it and wants to kick it. The idea that we take farmers, the people who maintain our landscapes, most of the time without any actual money for doing so, and then start imposing inheritance tax on them and damaging that landscape, it's just crazy. It's as insane as the rest of their planning policy. It makes no sense. And it is really important, to my mind, that we are very clear as a large rural authority to government what the impact will be of the steps that they've made in their budget and what that will mean both for Wiltshire's farmers, for our food supply and for our landscape. So I very much welcome this motion. I'm intrigued to hear the comments that we are, I think, about to hear about the sort of lived experience of farmers. I've had a few emails through. I've got them. I can feed that into whatever response goes to government. But I hope we can capture the rest of those responses and make sure we at least show government the reality, a dispassionate reality of what their changes will mean to the generations that have maintained our landscape for so long.
Thank you, Councillor Clure. I now move that we debate this motion, so I need a seconder, please. Councillor Holder. So, and we don't go to a vote on this, so all those in favour of debating, please say aye. All those in objection, please say no. Any abstentions? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Councillor Wallace. We haven't forgotten about your abstention. Okay, so it's approved for debate, so we're now going to proceed. Council leaders. Councillor Clure, no? Councillor Thorne?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the promotion to mayor would be most appropriate, but nonetheless, we'll give it a couple more years perhaps on that one. Well, I welcome this motion very much indeed. I think it's extremely well intentioned, and I think it sets, certainly in the second item in terms of the motion itself, a really fascinating task in terms of asking Wiltshire to bring together a range of evidence to support the arguments that I'm sure we will hear through the course of this debate. I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind in this room, at least I would hope not, thank you very much for that, in terms of the central role that the farming community play within Wiltshire, the backbone of our community, of our, without becoming too folksy, in many ways our way of life, I would suggest. And so I'm very, very happy to support the motion. I noticed in the preamble there's a reference to we Conservatives, so I assume that was perhaps a drafting error, I don't know, because we're not all Conservatives, as you will appreciate. But of course, what's important is the motion and the letter from Richard. But as I say, I think most interestingly and importantly is the opportunity to develop the analysis in relation to our farming community. I'm sure there are tremendous stories to be told, remarkable experiences, I would have thought. And of course, one of the consistent themes of the discussion through the course of the day has been about evidence and evidence base. And if we need any more evidence, and one might argue that we don't, but if you need any more evidence, then that may come through the second part of the motion. So I'm very happy to support it. I welcome it very much. And I hope that we can achieve, as we have already today on one or two occasions, an M-Con vote in favour of the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. The Independent Group haven't discussed this item and don't have a position on it. Speaking personally and in a personal capacity, I welcome again that it's now okay that we can write motions that attack the government. I seem to remember that last year this wasn't something that went down so well. But I think that there is a point in this, although I think it's a point that actually belongs in Parliament and not in this council chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm more than happy to support item 2. That makes eminent sense to me. I think what I would say is let's call it what it is. Let's not invent farm tax. It's inheritance tax. That's what it is. And my heart bleeds. Yes, I agree farmers work hard. So do I. Run a construction business for 50 years. That's hard work as well. The rest of us pay 40% inheritance tax. That's what we pay. Farmers are being asked to pay 20% from 2026 and 10 years to pay it back. My heart bleeds. I can't support number 1. I don't think it's this chamber's place to even debate it. Certainly item 2, we would like to know the effects. I shan't be supporting this.
I think we twigged that one. Thank you, Councillor Rogers. I will now open the item to general debate. So any member wishing to speak, well, I see you've all pressed your buttons. Councillor Chuck Berry.
Thank you, Chair. When I was a kid at school, and it was a long time ago, the somewhat left-wing economics master told us, the whole class, what a good thing it was that farms passed down without inheritance tax because they always stayed the same size, unlike, and he pointed then at the French, and that being a very poor system agriculturally as a result. What I think worries me most is where you've got a heavily geared family farm, and what this is going to do is devalue agricultural land values, so the money which is set aside to guarantee those loans will start to come into question, and then they'll be looking at the age, the profile, the health of the owning farmer and saying, well, is he well enough? Is he going to last another 10 years and all of the above? I think it has a real influence on the structure of a delicate financial position that an agricultural business might have. And it worries me. And I think it's not thought through. And Rachel from Accounts didn't do the research.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it concerns this topic, I would like to quote from my speech from Hansard in the Westminster Hall debate on the 10th of February this year. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to meet a constituent, Darcy Johnson, and I want to share her and her family's story. 4 generations of Darcy's family have worked Dogwood Farm, which is a small family-run beef and arable farm of about 250 acres. Her grandfather is the current owner. The plan was always to follow the sensible business advice that they and other farmers were given, to wait until her grandfather's death to pass the farm on to the next generation. Her parents currently manage the farm, and Darcy is studying agricultural business, hoping to take it on herself later. Generations worth of planning has followed the suggested advice, but that was suddenly changed overnight with the budget announcement because Darcy's grandfather, now 92, is beyond insurable age. They do not have 7 years to wait. If the government plan comes into effect unchanged, Darcy and her family will somehow have to find nearly £500,000 to keep their farm with barely any notice. If they can't find the money because they, like most small farmers, don't have hundreds of thousands of pounds to spare, they will lose their farm, a small, sustainable family business that will likely be replaced by a corporate with no connections to the local community. The government need to acknowledge the effect that the sudden rise in inheritance tax will have on small family farms, on people whose families have been working hard for generations to put food on Britain's tables. So I will be voting for this motion as a Liberal Democrat. And lastly, to say, if I may, Madam Chair, that this is my last full council meeting as a Wiltshire councillor, for Box and Cologne, to thank all of you as members and indeed officers for being friends right across the hall, irrespective of party politics. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to serve with you these past 8 years. In the words of the late great West Country science fiction and environmental writer, Douglas Adams. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thank you, Brian. I take it you're not coming to our next meeting. Councillor Edward Kirk.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like clarity from the monitoring officer on this motion in terms of my position. The motion's unclear as to whether it includes business property relief. All I've heard, it was mentioned by the proposer, but then we went on a sidetrack of agriculture property relief, which I believe in its main intention, but in the actual changes from 6th of April 2026, it's down as one article. It says the government will also, hang on, let me just get this back up again. So in addition to the agricultural relief, it says the government will also reduce the rate of business property relief available from 100% to 50% in all circumstances for shared designated as long listed. So my question, I'm not going to vote on this, and I don't know to what extent I can even mention this because I have business property, but the motion's unclear in terms of whether it's just agricultural property relief or including business.
I think it is quite clear. It does mention agricultural property relief in the first paragraph.
The proposer mentioned in his speaking about business property relief.
That is what we're voting on. That is the motion that we will be voting on. And it
I think
is,
from a point of view of, you're missing out the fact that this is affecting businesses, not just agricultural businesses.
so we've got the particular motion is about farming and farmers.
It wasn't clear in the proposal. I'm going to leave the room anyway because I don't like this, me mentioning this, but it wasn't clear in the proposer statement. I don't know if he wants to read it out again, what he said. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's very clear, but anyway, if you wish to leave, Councillor Kirk, please do. Thank you. Councillor Jane Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I was umming and erring whether to contribute to this debate, but I received a letter from one of my lovely local farmers last week. And Councillor Rogers, I was moved to speak because if you met this chap, Hugh Roth, you would find him the most down-to-earth, normal, affable person. And I think there's a lot of othering going on in the politics of this. And I'll just read out his letter to you. It's a little bit spicier than I would normally say, but given the circumstances, I think it's relevant. And it is short, you'll be glad to know. Anyway, dear Jane, hopefully you're intending to support the motion in next week's meeting regarding stopping the family farm tax. This is a classic case of vindictive socialism engineered by a government with no practical understanding of how farming works. We are entirely at the mercy of pricing for all of our farm produce, and that is in the main dictated to by import, supermarkets and weather events around the world. The effects of these factors outside our control mean many farmers simply do not have the cash reserves to pay inheritance tax upon succession. The net result will be the breakup of family farms as chunks of land are sold to meet the tax bills. The Wiltshire landscape has evolved to its present form by successive farming families who, contrary to public perception, have cared for and sensitively managed the countryside with such practices as mixed grazing and, more recently, margins, wildflower strips, insect corridors, etc. Suppress and penalise farmers, and you will put at risk the UK's food security, as well as the local knowledge and practical management within local communities that have been handed down over generations. Hugh is a member of the local parish council as well, by the way. Hugh goes on, we've lost count of the number of times we've been asked to help locally, pulling trucks out of Westwood, clearing snow between Clatford and Lockridge, cutting up fallen trees that have blocked roads. It goes on. And I can believe that. He finally says, but of course, Reeves wouldn't have a clue about that sort of thing. And that's the problem with this tax that's come down from government. It does show that they simply don't understand what rural life is like. So I will support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Monica Devendran.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Farmers are the backbone of British economy, playing a critical role in food production, rural employment, and overall sustainability of our communities. Their hard work and dedication not only provide essential resources for our nation, but also contribute significantly to the economy through local businesses and services. In Amesbury, we have several farming families who are facing significant challenges due to the tax imposed by the Labour government. This tax can create a substantial financial burden on these families, often endangering their ability to maintain their farms and pass them down to future generations. The emotional and economic toll of navigating this tax can lead to difficult decisions that may ultimately threaten the viability of their operations. Therefore, I'm supporting this motion to urge the government to reconsider and remove the family farm tax. By doing so, we can help ensure the farming families in Amesbury and across the country can continue to thrive, preserving not only their livelihoods, but also the agricultural tax that is viable to our economy. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor Carbin.
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, I'll be supporting it also. So thanks for bringing it forward, Councillors Rogers and Parks. Just a couple of points, really. Number 2 there, this analysis. Can I just make a plea that that's done fairly quickly? We do have a tendency for these matters to drift, and it would be really good to have that evidence, because obviously this is something there's quite a lot of interest in the rural parts of the county. With regard to part 1, when Councillor Cluer writes to the government, just the title of the thing, Action Against the Removal of Labour's Family Farm Tax, there's a double negative in there. Can you be clear that we're against the tax and in favour of its removal, not against its removal? And unlike a lot of the things that we send to central government, I think there is a possibility that we might actually win on this one. Usually we're wasting our breath, but I do get the feeling that there might be an opportunity for the government, at least partially, to backtrack on this one. So good luck with your campaign, and I've certainly got my full support.
Thank you, Councillor Carbin. I think you're more optimistic than I am anyway. Councillor Suzanne Wickham.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I wrote the notes for this speech, I actually was going to start by saying, who's heard somebody say, hey, why shouldn't the farmers pay inheritance tax like the rest of us? Why do they get longer to pay, and why are they only paying 20%? Well, Councillor Rogers actually said that. And the next part of my speech was to say, at the end of what I've said, hopefully I can show those people who have that view at the start of this, they will consider changing their mind. To try and find out more about how this would affect specific farms, I actually contacted some farmers I know, and I was very, very fortunate to go and visit one family, and I would like to just highlight the impact that this will have on them if this law is passed. First of all, the government's assumption that a very small number of farms will need to pay each year is absolutely nonsense. The CLA, the Country Landowners Association, has suggested that 70,000 smaller farms will be liable for this tax on the land value alone. And I've got some information for you regarding a relatively ordinary size farm and the sort of investment and value that they would attract the IHT through. So this one family, this is confidential information, so I won't be giving any idea as to where in Wiltshire they are. But what we have here is a family, multi-generational. We have the grandparents, if you like. They're way past retirement age, but like many farmers, they work every day of the week. Their child, who is married and has young children. So we've got 3 generations here, and it's how it will actually impact on all of them that is so important. So I just want to give you a little bit of history. The farmhouse they live in was a longhouse. Now, I don't know how many of you remember primary school drawing a picture of a longhouse where the animals and the humans all live together in the one building. So this goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. And in fact, this one family farm or farmers rather, can trace their history to 600 years on this land. So we are talking here of enormous history, knowledge, passion, and currently, as I say, the older generation should have retired, but this is how they are. They are still working. And of course, always is the aspiration that their children, and in fact their children's children, will inherit. So I'm going to outline for you some of the reasons why that potentially will not take place if this law goes ahead. I want to quote the older generation first of all. So they said to me, previous generations of my family managed to pass down to the next generation. I don't want to be the first one in 600 years to fail. And I think that is really, really important. So just a little bit of background about this farm. In the 1930s, obviously the Depression was around, many farmers lost their farms. And these farmers managed their ancestors, managed to keep their farm, and they were very prudent, and they managed to actually increase their acreage. And that's gone on a little bit. I want to highlight that at approximately £10,000 an acre, the inheritance tax liability, as I've said, could just be on the land alone. But these farmers are mixed farmers, so obviously they have their land, and they also have a significant amount of high-value equipment. And I'm just going to read very quickly. A combine, £400,000. 3 tractors, £450,000. And then they have a drill, mower, baler, sprayer, muck spreader, around about £500,000. And obviously they've got farm buildings, which again have a huge value, and their stock, which are cattle and sheep. They have a small number of buildings, which back in the day when farms had lots and lots of farm workers would have been farm cottages. So they've got a couple of those. Recently, they met their accountant with the very specific reason of trying to find out how this IHT will affect them very, very specifically. They now know that they have a liability of £700,000. So to produce the money for that, they would have to sell 70 acres of their farm, or indeed pay £70,000 for 10 years. Now, neither of those figures are remotely viable for this farm.
Can you wrap it up now, please? We are over your 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be very, very quick. None of those are viable. So basically, they would have to sell the land, and this would prevent their grandchildren inheriting in the long term. I'm going to miss some notes because there's a couple of quotes.
Thank you, Susan.
Can I just do one quote, Madam Chair?
I think you're over 30 seconds. I'm sorry, I've got a long list of people who wish to speak. Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Threlfall.
Thank you, Chair. Like other businesses, our farms are already facing multiple pressures from the increases in the minimum wage, the national insurance rise, and now the changes in inheritance tax, business property relief, and agricultural property relief. In the north of the county, where my division is, they tend to be small, family-run dairy farms, which have diversified as best they can to increase the minimal returns they get from their traditional work. Even though small and generating low returns, the asset value of these farms quickly adds up to well over the tax threshold. The land, the herds, the agricultural buildings and machinery, and of course the farmhouse and possibly tied cottages on top. The farmers around me have been talking to me and to each other, and the consensus is that every single local farming family in the area will be affected by this tax change, despite the government's contention that only very few will be. These people give hugely of their time and energy to our rural communities. They have put up with a low income for years in order to fund investment into the land, but they're now having to look at whether they will have to sell fields or indeed their whole farms to pay the tax. Meanwhile, every week they receive letters inviting them to give up farming and take the easy and lucrative path of permitting solar panels across their fields. This tax will be devastating for our farming families, for our communities, for rural employment, our landscapes and our food security, and the government should reconsider at once. I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Parks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this short. Members will know that I represent a rural part of the county in the southwest, Warminster North and rural. It is an area formed from many small farms typically found throughout the county. These family farms have traditionally been passed down from generation to generation, but now are seriously under threat by the imposition of the government's inheritance tax, a tax that will rip the heart of Wiltshire's farming community apart, a tax that will have devastating consequences to this country's food security. It is estimated we import more food than any other country, bar Japan and China. And we know that Wiltshire has many jobs employed in agriculture. So the agricultural economy here in the county is a matter we should all be concerned about. This inheritance tax will place the very existence of many family farms in Wiltshire under threat. And I urge members to support this motion. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor George Jeans.
My division is adjacent to Bill's, so I won't repeat what he said, but the Councillor Edward Kerr made a point that he left the room. I own a business. It is aimed at both business and farm, but I see them listed as two separate taxes. It says business inheritance tax, farm inheritance tax. So far as I'm concerned, I can speak and vote because I do not own a farm, but I own a business. So you're discussing business, probably different. But going on from that, before I say the emotive part of it, which a lot of us have, that I do feel, I have asked the accountant before I come today, that in the first part of it, where it says family farm tax, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but this is what my accountant tells me is correct. That should be in inverted commas, really, because it is what we're talking about. If you're going to send this to government, it's inheritance tax, but farm inheritance tax. So, you know, I support it 100%, but I'm just making the point, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry if I misled any of you, but just bear that in mind. Just a short emotive bit. A farming business needs its assets to stay viable and produce food for the country. I ask, how can they do that very long term with possibly hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of debt that they could incur at some point? If the assets are sold, I would like you all to bear in mind as well that that farmer would be subject to capital gains. So they do not escape tax. It's just a way of keeping the business going. And that we need farms to produce food. And I very much support number 1 and number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nabil Najjar.
Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to speak for very long on this, but firstly to congratulate Councillor Rogers and Councillor Parks for bringing this motion today. And thank you for alluding to a very similar discussion we had almost exactly a year ago when we discussed our support as a council and as individual councillors for our farmers up and down Wiltshire. And I feel now is time to put our money where our mouth is and actually demonstrate that support in practice. I represent an extremely rural division, the Chalk Valley, and I have over the past few months heard similar horror stories to those which have been mentioned around the chamber, but I'm not going to go through those one by one. Instead, I just want to take a moment to emphasize what the risk of this policy is in practice. We risk seeing more than just food insecurity. We risk seeing the breakdown of farms and farming units. We see the risk of familial disputes. We see all of the things which typically come at a cost of inheritance amplified around an asset of national significance, which is our farms, and our national landscapes. And that's something which frankly doesn't sit very well with me. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I was on my way down to London, and I did something I rarely do, which is move into the left lane on the A303 to allow a convoy of tractors to head down to London for the protest. And the number of people honking them, showing their support, waving out of the window, emphasises this is another opportunity for us as Wiltshire Council to be on the right side, to stand with our residents, and to continue to support them, even when Westminster doesn't. And I fear that's more and more of a recurring theme these days. I will just draw people's attention to one final point. What we're seeing now is, I fear, the start of a pattern, the start of a recurring cycle where, in an attempt to generate revenue, and in what is, I think, the start of potentially a class war reminiscent to what we saw during the last Labour government, we are going to see more and more ill-thought-through and ill-founded policies coming out of Westminster designed to target and victimise rural communities, partly born out of a lack of understanding, partly also, I fear, born out of malicious intent in some cases. I think rural communities like ours need to stand firm and demonstrate from the very outset that this is something which, at the very least, is not going to pass without a bit of a fight. And that's why I'm delighted to support this motion. Councillor Rogers, thank you again for bringing it. And much as we saw a unanimous vote in favour of the motion a year ago, whilst I think it's clear this one's not going to be unanimous, I think I hold out hope for a very positive show of support for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charles McGrath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, as has been mentioned before, farming is a massive part of our heritage and our culture here in Wiltshire. Whether it's pork farming or dairy farming or indeed watercress farming. And I'm very proud myself to come from a family of watercress farmers in Broadchalk in Councillor Najjar's division. So I think it's very good to see him speaking up in favour of all farmers across the county. But I think what hasn't been really touched on during this debate so far, I think there's been an allusion to it, but not really a deep dive into what will happen as a result of this tax, is a lot of farmers, and you read news reports now, a lot of farmers are just selling up. They're giving up. Why would you want to pay 20% inheritance tax on your family farm when your farm isn't really making much of a profit anyway? And as we know, if you watch Clarkson's Farm, you know that's the reality of many farmers nowadays. They're asset rich, but very much cash poor. Then they'll just sell their farm. And what will happen when they sell their farm? It will be probably the land will be developed. It'll be whether housing or solar farms or some sort of development there. And obviously, there is a housing shortage in this country, and I'm not opposing development where it's been properly thought through. But if we're just going to allow this tax to, cause farmers to sell up and just, build new housing developments, I just don't think that's, very fair. As I said, farming is part of our history, and especially so in a place like Wiltshire. So, I represent a division in Salisbury, and Salisbury isn't a farming city, although we are a market town, market city, and where farmers for many, many hundreds of years have brought their products, whether it's cheese, whether it's vegetables, whether it's whatever else, to sell. But the countryside around Salisbury, and as I've said, the countryside across Wiltshire, is very much, farming is very much ingrained into their very existence. And what the motion is proposing with regards to the family farm tax, if that is what it's, if we're going to call it that, is very tame. All we're asking is for the leader of the council to condemn or express our dismay, not even condemn, but express our dismay at the tax, and to properly gauge the impact this will have on Wiltshire's farmers. That's not controversial. And I would actually agree with the councillor who mentioned having some sort of set timeline for getting these results back about in terms of getting a clear idea of what this impact will be on Wiltshire's farmers. Obviously, it will be a big one. So to finish up, I want to paraphrase Ecclesiastes. So there is a time to farm and a time to build, but not at the same time. And if you may indulge me for a minute, as this is my last full council meeting as the councillor for Salisbury Milford, there is a time to hang up your hat and pass on the baton. So thank you very much to my residents. Thank you to all of you, especially for the support you showed me when I was very ill a few years ago, and all the best for the future. Thank you.
So another one not coming to the LTP for full council meeting. Okay, thank you. Councillor Zoe Clure.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In response to this motion, I decided to ask some farmers in my division of Redlinch and Lanford, which incorporates part of the New Forest National Park, for their views, some of which I would like to share with you now. The Parsons family are tenant farmers and manage 900 acres plus 50 acres of their own. They contract for 4 other farms, making a total of about 2,000 acres that they look after. They don't have a large amount of owned land, but nonetheless, the crops, cattle, machinery required all take the valuation to above the threshold, so the new rules kick in. And it's not only the land value itself that's relevant. Mrs. Parsons says, basically, the government doesn't care about farmers, about long-term planning and funding, and have definitely forgotten the lessons learned from the last World War. We are an island, and we need to be more self-sufficient, not less. She closes by saying, I asked my son Edward, who farms this land, who is not yet middle-aged, to describe in one word how he felt yesterday morning, and his immediate response was, vulnerable. Mike and John O'Smales employ 30 people, and yes, operating costs are affecting them. They're organic fruit and veg growers, commercial pumpkin growers, and dairy farmers. They have very successfully diversified as Lyburn cheese, of which their Stony Cross cheese won Best British Cheese at the World Cheese Awards last year. Mr. Smales Senior's initial response to my question was, it could bankrupt us if we die on the wrong day. His son Jono said, it's a mess which has angered lots of people we know and is causing a lot of anxiety. Whilst government is damaging farming, this is me now, not Jono, whilst government is damaging farming and the rural way of life, Wiltshire Council is supporting farmers with initiatives such as the Wiltshire Mark, which Lyburn Farm and Hayward growers, I'm pleased to say, are already members of, along with a growing number of businesses across Wiltshire, and we can all promote that. Hayward's vegetable growers, who grow field and salad vegetables, are also mired in red tape on importing equipment, obtaining irrigation licenses, and the attendant consultants' fees to navigate all these procedures. This assault is also on top of minimum wage rises and national insurance changes, which are costing them tens of thousands of pounds per year. Competition on cost is fierce, and buyers have no issue whatsoever with sourcing from abroad, whilst imported goods are cheap, despite transport costs. It seems to me that we've forgotten all that we were so sure of in terms of food self-sufficiency and energy security at the end of the Second World War. We have had a recent reminder with both of these with the invasion of Ukraine and what subsequently happened to food prices and inflation. What would actually help farmers, they told me, and are united on, is the removal of red tape, pointless paperwork, and ever larger tomes of guidance and documentation for the work that they have to do, often requiring the expertise and expense of agricultural consultants to take advantage of. All 3 farmers agreed that the inheritance tax agricultural property relief threshold is far too low once dwellings, stock and machinery are included. In short, very large farms will be able to free up money under this new regimen, and very small farms won't be caught up. Medium-sized farms will be clobbered. And I would add concerns for farmers' mental health also countrywide. So to close, farmers want to farm. They don't want to have to be dealing with inheritance tax and tax planning. Giving away their farms to the next generation may be possible for some, but for others, they may not live another 7 years to be able to escape this inheritance tax net entirely. They haven't had sufficient warning to plan. Mrs. Parsons' initial response to my question was a wearied, where to start? Well, I fear I know where this ends. The medium-sized businesses of all kinds, including the myriad supply chain employment and those that rely on them, may no longer exist. Rachel Reeves is digging a big hole. It would be better to put this legislation in that hole and bury it for good. It could well prove expensive to implement and is by no means certain that these measures will bring about the revenue forecast.
Have you finished now?
Just about, or close the loophole of non-farmers buying agricultural land. I wonder if the Chancellor is certain where her next meals are coming from and who provides them. It would be a shame if her updated CV included a line on the slaying of medium-sized farms. So I will be supporting this motion because we need our farmers and we need food to eat.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McLennan.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at the two parts of the motion, on the first hand, you all look like you're going to vote for this, and I've got no axe to grind on that. But you're sending Richard Kluwer to write a letter basically saying, we don't like your inheritance tax, which seems pretty pointless because they say, oh, okay, fine. Part two actually says, shall we actually undertake some investigation to see exactly what effect this has in Wiltshire? And that, I would say, is the right way to go, to establish, apart from all the hyperbole that's going on here at the moment, exactly what the issues are and how much really the effect will have on farms of large, small and medium. The budget, for instance, of 2026 says that it's from 6th of April 2026, the full 100% relief from inheritance tax will be restricted to the first £1 million of combined agricultural and business property. Above this amount, landowners will access 50% relief from inheritance tax and will pay inheritance tax at a reduced effective rate of 20% rather than the standard 40% that we all pay. This tax can be paid in instalments over 10 years, so that's 20% over 10 years, 2% a year, rather than immediately, as with other types of inheritance tax that we all pay. This is on top of all the other spousal exemptions, the ones we get, and nil rate bans that people can access for inheritance tax. This means that two people with farmland, depending on their circumstances, can pass on up to £3 million without paying any inheritance tax. And then, of course, above that, you pay the 20% on whatever's over £3 million at 2% a year. Now, to me, I'm not a farmer, but I'm a bloke who's going to be paying inheritance tax, no doubt. I think that's very generous. And aside from all of the needs for farms, I think there will be ways around that in the same way as we will all look to plan our futures. So I think whilst we all love farmers, let's get some reality. Let's get the facts to see what effect it could have on these people, the likely effect when they've done their avoidance measures, and then let Richard write his letter to the government and say, this is what will happen in Wiltshire as a result of your tax. And only then will we be talking with actual facts. Now, to take up, so that's all I've got to say about that. But in terms of John Hubbard mentioning that wouldn't it be good if we'd had all this last year when it was a Conservative government? You know, why are we suddenly spending on the busiest day of the year
loads and loads of time debating this, when up till now we couldn't even criticise last year's absolute shambles of a government of 14 years. So, yeah, let's get some reality in here, please. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I'm not standing again. I am coming to the next meeting, but anybody who's not, cheerio, I've done my 30 years. Thank you.
Right, time is moving on, and the list of people wanting to speak to this motion is also, doesn't seem to be diminishing. So if you can be, people are rambling a bit now. I'm sure it's because we're getting tired. So I am going to restrict you now to 3 minutes rather than 5 minutes. So that might concentrate the mind. Councillor Nick Botterill.
Thank you. I think 3 things you need to consider when you propose a new tax. Is it going to raise material sums of money in a timely fashion? Is it fair? And does it have unintended consequences? So if I just go through those things, is it going to raise significant sums of money? No. Even the proponents say, and with all the delays and staggered payments, it is not going to raise any money, hardly at all, in the context of national spending. Is it fair? Well, no, actually. It is different from normal businesses. You have a situation where asset values are inflated. You are trying to extract something from that overinflated asset value, and you're trying to basically extract money from where there isn't money. There's just theoretical money. So, no, it's not fair at all. Very few people would work in business for the sort of returns that farming generates. 0 return, 0.5%, 1%. This is not normal business. This is something far more profound than that. Does it have unintended consequences? Well, yes. It will displace just as Stalin's attacks on the kulaks displaced the food-producing people in Russia and Ukraine, this will inevitably lead to smaller farmers having to move on. And that will have the consequence that instead of growing consuming home-produced food, we will be importing food. Now, I know this government's very keen on seemingly closing down all our industries and importing the stuff from abroad. They seem to have got a good track record already in that. But this, make no doubt about it, this will achieve that end. We will simply be importing more food, and meanwhile, our land will go unmanaged. You know, why are we doing it? Just to say, we're not doing it just to send a message to the government. We're doing it to send a message that Wiltshire Council stands with Wiltshire farmers. Farming is integral to this county. Absolutely integral. So this is a vote for the yeomanry of England. Stand up for the yeomanry of England. That's what I say.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin Grant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Normally, I would be finding myself at loggerheads with Councillor Botterill on budget day, but on this particular matter, we find ourselves rampantly in alignment. I would have been asking the movers of the resolution to accept a friendly amendment to delete the Conservatives. I suspect the electorate will do that, but as it's in the preamble, I don't have to do that. So I will be voting for the resolution. And Councillor Botterill has made, I think, a very important point, and let me back it up with the words of the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility, who have reported last month on their assessment of this tax, which they describe its revenue yield as, quote, highly uncertain, unquote, from their report. And their sense is that potentially their midpoint, their median assessment of its likely revenue delivery is £500 million in the year 2029-30. And colleagues, let's put that into context. That's against a government spend at that point of £1,150 billion. As the son of the statistician, I must tell you that is 0.000437849, and I won't go on. percentage of the government's needed revenue stream. It's a bad tax. It's ill thought through. It wasn't consulted upon. If the government had an objective of attacking those who are attempting to avoid inheritance tax by buying land rather than farming it, then they could have done it in an entirely different and far more effective way. And we do stand with Wiltshire's farmers. Thank you.
Councillor Stuart Wheeler.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I thought I had to speak, seeing as I represent Pewsey Vale East, which was referred to, among other things, by Cobbett as the one of the fairest agricultural landscapes in England. I want to concentrate. I could tell you stories about farmers. I've got farmers who are beside themselves with worry. But I do think you might be pushing at an open door, and I think Councillor Grant has actually picked up on it, and so has Councillor Bottrell. I see that Rachel from Accounts fell for the Treasury three-card trick. Abolish the £300 fuel limit, which they'd hated ever since it was introduced, and deal with capital gains tax on agricultural land. What they've done, of course, and I'm looking around without looking at anybody in particular, but I am informed that when this Treasury measure was introduced, DEFRA were not consulted in any manner whatsoever as to the likely impacts of the tax they were introducing. And what has happened in my division, which is intensely worrying, is that billionaires, and I use the word billionaires advisedly, are still investing in agricultural land. They are buying houses and restoring them, which is stunning. We're thrilled to bits. But I am told anecdotally the land is, they're now up to nearly 11,000 acres. A lot of that land is being taken out of production. Leases are being bought out. Tenant farmers are being removed from their farms. Farm cottages are being removed because we have staff that need to be housed. Because for somebody, an individual of that degree of wealth, this tax still looks attractive because they're owning land. There is no guidance here applying the tax to people who are not farming properly, who are not using land for agricultural purposes. Funnily enough, one of our more notable inhabitants, and I'll finish on this one, which is Richard Dyson, who is a major landowner, actually farms his 36,000 acres exceptionally efficiently up and down the country and produces a heck of a lot of food and is very efficient. That's not the sort of person you should be taxing. The problem we have here is a tax applied to an industry with a massive capital value, which has very, very low returns. And I'm told, I will finish, I'm told one Labour MP, a new one, baby, went to an NFU conference or something like that. And the farmer was talking to him and said, look, this doesn't work. My land's worth £3 million if I sold it tomorrow. And I made an income last year of about £110,000. And the bloke looked at him and said, what on earth are you doing in farming? And that sums up the incomprehension of the Labour elite. And that's why we should be I am voting for this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Matthew Dean.
Well, Madam Mayor, thank you for your magnificent invitation to one more council meeting, and I relish the opportunity of coming and seeing you there. I represent an urban area which until recently had two significant farms within it. Ironically, one of them was bought by Hills Waste and is now going to be a site for incineration by the looks of things. And the other site has been earmarked by Wiltshire Council for housing in the local plan. So I won't have any farmers, partly as a result of Wiltshire Council policies in my area. But I do have the Isla Dairy, and that is managed on behalf of a cooperative of farmers, and it is very important to the economy of southwest Wiltshire. My view is that the government have made a monumental mistake, and they are going to lead, this mistake is going to lead to a massive consolidation of the farming sector into the hands of, ironically, hedge funds, pension funds, and private equity. And they, of course, won't pay inheritance tax. What the government needs to do is merely change the legislation using HMRC's records to make sure that working farming families do not pay inheritance tax. And those records exist, so that would be a perfectly feasible thing to do. There's one other point I would like to make. We have spent hours in this council over the last 4 years debating motions saying we should write to the government about this and that. Have you noticed, Madam Mayor, no one ever tells us what replies to all these debates are? You know, one we had with Michael Gove, where Nick Bottrell was going to write to government? Never heard a dicky bird. We spent 2 hours in it talking about that debate. Never heard a response. So I'm hoping that this time, if the government do reply to us, that reply might be shared with this council. My last point is, it's not just about agricultural property relief and its abolition for farmers, or even the changes to business rates. There is a tsunami coming down the road this April and May. The new business packaging tax is going to have a terrible effect on farmers, on the food and drink industry generally, the hospitality industry. We're going to see a huge increase both in the rate of national insurance paid by small businesses and indeed on the number of people that will be captured by that in terms of employees. And then, of course, we've got the changes to business rates, national insurance as well. So national insurance, business rates, packaging tax, agricultural property relief. This is just the start of it. And this is because we are moving to a high tax economy and the country can't afford it.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. I got distracted and you went over a few minutes, but I just wanted to raise your attention to that we do have an update on motions is in the council papers. I think it's page 805 or 806 or something. So that you can follow up on what has happened with motions that have been approved by council. Moving on, Councillor Paul Oatway.
Thank you, Chair. My division is Pewsey Vale West, which clearly lies in the Vale of Pewsey. It has some of the most fertile land in this county and is farmed by many, many family farmers and big institutions such as Vitacress. This is an attack on our farming community and our farming shops. Let there be no doubt about it. But it is bigger than farming. It's far bigger than farming. This is an attack on our rural county and rural counties across this land. This council has had £6.25 million removed from rural grants. £6.25 million removed at the stroke of a pen because we're rural. And that is happening across the whole of England and Wales. But members, some of you might just refer to this being about farming. It's far greater than that. Dorset and Wiltshire Farm Rescue Service, the people that protect us, have had £4 million removed from the budget at the stroke of a pen because they had rural services grants. That's the impact of this government. That's what this government is doing to rural counties in this country.
Thank you. Councillor James Shepherd.
Thank you very much. I sort of feel like I'm sort of invested in this particular topic. I farmed for 40 years. My family farmed for just over 100 years. I took the big decision to stop farming, mainly because I felt we were not getting support. And I felt it was time, probably, to move on. And in some ways, it saddened me that I had to do that. But as events have turned out, it turned out to be the correct thing to do. I was chairman of Wiltshire NFU for a number of years. I was on NFU Council, National Council. And I can tell you the morale of British farming is at an all-time low. At a time when we need to worry about food security, when we need to worry about the environment we live in, the people who provide that at this moment are under a huge amount of pressure. They feel that they've been abandoned by just about everybody. Where is the support that we had through COVID? When everybody was cheering us, looking at us as the saviours of the country, where has that disappeared to? Yes, we are financially very well off. Indeed, we have huge amounts of assets. We have no cash. And unfortunately, it's the lack of cash which will be the death of the local farmer. Councillor Wheeler is absolutely correct. The multimillionaires who are moving into the farms we will sell think 20% is a very good deal. They will green it, they won't farm it, but they'll do very well out of it. And unfortunately, they won't produce any food. Now, I'd like to thank you on behalf of farmers in Wiltshire for your support, for bringing this motion today. They know that the public is on their side, but unfortunately, the key people who should be on our side are not. And I don't believe at the moment they're going to listen. The actual supply chains of farming are at a critical level. They will disappear. The suppliers of farm machinery, the suppliers of all the things that farmers need will disappear. That won't be evident to start with. That won't be evident in 5 years' time. But once that supply chain has gone, it won't come back. So I really do beg of this government to listen to farmers. We had a survey done about people you trust. Funnily enough, farmers came second behind doctors and just above engineers. Guess who came at the bottom? Guess who came at the bottom? So when farmers say there'll be 70,000 farmers affected, and the government says there'll be 500, guess who's telling the truth? One other little point, and that is the £500 million that this will raise, strangely enough, is only twice the amount that the NHS wasted in food waste last year. £200 million.
Can you wind up now,
I
please?
certainly will do. I'm sorry that I went on, but this is a thing passionate to my heart. So even if they cut food waste in the NHS, they could reduce our tax by 10%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Paul Sample.
Chairman, I want to say that I've still got family in Wiltshire. My cousin John is still farming over at Hack in Lower Forest in Melksham, has been all his 80 years. His brother Alistair has shared the farm over the years. They've shared the burden of getting up at ridiculous hours in the morning that I wouldn't contemplate, and they've worked their lives, not even taking holiday on occasions, you know, that wasn't even something they could consider. And I have to say that my sister went to Agricultural College in Devon. I think she spent the first couple of years in agricultural finance and then went on to run her own very sizable no, I was going to say allotment. It was slightly larger than an allotment, slightly smaller than the medium-sized farm. Nevertheless, she loved it. And I think the thing that I've taken away from my father, who farmed all his life, from all of the relatives who are still in it, including my cousin Hosier over in the Salisbury, South Wiltshire area, is that they do it because they love it. I don't want to give the impression that they do it for the money. They don't. They do it because they love it, and because actually they have no alternative but to do it. Often because they are in immense amounts of debt because of the loans which they've had to take out for agricultural machinery and herbicides and fertilizers and all of that. And it is really difficult for them to walk away from it. And I was really interested to hear what was said by the previous speaker and his experience as a chairman of the NFU, because he's spoken with rare honesty, and I thought it was a marvellous speech, I have to say. I understand the pain that he had from walking away from the farm, as I did when I was 16. I could see then, you know, having had to get up every day, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, since I was 5, to feed the pigs at 7:10, a time which is still you know, I still wake up at 7:10 in the morning, because that was when I used to get out and go and feed the pigs before I then went off to school. And we don't do it. These people don't do it for the money. They do it because they love it. And the thing that Wiltshire can do collectively is to have a buy local policy. Wherever we've got contracts that in five...
Can you
that
wind up
involve
now,
food,
please, Councillor Sample?
wherever we have got a contract which involves the supply of food and agricultural produce and horticultural produce, we should favour local Wiltshire farmers if we can possibly do so.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. Okay, I have no more speakers, so I won't mention the farmers in my division. They know I support them. Councillor Clure, as a Cabinet Member, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Just that in relation to Councillor Sample's last comment, we did pass a motion proposed by Councillor Jar requiring us to make sure that we're buying locally and we've got the Wiltshire mark, so that's already being done. Aside from that, the strength of feeling is really clear. There's nothing further to say.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers, as mover of the motion, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Yes, Chair, I'll keep this extremely brief. I just want to thank all members really for engaging so positively with this motion and the sort of heartfelt messages we've heard across the chamber, some very personal messages about farmers and personal experience. And I think we talk about gathering the evidence. We're already seeing some of the evidence gathered here today, and I'm sure that's only the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there's a sentiment that this tax is ill-conceived and unfair, and I hope we send a strong message, one to the government, but also to our farming communities, that we're very much on their side. Thank you.
Thank you. So in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. So please indicate on your console whether you support the motion or against it or are abstaining. Okay, so that motion is carried 64-4, unless Councillor Bottle, can he be added because he was not paying attention. And there was none against and 7 abstentions. Okay, thank you. Moving on. We now come to motion number 2502, restoration of councillors' right to ask unnotified questions at the beginning of cabinet meetings. This motion is from Councillor John Hubbard and Councillor Ian Thorne and is on page 797 and 798 of your summons. I invite Councillor Hubbard to move the motion and seek a seconder.
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Thorne. Thank you. Councillor Hubbard, would you now like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. The way this evening is going, perhaps I should call you El Presidente in the spirit of my colleague here. I stand here today to move this motion and to defend something that should never have needed defending in the first place. That is the right of elected councillors to ask questions in public to those who run this council. Once upon a time, any member of this council could turn up at a cabinet meeting and ask a question. No notice, no filtering, no pre-prepared spin. That was how scrutiny worked. Then one day, without consultation, without debate, without so much as a courtesy email, that right was stripped away. No vote, no discussion, just a new rule suddenly enforced that meant if a councillor wanted to challenge the administration, they had to give 5 days' notice. 5 days. Enough time for officers to be able to smooth over any awkward details, enough time for cabinet members to carefully prepare answers that say a lot but mean very little, enough time, in short, to make sure difficult questions never really get answered. And that, colleagues, is the real issue here. Scrutiny is only meaningful when those in power cannot control it. And I don't mean scrutiny as in the work done by our scrutiny committees. I mean scrutiny as in being able to challenge power, challenge the administration. But it seems control is very much the theme of today's meeting, because shortly we will be discussing another motion, one that raises concerns about how perhaps the leader of the council has managed to create paid positions for, it says, 60% of his group. Some would say that that's a generous use of taxpayer money. Others might see it as an attempt to keep his councillors on a short leash. Either way, it tells us something about the attitude to power in this administration. The same attitude that led to the quiet, unannounced and undemocratic decision to shut down questioning at cabinet meetings. Now, I appreciate those in power don't always enjoy being held to account. I appreciate that answering unexpected questions can sometimes be uncomfortable. But frankly, that is the job. And if members of the cabinet find public scrutiny too difficult, I suggest they reconsider whether they are in the right line of work. This motion proposes a simple, reasonable solution. Restore the right of councillors to ask unnotified questions at cabinet meetings, but with a limit of 3 questions per councillor to keep things fair and manageable. And if there are genuine concerns as to how it's working, let's review it after 12 months and make adjustments if necessary. But let's be very clear. This is a test of whether you believe in real accountability. Because if you vote against this motion today, you are voting to make life easier for those in power at the expense of those we represent. This administration may or may not still be in control come May. But whoever is running this council should be held to account. Power should never go unchallenged. So I urge you now, regardless of party, to stand up for transparency, democracy and scrutiny. Support this motion. Let councillors, let us do our jobs. Let the public see their representatives challenge those in power. Because if we don't, we might as well all go home and let the decisions be made behind closed doors.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. I'll now ask Councillor Richard Kluwer as the leader, give him the opportunity to respond to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm starting to think I'm now living in some sort of strange alternate reality where just saying something makes it true. Any member attending Cabinet can ask any question on any agenda item. So any decision that is being made, any member can ask any question on with no notice whatsoever. So I don't honestly know what you're worrying about there, John. It's already happening. What we did have was a situation where at the start of this council, we were seeing over an hour being tied up by the leader of the opposition asking question after question after question with officers sitting there. And they weren't questions, a lot of them were operational questions. They were questions that could have been asked at any time. It was showboating and grandstanding when we were there with an agenda of decisions to be made by Cabinet that could be challenged by anyone with no notice. So after going through a number of sessions like that and after discussing it with officers and discussing it with Cabinet, I said, okay, we'll stop that. It wasn't with no notice. I said, we'll stop it. And that's the procedure we brought in. But I also said, look, standards, have a look at it, please. We have an appropriate body for making changes to the Constitution Focus Group. And the Constitution Focus Group met in, I think it was June of 2023. I gather you were at the meeting. I gather Councillor Thorne was at the meeting. Oh, according to the minutes I've got, you were, but okay. And it considered, and it didn't come to a conclusion. And it then met again and decided to recommend no change to the procedures for Cabinet. So it's been through the Constitution Focus Group already. And to then try and bring it back to get full council to change the mind of what the Constitution Focus Group said, well, it makes very little sense to me. But we've got a body for looking at changes to the Constitution. As far as I'm concerned, I think the right route for this is to ask Standards to go away, and if Standards is willing, to ask the Constitution Focus Group to look at this in a calm environment where they can look at how other councils function, they can take all of these issues, they can have a calm discussion and then bring a recommendation back. That's the process our Constitution outlines for handling this kind of issue, this kind of change to the Constitution. So I don't know what else I can say. We've got a process. I think we should follow it.
Thank you, Councillor Clure. I tend to agree. We have Part 7 of our Constitution is about the Cabinet Procedure Rules, and I think we should refer it to the Standards Committee to look into this, and that is what I move. And do I have a seconder, please? Thank you very much. Bit late, Councillor Oatway. It doesn't matter. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the motion. And could I ask for all those in support of referring this to the Standards Committee, please say aye. Aye. All those in objection, please say no. Any abstentions? Well, the ayes have it. Thank you. So that goes to Standards Committee. And where are we? The next, we've now got motion number 2503, which is the motion to amend appointment of portfolio holders to be approved by full council. This motion is from Councillor Edward Kirk. He's still here. And Councillor Mike Sankey. And on pages 799 to 800 of your summons, and I invite Councillor Kirk to move the motion and then seek a seconder.
Just wonder if those people who have been appointed by said leader should stay in the chamber, or whether they should leave and not be allowed to comment on this.
Can I thank Councillor Berry for his question? Not unusually, he raises an interesting point. So I've given it some consideration. So there are a couple of examples that I can give. So members will, or already have voted on council tax, more than appropriate to do that. And in terms of any change, this would be a future change, as I understand the wording of the motion. So I don't think anybody who was appointed as it currently stands, quite properly, according to the Constitution, is stopped from voting on this, because that would be for the future. But I again thank Councillor Barry for his question. Madam Chairman.
I know it's past 6 o'clock. We've been out boozing at lunchtime or something. Right, Councillor Kirk, would you like to move your motion and find a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I would. In light of what happened to Councillor... Move it. But will I be cut off then from speaking ever again? I hereby move the motion. Hopefully I'm allowed...
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Sankey, thank you. Right. Councillor Kirk, would you like now to speak to your motion? You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I would. My concern is that this motion is now going to go exactly the same way as the previous motion, because it's not going on Conservative literature for the upcoming election. My problem is not with portfolios per se, and I can remember a case where Philip Whitehead successfully argued with me regarding a portfolio holder. I think it was someone in IT doing a job, genuine saving to the council. My concern is the procedure of how we arrive at this and the public perception of it. The problem I have is if the leader has ultimate authority to, in effect, create, make up a portfolio holder for anything. I suppose it could be counting the staples, or it could be, in this example, in some examples, the actual portfolio role doesn't have any public presence. It's not something that is accountable to anyone. It's hidden behind the scenes. So if the leader can do that and public money is involved, but not only in the case I'm talking about, public money was not only involved, but it was new public money, a new role was created, then surely there has to be some transparency that that role exists and is justified to council. Because otherwise, as a council, we're open to the criticism that, you know, we are just creating those roles for financial gain. So all I'm saying is that what we should do is have some system of ratifying, agreeing the role exists, and agreeing it was awarded correctly. Because as the system stands at the moment, that doesn't happen. And to my mind, that's not right. That's why I left the Conservative group in April to become an ungroup member, because you cannot have a position where you can just make something up, make up a role. It has taxpayers' money. If it was a visible role, like a chair of committee or something, then people would see there was a role there. But this, what happened and made me left, I'm going to put, that is what really concerns me as being undemocratic, unaccountable, and is what I seek to have clarity as in terms of the role existing and it being justified. So I would like to say that hopefully the council will have a vote on this. And I would have liked to say that my seconder would have a chance to speak on this, but I have a suspicious feeling it's going the same way as John Hubbard's motion. Just like when I submitted a motion to council, then that just disappears. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kirk. You are correct. I am going to suggest that we refer this to the Standards Committee. I have looked carefully at the Constitution, and Section C of Part 3, paragraph 5.51, it says the leader may also appoint other members as portfolio holders to assist cabinet members with the oversight, policy development and management of their areas of responsibility. So it's clearly set out in the Constitution. If we're going to change the Constitution, it needs to go back to Standards Committee for them to look at it. So that is what I will be proposing. So I am now going to move that we refer this motion to the Standards Committee. Do I have a seconder, please?
Madam Chair, as the Chairman of Standards Committee, I second that.
Thank you, Councillor Oatway. So all those in support of referring this motion, please say aye. Any against, please say no. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Well, I'm sorry, the ayes were noisier. Thank you. So the ayes have it, even though the noes had a good try. Let's move on now to the next notice of motion, which is 25.04, existing employment sites. This motion is from Councillor Philip Whitehead and Councillor Jacobs and is on pages 801 to 802 of your summons. I invite Councillor Whitehead to move the motion and to seek his seconder.
I move the motion. Seconder.
Councillor Whitehead, would you like now to speak to your motion? You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I will move fairly quickly. Anybody who's been involved in planning will understand this motion. Anybody who doesn't, I'll go through. Many members here will have a garage or similar on their patch. Anybody? I've got one. I know others have got one like James and the rest. If the person who runs the garage owns the garage, no problem. If they lease it from a landowner, at any time, they can give them notice to quit or not renew their lease, and we will not protect that business. Now, I, in 2014, raised this as a concern with a new local plan, which was finalised in 2015, on core policy 35. I said it didn't give protection. They put in a paragraph 616, that's it there. And I was told by the Director of Planning and the Cabinet Member for Planning that made it protected. So core policy 35 protects the principal settlement. So if you've got a garage in a principal settlement, you're fine. You don't have to worry. If you're in a rural area or a large village or anywhere else in Wiltshire, your businesses are not protected at all by this now. For 9 years, it worked fine. For 9 years, we didn't have a problem. Officers would defer to paragraph 616, which says it will also be important to retain existing employment sites outside the principal employment areas. So I think that informs it. I'm now told that all the white bits in here, all these white bits, don't mean anything. It's just the pink bits and the green bits. No point having it. Why do we print all the white bits? Let's not print the white bits next time. Let's save some money and not print any paper. So the essence of this is all about protecting our businesses. I've got a garage in Urchfont, where I live. It's been there more than 200 years. It was the forge. It's been there more than 200 years. The same family owned the land from 200 years ago, 1831. The garage is not having its lease renewed. They're putting for 5 houses, and we are offering no protection for it. It employs 9 village people.
Excuse me, sorry, Councillor Dean, you seem to have a point of order. Can you clarify what this is?
And it is a genuine point of order. I'm under the impression that planning policy has to be made through the adoption of the local plan and the plan-making framework. And so surely this should be considered through the plan-making process and not for a motion to council.
I'm not sure that's the correct point of order. And sorry. Okay. Yes, sir.
This is not a planning policy.
No.
So I agree with the planning policy. You have to go through a core policy. This is not a planning policy. It just, Wiltshire Council hereby expresses to its strong support for the retention of viable businesses across Wiltshire. It's not a policy. It's just saying again to officers, and this, I was really stopped from bringing this. And why was I stopped from bringing this? Because I was told it might influence officers' decision-making. I thought that's what we're here for. Okay?
Madam
I
Chairman.
could rewrite it and rewrite it. But that is the proposal, that we have a motion to express our wishes on the protection of businesses, not only in principal settlements, but in our rural villages. 9 people work at the Urchfont garage. They'll all lose their jobs. The cycle repair will lose his premises. The garage will lose their premises. Be 1,000 more journeys every single month to devices for people to get their cars repaired. This is not what we should be doing. We're already 20 over our 36 limit for houses in this planned period in Urchfont. We can build 5 houses anywhere, and they are doing. Everywhere, anywhere. Don't take our garage. Let's protect our businesses. And if we don't do that, what was the last motion on farmers about? Same thing. Let's protect our garages, or our woodworkers, or our whatever they are in our village. Let's protect our businesses in our rural environments, in our community, because it's our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I just want to come back to Councillor Dean, because this has been referred to Nick Thomas, the Director of Planning, and he is quite happy with this, that it is not affecting any decisions that we make in accordance with the local plan. Did you want to expand on that? Well, just to say it's a relevant motion as far as I'm concerned as well. Thanks for your question there, Councillor Dean. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I'll now ask Councillor Bottrell, as Cabinet Member with responsibility for planning, to respond to the motion.
So I have sympathy with Councillor Whitehead in this matter. However, I would say, having looked into it and tried to discern what might have happened, is that the fix that was supposed to be arranged when the core strategy was drawn up some years ago might not have been the fix that it was that people claimed at the time. The fact that no situations cropped up between then and a couple of years back, I think might be incidental, but it's you know, I mean, I think the interpretation that the officers have now is correct. So it's unfortunate that the wording that was then agreed, it didn't get put into the main policy. It didn't happen. But, you know, past is the past. We can only sort of try and fix these things for the future. So I have complete sympathy with what Councillor Whitehead is saying, and I will be voting to support your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bottrell. Well, I can now move that we debate this motion. All those in support of debating it, please say aye. Any against, please say no. Any abstentions? No, so, okay, the motion to debate this is passed. Speakers who want to speak to this item? They seem to be... Oh, group leaders, I do beg your pardon. Councillor Cluer.
Thank you, Chair. I very much agree with Councillor Whitehead in this. I think the old core strategies policy in this area was extremely weak. You only need to look at the policy that Councillor Bottrell and I worked up with officers in the local plan that's with the inspector now to see what we feel, and that is that we should be protecting rural businesses at all costs wherever we can, for all the reasons that Philip has expressed. I mean, it's nuts that permitted development rights from the last government, I think, got out of control in this area as well. I think it is critical that where we've got viable rural businesses, we give them protection and we don't let them just be converted into housing because that's convenient. People need jobs as well as somewhere to live. So I'm very happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Jacobs. They're putting the band back together again. Great to see it. But I think you're absolutely right. And I think that, and it does touch back to the farming debate that we had earlier, that we need employment, we need jobs, we need economic activity in rural areas. And I think this body, frankly, if it's about anything, it's sending a signal to officers, it seems to me. It's a shame that the other two, I take the Chair's point about going back to the Standards Committee, but I think we could have still sent a message, shall we say, in terms of how this particular body feels about those couple of issues. But that's by the by. Time is ticking on. Very happy to support it. It makes common sense, and I'm hopeful from what we've heard so far that the motion will get the majority support. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. And again, the independent group haven't taken a view on this item. But speaking personally, I understand the point being made. I do have to say that when I was running my business based in Frome, so completely different everything, but when I was running my business based in Frome, and the landlord that I was renting from or leasing from then decided that my lease was ending and they weren't going to renew it because they were doing something else. There was no protection for me then. It was just up and off you go. And kind of that's what I expected. However, I do appreciate that it was probably easier for a typesetting company to relocate than a commercial garage. I will be supporting your motion today, but I do question whether we've just got to be careful that this instance, which is clearly an important piece of casework in your ward, and I understand why you are very passionate about this, we must be careful we don't set a precedent through one thing that's going to perhaps have unintended consequences elsewhere. And that's what I thought all of the process we normally go through for the local plan is about. And we say this isn't to do with the local plan, but we've just had the leader say the local plan was in deficit for this issue on the previous one. We're hoping it's better the next time around. Sounds to me very local planish to me. So I think Matt may have had a point in what he was saying, but you will have my vote today.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. I think it probably would benefit us all if we all went off and read the local plan that's just been put in front of the inspector so we can see exactly what's being said. Anyway, Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this. It does seem to me that we're being asked to redouble our support for this issue, which is already in the local plan at policy 65. But, you know, if you feel it needs reinforcing, then I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. I will now open the item to general debate. And first on the list is Councillor Chuck Berry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Do you know, this is a remarkable piece of work, Philip, well done, because it doesn't just include garages. It includes stables. It includes dairies. It includes, Gavin, doctors' surgeries. So you can actually stop people from then pulling out of those businesses that employ people and putting houses there by making it just that little bit more difficult. And I think it's a great, great initiative. Thank you, Philip, for bringing it to us. And it has my resounding support, not that that makes odds.
Thank you. Councillor Edward Kirk.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I have sympathy with what Philip's trying to do here, I do think we're in danger, and it comes back to, I'll just link it quickly so I don't get told off, the agricultural property relief situation we've had. The council just moved something on agricultural property relief, but you did nothing at all, as far as I'm aware, for business property relief, where the Labour government have reduced it to 50% from April 2026, which exposes thousands of family firms to inheritance tax for the first time in decades. Now, this is a clear line where this council has, in effect, said it's farmers fine, but if you're a small family business, this Conservative group put this forward, you're not interested in that at all. And this is where we get in danger of trying to pick one thing without doing the complete story. I did think the motion with agricultural property relief did include the actual business property relief, but I now understand it didn't. So you left a complete gap in what we're doing. And I just don't think that's right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I look forward to your next motion, Councillor Kirk. Councillor Simon Jacobs.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. I just obviously seconding this, and I fully support Philip in what we're saying. You know, it is extraordinary, isn't it, that we had over an hour debating the agricultural the farmer's tax and all the rest of it. And here we now have an opportunity to really be able to do something within our own community about ensuring that we have local jobs for local people within these small, in our villages outside the major urban areas. So I fully support it, and it's wonderful that it's come forward at this critical moment. So thank you very much, Philip. This is my last full council. I will not be here in March, sadly, and so I'd like to thank you all for 12 extraordinary years. I would like to thank Philip. I would like to thank Richard for entrusting me with a number of cabinet positions back in the sort of 2019, 2020, 2021 period, where I saw everything from finance and the shortest budget ever. I think 6 weeks it lasted before COVID put an end to it. Public health, public protection, licensing, staff and communities, area boards. I've covered a lot, apart from anything to do, obviously, with planning. I was kept well away from planning over the whole 12 years because my day job, as you all know, is an estate agent. So I have been both an estate agent and a politician at the same time, which is a double hit there. So, but thank you all. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to have served this council and to serve Wiltshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Bottle, as a cabinet member, do you have any... What? Oh, where did you sneak in? Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Chairman. I, representing a rural area, and I'm privileged to have a garage also in one of the villages I represent, Wherton. I am very much in agreement with this motion, but I also wanted to highlight to members, as you will be aware, the local transport plan will go to Cabinet next week and to the extraordinary full council meeting the week after, if Cabinet approves it, of course. But to highlight that one of the measures within the local transport plan is A2, enabling access to services, jobs and other destinations within close reach too. So to absolutely in accord with the point that Philip has made around having services within close reach, so where residents choose to, they can access services locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Bottle, do you have any final comments?
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead, as mover of the motion, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Yeah, just very quickly. Yes, you're right, Ricky. The new core policy 65 is brilliant, so much better. It's the old one that's still in existence until the new one comes along. And we just need, that's why I brought it, because the officers are all working on the old one and are not accepting the arguments that are in the new one. So the new one sorts it and protects businesses fine, but we're not there yet. My apologies, Edward. Bring a motion on the property relief, and I'm sure I'll support it. So, but I'm not doing that, and now there was a previous one, so we can't answer that question. But this is about protecting our rural villages. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. So we now move to the vote. In accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. So please indicate on your microphone console. Well, that's passed unanimously, 66 votes, none against and no abstentions. Wonderful. Okay, let's move on then to agenda item 17, updates from Cabinet and committees. There are a number of updates in the summons on pages 803 to 806. Including updates on previous notes of motion and cabinet member decisions made which were exempted from call-in procedures as detailed on page 5 of the summons. Do any cabinet members or chairs of committees have any other announcements to make? Okay, Thank you. So we will move on to the next item, which is agenda item 18, designation of statutory roles. Ashley. Oh, is it? Oh, it's not. It's now Councillor Clure. I thought you were having a good snooze there. All right, Councillor Clure.
Thank you, Chair. We're required to ask Council, full Council to note and ratify the designations for statutory roles. We're bringing them here to do that. I really don't have anything further to add at this point.
And Councillor O'Neill, do you second this? Yeah, okay, thank you. So group leaders, obviously you don't have nothing to say. Councillor, it says Gordon King. Have you gone? Councillor Ian Thorne.
Thank you, Joe. When I last checked, I was still Ian Thorne anyway. This is something I should have raised at the very beginning of the meeting, Chairman, if you'll allow me, and that is I noticed that Tom Rounds has sent his apologies. No? Okay, well, I'll leave that then. Sorry? Oh, I beg your pardon. I wasn't aware of that. So I'll pass and I'll move on to the next group leader, so to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing on the designation of statutory roles. I was slightly caused unaware by the speed at which you were working and trying to read my papers at the same time, because I hadn't expected to be doing this job at this point. I was looking for the committee places changes, and I couldn't see those in the papers. You said they were there on some page numbers, but I couldn't see them. Can I just ask for a clarification on that?
We're on statutory.
Yes, but you moved. Sorry, you moved on so fast as statutory duty that I didn't get a chance to ask on the previous when you were doing committee places.
That's the next item.
Oh, that's the next one, is it? Sorry, it's the other way round on my page. Okay, well, nothing to say then, Chair. But I will have something to ask in a minute. I don't want to tempt you too much with the...
I was getting very hopeful that we were about to go home. Councillor Ricky Rogers, nothing to... So I will now open the item to general debate. If anyone has anything to say, surely not. Okay, so Councillor Clure, as mover of the... What? Nothing to add? Okay, so all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against, please say no. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Right. Membership of committees. As chairman, I will move the motion for this item. First, I ask council to ratify the appointment of Sean Johns as independent chairman of the local pension board, which is a requirement of its terms of reference. So I move that, and can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Clure. So as part of this item, I will also ask group leaders if they have any changes to committee membership they wish council to approve. Councillor Clure, no. Councillor Ian Thorne? Or Gordon King. Councillor Hubbard?
Thank you, Chair. I still can't find this page in the agenda, but it doesn't matter because I don't think it's what I'm asking is there. With the news that came out about another Conservative member having left the Conservative group in the last week, I'm slightly confused as to why we haven't had a reallocation of places yet, because there are no longer the same number of members of the Conservative group that there were previously. They're sitting as ungrouped members. If they're not grouped, then the seats need to be reallocated, do they not? So I'm wondering why we haven't seen anything about that.
The monitoring officer will give you a legal advice.
Yeah, there was no request for placing on any additional committees, and therefore there was no request from a group to amend the numbers. We haven't amended the numbers. They stay as they are.
Sorry, you'll have to excuse my ignorance here, because when I was a group leader previously, if a member changed in a group, we were told, here is the new allocation. We didn't have to ask what that allocation would be. We've now had 3 changes and no notification of changes of allocation. If you do require such a request, could you please accept this as one?
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. We will do the recalculation that you've requested today in front of the next full council meeting before then, and we'll let you know what it is. We doubt it will make any difference, but thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
It is, if I may say so, Madam Chair, it is disappointing that this wasn't done proactively, as has always happened in the past. And I'm sorry, I have clear recollection of that. Councillor Rogers behind me, as leader of the Labour group for the entirety of the last 16 years on this council, has confirmed that that was also the case. We would just have received something through from Dem Services telling us these changes need to be done. You need to think about these new numbers for the next meeting. I do find it disappointing. We're going to have another round of meetings now where we're going to not have proper numbers, representative numbers, and I think that's very sad.
I don't think that's strictly correct, Councillor Hubbard. And I think the two members are ungrouped. They don't wish to be grouped and they don't want any committee places. So, and I don't think it's going to make any difference, but we'll see. So we'll get the information and then it'll come back to the meeting in March.
Sorry, Chair, point of order. Can I just make clear? I don't think it's right that you should speak on behalf of other members and give their wishes. You don't know what their wishes are. That's completely out of order, Chair, surely. Thank you.
Councillor Piazza confirmed that he didn't want to be on anything. Well, I think that's irrelevant.
I apologise.
Okay, let's move on, because does anybody else have anything further to add? As move of the original motion, I've got no further comments, but you will get that information. So all those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against, please say no. Any abstentions, if you could indicate? No? Okay, so the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, that the minutes reflect that we're recording our disappointment that this wasn't dealt with at today's meeting.
No, I think you're exactly. I think. Yeah. All right. Sorry, members' questions. I think we only had one question. Councillor Ian Wallace, you have received a written response. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, Chair, and this is why I get out my 20 pages of notes to go through. It's a very, very brief one. Thank you to the Cabinet Member for his answer, and I'm sure all residents of Devizes hope that the work of the officers and building owners continues to achieve positive results. My supplementary question relates specifically to buses and the disruption to services. Residents in Devizes have recently received leaflets from the Liberal Democrats stating that the disruption to bus services in Northgate Street, that they refer to as chaos, which I find extremely insulting to officers who put in many hours to ensure it was not chaotic, was in some way the result of cuts to bus services by this council. Please could I have reassurance that this is not the case and that these claims are the complete and utter nonsense that I believe them to be? Thank you.
I think Councillor Holder was going to respond. Councillor Bray.
I can assure you, Councillor Wallace and Council, that it is completely untrue that there have been bus cuts, as I explained earlier during my budget contribution. Perhaps it's that the Lib Dems who have been coming to Devizes, in fact, as Councillor Thorne said, have been coming from Caen, or perhaps it's incompetence in writing election literature, or that they can't simply read a bus timetable. But the fact is, there have been many enhancements to bus services serving Devizes. And to highlight just one, the Devizes Town Service was relaunched in 2024. The Ley Wood development is now served. The 1A is now half-hourly on Saturday mornings, and the 1C offers earlier and later journeys, as well as serving Hopton Industrial Estate. I look forward to joining you in Devizes over the coming weeks and explaining that to residents who may have received this incorrect literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Okay, so I have no further items. Or part 2 items. So that concludes the business of this meeting.
Chair, I did actually
And the next meeting will be
a written question, Chair, on the within the time frame, and I have received a written response.
Oh, I think that was an operational question, and we pass it, and so it should just go.
It was about how many Mercedes-Benz cars had been
Yes, it was an operational.
by Wiltshire
It's an
Council.
operational
And whether we
question.
should
Thank you,
reconsider that
Councillor
policy in
Sample.
future. Thank
You
you,
were advised it was an operational question. So the meeting is now closed, and see you all on the 11th of March, which will be the final meeting